fantastic.
Hello and welcome to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, dropping some knowledge here right before we're going live. How are you today?
We were indeed having a great time before the broadcast, but I'm sure we'll be having a great time during the broadcast as well. Good afternoon, Fiona. Good morning, afternoon to everybody. Round 11 of the Tata Steel Tournament, and everything is going to be decided today, potentially. I absolutely cannot wait as we review the results from yesterday.
Absolutely. Yesterday, well, first of all, Daniel Dubov, he didn't play, unfortunately. He tested positive to COVID, so he won't be playing any of the remaining two rounds either. But elsewhere, we saw two big wins. The first one in a spectacular game, Jorden van Foreest beating his fellow countryman Anish Giri. If you missed that, you can watch our rapid recap of the day video from yesterday, which you can find on the mainchess.com YouTube channel. And Fabiano Caruana also got a big win with the black pieces against Pragnananda and Dania.
Yeah, he did. It was an exquisite technical effort, and it came after a very painful loss the day before against Richard Rapport. And for Fabi, that was a very important confidence booster, in part because of who he is facing today. But yeah, Magnus Carlsen ahead of the field by half a point. Rapport close behind, so nothing has been decided yet. One loss at the top can shake everything up, Fiona. That's why we watch for that kind of intrigue.
And well, one thing that's important to know is that Magnus tomorrow, he was paired against Dubov, a match which won't be played. So really, tournament victory is only going to be decided between Magnus and Richard Rapport. If Magnus draws against Fabiano today, he is assured to at least be in the playoff, and a win today against Fabiano would also guarantee sole first.
Yeah, and Magnus knows that as we look at the pairings, but the other matchups are very fascinating as well. I mean, Giri Grandelius, I'm looking forward to Shanklin Karyakin. That's a rematch of their World Cup match. Sam Shanklin is going to be looking for revenge, but of course the marquee matchup of the day undoubtedly is Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen, which is also of course a rematch from their unimportant match for the World Championship. I think doesn't really matter. Who remembers that, right?
And oh yeah, that little event going on in London.
Right.
Dania, before I ask you what your prediction is for that matchup, people who are watching us at home, they too can get involved in the action. How can they do it?
Yeah, well, they can do some voting, and if you go to chess.com/events, you can click on vote and you can vote on the results of the game. There's a $1,000 prize pool, but make sure not to procrastinate on that, Fiona, because voting ends after the 10th move. Just click who you think is going to win and make sure to participate along with us. But do that right now.
Absolutely. Get involved. All good fun with some prizes to be won as well. Dania, we're going to go on a very short break and we'll be back with the start of the round here, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Magnus Carlsen, will he take revenge? Well, Dania, he is incredibly close to winning an 8th title here in Wijk.
Indeed. And he has the black pieces today, which means he's definitely not going to be doing anything crazy. He's fine. Of course, he's fine with the draw under most circumstances. And it would take a monumental effort by Mr. Report or by somebody else. Well, nobody else, I think, can physically catch Magnus, I believe, if he at least makes a draw today, Fiona. Is that, I didn't major in math, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. I guess if Anish Giri wins today, then he has 7.5, but then Magnus is going to have 8. And because he wins tomorrow, Richard Report is the only person who can catch him, but he's going to have to win twice if Magnus draws today.
I'm suddenly, if Magnus loses today, then they could still catch him, right? Or am I?
Then all bets are off.
Yeah.
then it's pandemonium.
I think it's
in
gonna.
the city. It's
a lot is going to depend today what kind of mindset Fabi shows up for his clash. What are your expectations or your predictions?
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but Fabi hasn't been in the greatest form. Of course, he wants to redeem his tournament. And as we were talking about yesterday, if he can score a victory against the world champion, that's all anybody talks about. And that's what people remember you by. You were the guy who beat Magnus. You're the guy who dealt Magnus's only loss in the tournament. So I don't think that Fabi is going to be forcing a Berlin draw. I also don't think that he's going to be throwing out any queen sacrifices on the 15th move. So I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. And I think that Fabi is going to be playing the position. I guess that doesn't really answer the question, but I think he's going to play his normal style. And, if the situation calls for a solid draw, then he's going to make it. I don't think he's going to be burning his bridges in a crazy fashion.
No, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense also. While I'm sure Fabi would love to get a win, there is nothing for him. He cannot fight for first place. Like, there's no reason for him to do anything crazy today, as we see Jan-Christoph Duda arriving for his game against Jorden van Foreest. I saw that Duda tweeted yesterday after the game. Let me quickly find it so I don't.
Yeah, what did he say?
He said,
I should have.
He just said, "I know ... It was an exceptional situation for me today," which is very cryptic, but to me indicates that there was maybe something going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, and these like we were discussing yesterday, that they're human. It could be anything from waking up on the wrong side of the bed and having a sore throat to something going on in their personal lives. And I think it's important to understand that and to respect that. And we know Duda as a fighter. I mean, we know that he doesn't do something like that unless there is indeed a situation that calls for it.
For sure. And Daniel, look at this. Magnus arriving in time for his clash against Fabiano Caruana.
He's at the board before the clocks have been started, really? Is this
the
same Magnus Carlsen, or is this an imposter? He hasn't done that any of the rounds, I think.
I think, yeah, maybe one at most, but no. There we see the clocks being started as Jorden arrives bang on time for his game against Jan-Christoph Duda, and 1e4 is on the board in Caruana against Carlsen.
Indeed, 1e4, and now again a big decision for Magnus. I'm sure he has already made this decision. My guess is he's going to play e5. Let's see. But he has played the Sveshnikov before against Fabi, particularly in their World Championship match. Well, right now he's adjusting his pieces.
C5.
Okay. Now, which line of the Sicilian? My guess is Sveshnikov, but Fabi could also play a Rosalimo, that is bishop b5 on the third move. And I'm assuming Magnus goes knight c6 here, which he did. Now a big choice for Fabi.
Yeah, for sure. We've actually had surprisingly low numbers of Sicilians during this event.
Yeah, the crazy thing is I can't remember a single one off the top of my head, as Fabi does indeed go for his patented Rosalimo bishop b5. And this essentially means that Fabi is in for a game, because in the open Sicilian and the Sveshnikov, there are lines that essentially lead to forced draws. So Fabi wants the game. That much is clear.
And that is fantastic news for us as commentators, but also I think for chess fans all around the world.
Yeah, and this is known as the Rosolimo. Who is it named after? It's named after Nicolas Rosolimo. Very interesting character, by the way. Originally from France, immigrated to New York in, I want to say, the 1940s or 50s. He was a grandmaster. He worked as a cab driver. He owned a chess shop in Greenwich Village, a very colorful figure. And among his many achievements, he pioneered this line of the Sicilian, where you essentially play this like a Rue Lopez, except White almost always captures this knight on c6 at some point, either here or on the next move. But recently there's been the sideline c3, which has kind of taken the chess world by storm. Everybody's playing c3 nowadays, myself included. I never take on c6 here. Fabi castles, so it remains to be seen what he chooses.
And at the moment where Magnus played g6, there's a couple of lines, of course. For black is g6 what you think what was expected, or?
Yeah, g6 is, I believe, what Magnus plays most of the time. Of course, there's also e6, but this is considered the main line. This is the most popular system. I just think Fabi is deciding between c3 and bishop takes c6 because he's played both of these systems. I don't know if he necessarily expected the Sicilian, to be honest. I think he probably mostly prepared for e5, and there it is, c3.
So what are the plans here? You were talking that the alternative was to take on c6. So going forward, when is the right moment? How do you decide when you want to give up the bishop and take on c6?
That's a good question. And this c3 line is completely different in spirit from the main line with bishop takes c6. The main line reaches these types of structures. Usually black captures with a d pawn. And you get this weird type of structure where sometimes black drops the knight back to d7 and plays e5. And you can think of this as kind of a reverse Morozzi bind. But in the line that they're currently playing out, after c3, knight f6, well, white has two main moves. There's rook e1. And then there is the old line, which is e5, knight d5, d4, kind of playing this like an Alapin with the bishop on b5. But my guess is Fabi's going to go rook e1. That's what the cool kids are playing these days. And the idea for white is just to play d4. White wants to occupy the center. And white doesn't usually take the knight on c6 in this line unless he's compelled to by the move a6 or by the move queen b6.
So interesting stuff, and good on Fabi for playing something here. Well, good on both players, something that has a lot of life to it. But Dania, I'm hearing some bad news, and let's quickly bring up the bird's eye view. Do we have? You're
hearing some grumblings.
I was hearing about a Berlin, but some kind of
we have a Berlin.
Weird anti-Berlin. What is knight e7? Let's bring up Yesipenko against Van Foreest.
Amazing. I love that. This is the new report, right? He used to play he would play g5 in this position 2 years ago. But now he chooses lines that are a little bit less offbeat, but still very colorful. So knight e7, I am familiar with this move. And there's probably over 100 games. This is definitely not the most common anti-Berlin. Now, this seems like a blunder, right? What the heck is black planning after knight takes c5? Well, black plays c6. That doesn't seem dangerous. Okay, I'm threatening checkmate. No, you're not. Queen a5 check. And black wins the knight. So something tells me Andrei Yesipenko knows this. And white's main move here is to castle, which kind of leads to black's secondary idea. The knight migrates over to g6. And generally, as far as I remember, black plays c6 in this line. White can go either to a4 or to c4. And yeah, I see from the database that knight g6 is the most popular line. You kind of get an Italian type structure here, which is really weird, but what do I know? This is pretty unique stuff.
Yeah, it's a very strange opening. I wonder if he himself, I have a faint feeling, and Daniel, my memory is usually terrible for openings, but I have a feeling that I saw some top GM play this before. I wonder if it was Richard Rapport himself. I'll have a quick look later on, but interesting stuff. And Rapport, well, he's already definitely sprung the first surprise here. And I think he's going to go for the win with the black pieces today, especially given the tournament situation.
No question about it. And you might say, well, if he's going for a win, why is he playing the Berlin? Well, I think Rapport knows that Yesipenko is not going to go for the forced draw. The Berlin is not necessarily a drawing weapon. I think people misunderstand that. And you can play the Berlin in order to get a fighting game. He probably expected Yasipenko to play the anti-Berlin, and this is as good a combative opening as any, particularly after 97.
And Daniel, actually, I'm just gonna trust chat on this. I'm sure not everyone is a troll, but there were a couple of people confirming that it was he himself who played it, and apparently he played against none other than a certain Magnus Carlsen in Norway chess.
Oh wow! So it's not the first time as Andre decides on knight c3. So he plays the most straightforward developing move, and I wonder if Richard is going to go c6 here, or is he going to go knight g6. I see from the database that both moves are possible. And Andre, I'm sure this is not the first time he's seeing knight e7. Obviously, he probably took a minute and a half to remember his preparation, but he's not pulling this out of nowhere.
For sure, no. I think he knows, and Richard report he has just played c6. The bishop, I guess, drops back to d4 or a4.
Yeah, well, c4 looks more natural to me, and it might seem like this is walking into d5, but I don't think it is because, well, for one thing, I think Wijk can probably take and go bishop b5 check, and the e5 pawn is hanging, so I feel like this is very problematic for black, in which case it makes sense to put the bishop on c4. It's obviously aiming at f7, and if black plays d6, I see that the main line is to play d4, which leads to a weird Philidor type of strategy. I mean, this does look very dubious for black, make no mistake, but this is the nature of modern chess. These players, they analyze these positions so very deeply, and a lot of lines which even 20 years ago would have been laughed off stage are now a full-fledged part of opening repertoires.
Yeah, and Richard report, I think he's really been one of the main players in the game to contribute to offbeat openings being regarded more highly, and he employed them with so much success, as we see Andre indeed dropping the bishop back to c4, and now I guess black will continue with knight g6, if not d5, or what?
Well, I think either d6 or knight g6 is going to happen. And it's important to point out that knight g5 is not an issue in these positions because now black plays d5. And of course, the tension has been taken off of the e5 pawn. So this is fine as, Richard indeed goes d6.
d6. Okay, we'll come back here, but shaping up like an interesting game, this one as well, of course, hugely important for the tournament standings. For now, let's go back to the bird's eye view. Reminder, Daniil Dubov won't be playing the last 3 games, unfortunately tested positive for COVID. We wish him all the best, but plenty of action elsewhere. Daniel, what catches your eye?
Shankland catches my eye. I feel like they've already made 40 moves in the first 5 minutes. Let's figure out what's going on in that game. No, they've made 15 moves. But that's a lot of moves.
And Sam up to an hour 45 on the clock.
Yeah, and Sergey, not a slouch either. He's over 1 hour 40. Now, this is really interesting because we saw Jorden yesterday playing the same-ish variation. Sam plays its close cousin, which is also, I think, known as the same-ish variation. I mean, both of these lines, in fact, they can transpose into each other in many, many cases. I mean, if black plays d5 here, which is the most popular move, then after a3, bishop c3, bc, you have a potential transposition to a3, bishop takes e3, bc, d5, and here Wijk can play f3. But Sergey, going for a much sharper continuation, he plays c5, striking at the center immediately. This leads to a kind of Benoni-style position, and b5, which is among the most reputable weapons against Sam's line of choice, e4, d6, bishop d2, a6. So Sam not taking this pawn on b5, which gives black pretty significant compensation, instead going for a4, trying to get Sergey to take on c4 to help Sam develop his bishop, which he does. Knight bd7, which is a pawn sacrifice. Sam accepts it, takes, and the knight comes out to e5. I guess Sergey's point is that the king is quite weak in the center, and Sam has violated the Feingold rule by playing f3 very early. I'm sure this is still, I'm seeing that they're following a game. c4, creating the threat of knight d3, essentially forcing the trade. and Sam has just gone knight h3. So he's still up a pawn. They're still following a game, Fiona. I don't want to click on it because it'll take me away from the board, but perhaps our producer, Big doesn't do anything anyway. Perhaps he could help me out here. They're following some high level game here, and Sergey is the first to take a significant think in this position. That game continued queen c5.
Let me have a look. Right, I think Big is on the case, and Daniel, let me just ask you, because you mentioned that Sam and Karyakin had a big matchup in the last World Cup. Was it the quarterfinals or the semis? Quarterfinals.
It was I want to say the quarterfinals, yeah.
And that match, I mean, one of the most exciting matches I can remember from the World Cup, with so many decisive results. And I think the player didn't play with the white pieces, they just kept winning. So surely Sam is going to walk into this match quite hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, if the trends continue, then he's got every chance. Now, I talked to him about that match. It was an incredibly painful experience for him because he really was on the cusp. I mean, there were a couple of games he had with Black where, he was doing well out of the opening. And to beat Karyakin as many times as he did in classical and rapid is an incredible accomplishment, and really puts Sam on the radar, I think, for a lot of chess fans who before, they knew him as a 2700s former US champion, but weren't really aware that he is more than capable of playing on an even field, on an even keel with, the top of the top.
Yeah, and Danya, I had a look. I can't find any top-level games that they're following. Maybe Mr. Bigfoot will be more successful than I see one game where Alina Kashlinskaya had the black pieces against Marina Guseva.
Okay, that's the game I meant. I mean, I didn't know what the ratings of the players were.
Yeah.
I just saw that there was one game, and this is definitely a game that Sam is aware of. Now, Kashlinskaya is interesting. She is actually very, very powerful in the opening, and we had the same coach for a long time, Lev Sakis, who is a big Nimzo Indian specialist. So it's no coincidence, I think, that she went down this line for this long.
And there is another game actually as well that was played between Pierluigi Basso with the white pieces against Daniel Alcina Leal. That was played in May last year at the Cattolica Open in Italy.
Wow. Another interesting piece of trivia. I played both of those players in the same tournament. Alcina Leal and Pierluigi Basso years ago in a tournament in Italy.
That's funny.
Isn't that funny? And what are the odds of that?
I know. I mean, that there would be two games. One of them you shared a coach with. The other two you
And one of them, I played the same people in the same tournament. I lost to Olsina, and I beat Basso. But since then, Basso has become a 2600 plus grandmaster.
So what do we make of the position on the board now? Where is Black's compensation?
Yeah, well, you got to find it. And Queen c5 makes a lot of sense. This is what I think Guseva or Kashlinskaya played. Kashlinskaya was black in that game,
she
right?
Was black,
or was she
yeah.
white?
She
okay, that's what I thought. Why does Queen c5 make sense? Because it prevents White from castling. Obviously, White wants to castle on the next move, and Queen c5 exploits the weakness created by the move f3. So that game continued Queen e2, castles long, and White played knight f2, again, reinforcing the threat of castling short, which at this point, Black cannot prevent. But here it looks like Kashlinskaya switched her base of operations from the diagonal to the d file. And you can kind of see how active Black's pieces are here. Even though White has succeeded in castling, it's quite clear to me that Black has a phenomenal compensation for the pawn. My guess is that Sam has found an improvement somewhere along the line. I'm not sure exactly where. Maybe it was here. But there's no question that he's not just stumbling into this position and he's just going to keep following, because Kashlinskaya did end up winning that game.
Yeah.
But I'm expecting Queen c5. I think that's a very natural move.
Queen c5 as Sergey yawning away at the board. I mean, we're really entering now the final stages of this tournament. We'll let him to figure it out. Sam 100% still following his prep. And we're back in the overview. What else, Dania, catches your attention?
What else catches my attention? Well, we'll keep an eye, by the way, on Esipenko report. That game is really heating up. Perhaps we can have a look at the Vidit game is pretty interesting. This is not just a normal Italian. So let's swing on over.
Check it out, indeed. Shahriar Mamedov, one of the players, also with the black pieces, he might be looking at, well, he has to win, actually. He's one of the players who does still stand a potential chance in case Magnus loses today. So we'll see how much risk he is willing to take.
Indeed, and it started off as a completely standard Italian. I feel like I'm narrating those crime shows. It started off as a totally normal evening in Long Island. You know, Jane Doe was walking in her garden. Yeah, so H3, knight E7, and now D4. And here's the interesting bit. Knight G6 is of course, the normal continuation of the maneuver. But in this position, Shahriar goes back to C6. And I see that they are following a couple of games. And I guess the point of this move is to put more direct pressure on the D4 pawn. And now Vidit going A4, to which Shahriar replies, E takes D4. This is a novelty. And Vidit takes back on D4 with a pawn. Now, this might seem very confusing at first sight. Isn't this just a blunder? Well, it's not, because if Black plays knight takes D4, after takes, White has this incredibly nasty move, knight B3. And all of a sudden, the bishop is experiencing tremendous problems. If you go to E5, you get it trapped. If you go to B6, White's going to chase it to C5. Once it lands on C5, White captures it. And okay, there's probably multiple good moves here, but Queen B3 looks really nice. Just look at the pressure that White has on the position. There's D file, E5 is coming. This is incredibly bad for Black, despite the extra pawn. So it's more feasible to capture on D4 with the bishop rather than the knight. But in this case, after knight takes D4, my guess is that Vidit is just aiming for long-term compensation. He might play the move B4 here in order to prepare a fianchetto. And look at how strong those bishops are going to be. Both of them aiming at Black's king. And, you know, there's queenside pressure as well. And the engine definitely approves of Vidit's play here. What an interesting pawn sacrifice. Although it seems like he didn't invent it, I love the fact that he's going down this line.
And is Black forced to accept a pawn sacrifice or not?
Black is not. And, well, the funny thing is, if Black didn't want to accept it, then I'm not sure why Shahriar took on D4. Because all three people who had this position went A5. And it puzzles me, Fiona, that Shahriar took this pawn, and now he's starting to think. Now, I guess there's the move D5 here, which makes some sense as well. And this position looks very good for Black because Black has this blockade on the D5 square. But in reality, in my experience with these types of positions, there's a lot of tactics that Black can fall into. And as a case in point, for instance, let's say you play A6. Bishop takes H6 out of nowhere. G takes H6, bishop takes D5, and guess what? You get forked at the end. So even though you have a positional trump card in the form of blockade on the D5 square, White has tremendous potential energy in his position. So I'm not sure that this would solve all of Black's problems. The knight, by the way, can come to C5. So I think Vidit might be better here if Shahriar doesn't come up with something convincing.
I'm with you. I mean, I'm so surprised that he took on D4 once and then started thinking. We'll come back here, see what he decides on. But for now, let's go back to the overview. Very interesting stuff from Vidit there. And, well, both the top games we are focusing on have changed quite a bit. Do you want to start with Fabiano against Magnus or with Andre against Richard?
Let's start with a world champion. Let's go to Fabi's game. And they, I believe, they're still following pretty well-known, a well-known line. Okay, so C3, knight F6 for Q1, castles D4, and Magnus immediately counter-striking in the center with D5, to which Fabi responds E5, getting this kind of, typical structure with the pawn chain, which Black is trying to pressure. I think a lot of people might be familiar with this from the French advance. It's one of several variations where White controls the center and Black tries to chip away at it with his pawns and pieces. Bishop B3, CD4, CD4. And speaking of the French, this is, of course, a very typical move in all of these structures. And now if Fabi were to take on C6 after b takes c6, black has the potential to go c5, and the b2 pawn is hanging. So Fabi delaying the move bishop takes c6 and playing queen e2, to which Magnus has responded by developing his final piece, bishop d7. And Fiona, this creates a threat, I believe. Let's make a neutral move for Fabi. Knight takes c5 is an easy tactical idea to miss, because if bishop takes d7, the knight recaptures it. And if you take the knight, the queen takes the bishop, and black is simply a pawn up. So Fabi has to address that. And it's not the easiest thing to address. I mean, if you play knight c3, that does not actually help, because after knight c3 bc, once again, there's knight takes c5. So I wonder how Fabi's going to address this.
Also, I guess now that black has played bishop d7, it is a lot less tempting to capture on c6.
Yeah, it really is not very appetizing. Black can recapture in a variety of ways. There is the move bishop a4 here, which has been played once. And the point is that you can't take on e5 now because of d takes e5. And you used to be able to take on b5 with the queen. Now you can't do that anymore.
Fabi has just done that, by the way. Bishop a4 is on the board.
Yep, he's gone bishop a4. And the one game I see in this position has continued rook a c8, which is a very natural move. And white responded with h3, stopping bishop g4, rook f d8, and white played the move knight a3. He lost the game, though, after knight b4. I'm not sure, again, who was playing, but this is a tremendously complex position. Black has a lot of piece activity, but in the long run, black has a bad bishop, and white has more space. So it's really a battle of white's long-term advantages and black's short-term initiative that Magnus is going to try to convert into something more concrete.
So far, who of the two players do you think is more satisfied with what they've gotten out of the opening?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, Fabi has played pretty quickly. He's definitely still in his preparation, and probably so is Magnus. Although, if you judge by his thinking pose, you know, bishop a4 might be a new move to him. I think Fabi is well known for his Rosalimo mastery. He's been playing this for many, many years. And I'm sure that he's analyzed this very, very deeply, as has his team. I think Fabi's pretty happy to get this kind of Rosalimo structure. I honestly think he's comfortable in these positions.
And I really think that it was so important for him to get that win against Prague yesterday. Apologies, to lift his spirits. We saw him in some interviews in the middle of the tournament. It was clear he was having a tough time. His second was in isolation. Wijk is a long place to be on your own for a couple of weeks. And I'm so happy to see that I was wrong. I thought we would get something way more peaceful here today. So I'm delighted with the outcome of the opening, and I think we're in for a big fight.
Yeah, we are. This is going to be a positionally rich game, and you know, it might end in a draw, obviously, but we know it's not going to be symmetrical, and it's going to be full of nuance and complexity, which is what we're looking for in a battle between these two greats.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, Fabi, you know, I second that idea that he was clearly dejected, and to play a smooth game, a nice game toward the end of the tournament, that's exactly what one needs to lift one's spirits.
And also, I mean, for today, for him, he might feel like, okay, for Magnus, there is some pressure. If Magnus loses today, well, it's not just bad for his quest to 2900, but also for the tournament situation. So Fabiano might sense that today is a good day to play and put some pressure on Magnus. He's doing that just now. I see, Daniel, you're addressing a couple of questions in the chat. Do you want to quickly show that on the board, or do you want to move on to Stepan?
Yeah, maybe I'll quickly show it and then we can move on. The question is, how does bishop a4 actually address the problem of knight takes c5? So if you compare this, comparison is always a very good way to answer a question in chess. So look at this position after d takes c5. Yeah, the queen is hanging, but the queen simultaneously moves away from the attack and captures the bishop. But reposition the bishop on a4, and after knight e5, d5, the queen is hanging. That part is true once again. The part that's not true is that the queen can no longer take the bishop, and so black ends up losing a piece.
Very nicely explained. Shall we move on from here and check in maybe with the other important game, Yesipenko against Richard Rapport, where a lot has happened as well.
Yes, Yesipenko. Let's check in on it.
What did I say?
No, I was trying to make a pun out of his name.
Oh.
As in, like, yes. Do you want to check in on the game? Yes, Yesipenko. Let's check in on Yesipenko's game. Oh my God. See, I just kept going with it, and it was getting worse and worse. But I couldn't stop because I had already started.
I know the feeling well, but I like your commitment to the cause.
Right. Thank you. I'm sure the chat is going to roast me alive for that one. Okay, so what has happened since we left? Well, Rapport played d6, and Andre did indeed go d4, to which Rapport responded queen c7. This is kind of a Philidor structure, which is incredibly solid for Black. Of course, Black lacks space, but this can be hard to play against from White's perspective. Yesipenko going knight h4, probably preparing the move f4, and typical Rapport g5, boom. De5, de5, so they trade in the center, and the intermezzo queen f3. Yesipenko attacking the knight and securing the f5 square as a launching pad for the knight. So bishop g7, he does indeed go knight f5. We have a trade on f5, and Richard going rook d8, bishop back to d3 in order to reinforce the f5 pawn, and knight e to d5. This is the position on the board right now.
This is a position on the board, Danya. Okay, let's take a moment to stop and you explain to all of us what is happening here, because it's a proper mess.
Very strange position, and it's hard to make heads or tails of it, for me as well. Now, from a positional standpoint, White's got more advantages than Black. First of all, look at this bishop. That's not a very good bishop. It's staring at the pawn. White has a lot of squares at his disposal. So, for instance, White could play knight e4. Oh, as I say that, he plays knight e4. And, White has a kind of a positional blockade. What does that mean? Well, it means that after knight e4, bishop e4, okay, let's say Black castles. White's got, these light squares under full control. There's the possibility of going f6 at some point and opening up the diagonal. And look at this g5 pawn. That pawn sticks out like a sore thumb, and White could hit that pawn where it hurts with a move like h4. So Black definitely shouldn't castle here. Black should probably come back to f6 first and put more pressure on this bishop, but White could reinforce it with rook e1. So I just think that, White's biggest downside is probably this f5 pawn, which is blocking the bishop and giving Black kingside shelter. With that being said, I like Yesipenko's position. I think his position is preferable, but Rapport is very, very solid here. The only thing he's got to be very careful about is not to allow h4 under a wrong set of circumstances when he castles kingside.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about Richard's king. I've thought that line where you showed where in case he castles kingside looks very dangerous with the bishop pair suddenly coming to life, but I also can't picture the king staying in the center. Is there any chance we could see something like king d7, king c8 at some point with the king trying to hide on the queen side?
Yeah, that's not a dumb idea at all. And king d7 is a viable candidate move here. The problem might be you might go from the frying pan into the fire, because even if you park your king on the queen side, well, I'm going to start attacking you there. A4, a5, a6, etc. And I feel like if Black does play knight f6, then castling kingside is a more feasible option because h4 can now be met with g4. That is the point. And after queen g3, okay, this is not the safest construction in human history, but it's not the easiest to attack. If only White had a knight, to put on h2 or to put on e3, that would really help. But yeah, Black can play rook d4 here. So it's a double-sided situation. But no, it's possible for Black to castle queenside as well.
And I think, this double-edged situation is exactly what Richard Rapport was hoping for here today with the Black pieces. He is taking some risks. He could easily find himself in a worse position, but the position is very messy. A couple of wrong steps for Yesipenko, and it's not hard at all to imagine Richard taking over.
Yeah, and he's following the Giri model. If you remember, Yesipenko's loss. Is that his only loss of the tournament? I seem to have a hard time. I feel like it's not, but it's his only loss of the white pieces. I mean, to beat Yasipenko with black, you need to take a significant amount of risk, and you need to get an unbalanced position like the one that Giri got with 3 pawns for a piece. I think this is the sort of situation that Richard is aiming for. Not literally 3 pawns for a piece, but something where, you know, both sides have their own distinct plans, and something that's not quite familiar to Andre, as yes, he's gone 94. And Richard contemplates.
And you are right, by the way. Yasipenko only lost that 1 game to Giri.
Yeah, no, he's incredibly hard to beat. Okay, knight takes c4. I'm anticipating bishop takes c4, knight f6. I think that's going to happen. You could take with a queen, but
could take with the queen. I think what
but it walks into knight f6.
We're going to. Oh, we have another move actually. He took with. Sorry. The bishop e4. And okay, I think we're going to leave this game for now. We'll take our first quick break of the day, and then we'll be back here with all the games from round 12. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We are into round 12, the penultimate round, Dania, and only 4 players still have a theoretical chance for first, but these standings are a little bit deceiving because tomorrow Magnus will receive a walkover point, as unfortunately Daniil Dubov tested positive for COVID.
That's right. And again, it's crucial to emphasize that so much hinges on the result of today's affair between Caruana and Carlsen. If Magnus so much as manages a draw, then those 4 theoretical players become 1 theoretical person, and that person is Richard Rapport. He needs to win today and tomorrow if he is to have any chance of catching Magnus Carlsen. It's unlikely, but crazier things have happened, and that's why we watch these tournaments, because anything can happen in the final couple of games. Players are fatigued, and when players are tired, there's more uncertainty and there's more craziness that could occur. And if anybody can win 2 in a row, Richard Rapport he's got the tools that he needs. He has the uncompromising style. So
for sure,
super excited for that.
Yeah, and today, we have 2 very exciting matchups involving those 2 players. Of course, the first one on the top left side there, Magnus, he's playing black against Fabiano. I don't know if you want to update that now or if you want to have a quick look at one of the games we haven't seen yet. I'll let you decide.
Yeah, I want to take a very quick peek at the two games we haven't looked at yet, and then perhaps we can return to
sure.
Also there's Shanklin Karyakin is having some development. So let's start with the Giri Grandelius game. It's not a particularly interesting position, but I think Anish is jumping out to a pretty solid edge out of the opening. So this started off as a King's Indian Fianchetto, which made me excited, but Niels transposing it into a Grunfeld, which made me not excited. And Queen B3, which is one of a million ways that White can handle this position. Niels capturing on C4, and this is transposed even further to kind of a Slav type of setup with his pawn on C6. I don't know much about these positions. Anish playing A4, expanding on the queen side. Niels going Rook C8. Anish continues to expand. We have B5 and our first en passant of the day. So that's the coolest part about this game so far. A takes B6, A takes B6. And yeah, I feel like White is slightly better in these positions. White's got more control of the center. I'm expecting Anish maybe to develop his bishop to F4. And for Niels, generally, I feel like Black tries to expand on the queen side. I mean, he could consider playing B5 and then perhaps guiding the knight from B6 over to D5. Yeah, White is a very pleasant position. This is right up Anish's alley.
For sure. And I was wondering, so we made the move B5. Is trying to go for the pawn break with C5 also an option, or is B5 the main idea?
It definitely is, but I guess in response to C5, White could play D5. And if Black is not careful, I mean, he could also just get crushed here. This E-pawn rumbles up the board. White can situate a knight on B5. Also, White has control of the A file, which is bothering me on Niels's behalf just a little bit. I mean, Rook A7 could come at the least convenient moment for Black. So Niels also with an hour 14, so he's definitely out of his prep. And this is only the first moment where Anish is taking any amount of time. So he's gotten a good position, and we'll see how whether he manages to convert it into something real.
Indeed. For now, we'll move on to the last game we haven't checked in with yet. That is Jan Krzysztof Duda against Jorden van Foreest.
And this time, Duda once again has the white pieces. And of course, he's not taking any quick draws today. He is playing his usual brand of combative, uncompromising chess. This is a Slav. It starts out as a Slav, semi-Slav, bishop G5, H6. And this is called, I think, the Moscow variation, bishop takes F6. Or no, this is the anti-Moscow. The Moscow is bishop H4, D takes C4. So Duda takes on F6, which is a very reputable and popular line. And now he goes G3, which is less common than the main lines. And the main lines here are E3 and Queen B3, but playing this in kind of a Catalan flavor. knight d7, bishop g2, Jorden takes on c4 due to castles. And as we've discussed, in these Catalan structures, white is not really in a big hurry to recover this pawn. This pawn is going to be a very hard pawn to defend from black's perspective. And oftentimes, white actually sacrifices it and says, I'm not recovering that pawn at all. And instead, white goes for kind of a central strategy with e4. So castles, bishop b4, queen comes out to c2, and Jorden drops his queen back to e7. This move is aimed against knight e4, which was being threatened as a way to win back the c4 pawn. This is the position on the board right now.
And here, so you talked about white trying to take control of the center. Could we see e4 immediately? Are there other moves to consider before trying to take the center?
Yeah, I actually think Jordan's last move is also aimed against d4. Because here black responds with e5. Mm-hmm. And, well, if white is not careful, the move e4 has the obvious drawback of weakening and blunting the bishop. So let's say we have a trade in the center. Well, this is not a very desirable position for white because black has everything under control. Black has the two bishops. So I think e4 is less likely. I do think that knight e4 could still be seriously considered by white. And now if Jorden stubbornly clings to the pawn, well, one thing that could happen here is the move b3. Mm-hmm. The point being, after c takes b3, you play queen takes c6, attacking the rook. And then you recapture the pawn on b3. What's interesting is that the engine actually proposes a modified version of that. a3 is an important move to throw in because after bishop a5, b3, c takes b3, queen takes c6, this is a lot more devastating for black because after rook b8, guess what? Now there's the move knight d6 check. When the bishop was on b4, it was controlling that square. So these kinds of subtleties is what this position is all about. Both players have to factor those in. So after knight e4, my guess is that Jorden is not going to try to cling to the pawn. Instead, he might try to counterstrike in the center with e5, and we will get a very complex positional struggle.
So many complex positional struggles all over the place today. But do you feel overall that maybe once again this is a position with both players at the moment are happy with what they got?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what Duda was aiming for when he played g3. He understood that the black is very likely to take on c4, and Jorden, I mean, he's just comfortable in most openings in general. I mean, he's a very hard player to shake, given his expansive opening knowledge and his preparation. And he's going to be feeling good after yesterday's win against Anish. That, of course, would give anyone a lot of confidence.
For sure. What a game that was. For now, let's leave them to it. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. And maybe we can update one of our top two matches, Caruana Carlsen and Yasipenko report, or
let's do it. Well, Yasipenko report, they're actually going, that's over on top left is Magnus's game, and to the right of that, Yasipenko report are following the line that we outlined where Richard went knight f6 and then he castled short. So we might see h4 from Andre, and then Richard is planning to meet that with the move g4. But let's start with Caruana's game because they have had a very significant trade, which has kind of changed the tenor of the game. And we saw bishop a4. Magnus went rook ac8. Now, the game that had reached this position previously continued h3. And it appears that this move, knight c3, is a novelty. Magnus responds by taking on c3. Caruana has taken back. And Magnus has played this very interesting move, queen d8. Now, what's the idea? Well, the idea, I think I'm going to try to answer this question. I think he wants to, first of all, reinforce the threat of knight takes c5, which now that the queen is no longer under the x-ray of the bishop is again a threat. And why is that significant? Because if white drops the bishop back to b3, now I can consider this move knight a5. Generally, in this type of structure, black wants to surround the c4 square. And if black can get a knight to c4 and then support it with pawns and pieces, well, positionally speaking, black is going to be happy. But in this particular situation, bishop takes d5 is possible. And there's this very interesting idea to go bishop f5 here. Looks very strange, but this bishop is in some trouble. I mean, if you go back to b3, then black can recover the pawn and hit the bishop one more time. The new Britney Spears special. And if white doesn't play bishop b3, white plays c4, then obviously black plays e6. And this is still very complicated. The bishop isn't actually trapped. White can play bishop g5, queen d7, and extricate the bishop with bishop e4. But that would mean giving up the c4 pawn with just an incredibly complex position, probably about equal. It is equal according to the engine, but I wonder what Fabi is going to come up with here. Is he going to play bishop b3? I don't see too many other ways to defend against the dual threats of knight takes d4, knight takes c5.
Yeah, what could be... Let's maybe start by actually showing the threat one more time for people who were just joining us now. Let's start by going through that.
Yeah, knight takes e5. This is a very common tactic that is missed at all levels. Because you might think, well, bishop takes d7, and then I'm going to take the knight. But that's not true for two reasons, actually. The main reason is that the knight, which was attacked, can itself recapture the bishop. But in this specific position, black can also play knight takes f3 check, and queen takes d7. Black is up a pawn. But to add insult to injury, black is also threatening knight takes d4. And this hits the queen, so white has to respond to that. And then black recaptures on a4. This is not as significant of a threat as knight takes e5, but it's also something that has to be reckoned with. Now, the question for Fabi on a large scale is, okay, well, does he move the bishop away from a4, or does he try to leave the bishop on a4 and support it with a move like queen d1, for example, right? Or does he make a different move? Does he play rook b1 and create a threat of his own in order to counteract the threat of knight takes e5? A lot of possibilities here and a big decision to make from a positional standpoint.
Yeah, Fabi, who's been playing quite quickly thus far, do you think there's any chance he could have seen this position before? Do you think queen d8 might be the first move that potentially comes as a surprise?
Yeah, they're probably... I would probably say that he's at the edge of his preparation. It's possible that this position is still, on one of his files, but my guess is that he either doesn't fully remember it, or maybe, and I think Fabi himself or somebody at the top described this in an interview, and I found this to be a very, very good point. What I think people have to understand is that preparation essentially occurs on two levels. Yes, there is the preparation that people think about. They memorize moves, they have files, and they look at positions concretely. But they also consider typical structures and ideas within those structures at an incredibly extensive level. So I can guarantee you that maybe Fabi isn't familiar with this specific position, but he has seen similar positions with these three pawns arranged in exactly this way. And so he is aware, as is Magnus from the black side, of the typical plans. He knows that this is a threat. He knows that black wants to blockade the c4 square. So he's familiar with the position, would be my guess, with the type of position, but not with this exact specific position on the board.
I'm very curious how he will react, as you showed a couple of choices. Maybe bishop b3, is that the move you'd be expecting most?
Yes, if I had to predict a move, I would predict bishop b3.
So we'll see if that is the move that Fabiano is going to make. For now, let's go back once again to our overview. And
it looked like he was about to make a move, but no, he's not. He's pulling a
teasing us once again. Where would you like to go next? Maybe Shankland Kariakin, we could check in there.
Absolutely. And wait a minute. It looks like Sam is in charge here. Now, we joined the game, Fiona, when Sam had gone knight h3. And here's the interesting thing. Sergey did not go queen c5. He went bishop c5, and he also took a very long time on this move. So perhaps he was indeed out of his preparation before Sam. Sam responds with queen e2, which is a familiar move, preparing knight f2 and castles. Rook b8, pressuring the b2 pawn. Sam does indeed go knight f2, and Sergey has just gone queen b7. And this appears to be the first position where Sam is taking his time. Now,
and we see that the bar did not like queen b7 at all. And well, there is a pawn hanging on c2. I see our engine wants to take it, but that all looks like it's going to lead to a big mess.
Our engine wants to take it. This move looks like it loses, and that's why Sergey played queen b7. It looks like black plays queen takes b2, and guess what? boom, boom. And if you castle here, well, that loses a piece to bishop takes f2 check, and that's the end of the story. But wait a second, it's not the end of the story. And apparently White has to continue playing here and go king h1. And the point I think that the eval bar is trying to make is that, yes, currently Black is up a piece, but Black's two main defenders are nowhere to be found. Black cannot castle, which is an interesting mirror image of what Sergey could have done to Sam by putting his queen on c5. Isn't that amazing? And Sam has a devastating threat of infiltrating to e6 with tremendous effect. So for example, let's say Sergey drops his bishop back to d4. Well, now there's another threat of rook a d1. That's actually even a bigger threat than queen e6. That essentially necessitates Sergey to move his queen back, but that releases the bishop. And after takes rook f2, White is simply a healthy pawn up. So you just lose the piece. I guess the only way of moving the bishop and defending against rook b1, Fiona, is bishop b6. But now there's rook a2.
Oh my goodness.
The bishop blocks the queen's evacuation route, and the queen is trapped. This is amazing. So Sergey literally cannot keep the extra piece. Bishop a7, I guess, clings to the piece for a couple more moves, but this is very clearly not a sustainable defense because White just vacuums up all of Black's pieces after queen c8 check. This is extraordinary, and Sam could be, if Sam does this, he'll be very much in charge. They're going to get that end game where Sam is just a full pawn up.
That is incredible stuff, how you can just give up the piece. I think what's happening in the position right now, I think Sam, up until this moment, was in prep, and queen b7 very likely not in his files because it's just not a good move.
Yes.
So I think what's happening right now is Sam knows, okay, if I didn't look at queen b7, it means it's probably not very good. That probably means that I can take the pawn on c4, but he is now trying to make all of those lines work.
And you make a great point, which is that Sam believes in his files, as he should. And he's so thorough that, as you said, when a move is not in his file, he knows it's bad. He knows for a fact that queen b7 is a mistake. And he also knows that it's not the product of deep preparation because Sergey has just taken 30 minutes on the last couple of moves.
Yeah.
Now, what helps? Yeah, and I was just going to say that Sam doesn't have too many other alternatives, so he's going to look at queen takes e4. The only question is, will he find and correctly evaluate king h1? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that's more or less what I was going to say as well. I think what is going to help him make the decision is he knows that if something leads to an advantage here from here, queen c4 is more or less the only move that can do that, really.
And he's going to start by looking at queen takes e4 because it's the easiest move to calculate. Why is that? Well, because this line is extremely forced. Other than queen takes b2, there isn't much Black can do. Black can take the knight first and then play queen takes b2. And here there's an even more amazing line. Apparently, White can cover the check with knight e2, and this gives White an advantage. But now Black can deliver a nasty check to b6 and try to force the king back to f1. Apparently, the best option here is king g3, knight h5 check, king h4. And the king is as safe as it is anywhere on the board. I mean, there's just nothing on the king side. And White is about to take his turn attacking Black's king. But that is also something Sam has to factor in. But of course, the harder part is to not rule this out. Because what's so easy to do is say, bishop takes f2, and I lose a piece. It doesn't work. Sam has to resist that temptation and simply continue calculating. And once he sees that king h1 is an option, I can guarantee you that he's going to evaluate it correctly. The question is, will he be able to force himself to continue calculating after bishop takes f2 check? My guess is that he will. I think Sam is going to go down this line.
Yeah, and I also think there is a chance, even if queen b7 isn't in the files, I'm sure there's a chance at least that Sam will have had some variation of this giving up the knight in one of the lines he might have been looking at. Of course, a lot of speculation on my end, but I am with you. I think Sam will take on c4 after probably investing quite a bit of time.
Right, and I guess he could play rook b1 here. I mean, that is a possible alternative, and the engine thinks that White is still slightly better. I think Sergey's idea is to park the queen on b3 which is a very, very safe square. It cannot really be attacked by anything. Okay, castles. And I guess Sam would move his king away from h1 to unpin the knight. But after bishop d4, this is the similar type of situation to the Koszlinskaya game, where black just has wonderful piece activity, a bishop on an outpost, and this is not very impressive. So Sam, he has to play for maximum here. He has to realize that this is not the way to punish queen b7. A very exciting moment. Will Sam find this incredible move, queen takes c4? Fearless move, queen takes c4.
I'm super curious. I think we're gonna go to back to the bird's eye view, but we'll keep a very close eye on whether Sam does take on c4 or not. Daniel, what's happening at square?
Oh, so interesting. Top left, Caruana Carlsen. They are going down that line. Bishop b3 was played, and Carlsen indeed responded with knight a5. So that line with bishop takes d5, bishop f5 is quite likely to occur on the board, which is very interesting. We don't have to go to that game since we just talked about that line, but once they start going down that line, we'll return to that game and keep you posted. Shall we have a brief look in to see what is happening in the Yesipenko report?
Let's do it, sure.
So they've only made just a couple of moves from the moment where we last looked. So knight takes d5. So this position we saw, knight back to f6, c3 by Andre, just controlling the d4 square. This move makes a lot of sense. Castles, Yesipenko deciding on h3, stopping g4 and creating some luft. Report improves the position of his queen and ties down the bishop because the bishop for now has to keep defending b2. And queen e2, that's a nice move. That's a nice move, which prepares the development of the bishop to e3. It defends, it reinforces the b2 pawn. No, I still think white is slightly better here. I think Andre has a very pleasant position.
And do you think black will at some point take the bishop on e4 or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's got its pros and cons. I don't think he's going to take just yet because this is going to be a clear case of good bishop against bad bishop. And now the threat of h4 becomes particularly annoying. I mean, if you think about it, this is not exactly my image of an appetizing position. Although, of course, black is very solid here. I mean, even though the bishop is horrible, it's not like white has an easy way to infiltrate black's position. But still, this is not Richard's style at all. So I don't think he's going to take just yet. I think that he's probably likely to maybe even move the queen back to c7 or play a neutral positional move such as rook d7 in order to double rooks on the d file. You might get some queenside action. Andre might play a4, a5 and try to expand, or he might stick to his idea and play bishop e3. So I think that white's got a small but stable advantage. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I think I'm liking Yesipenko's position as well with those bishops. Can we also imagine at some point some kind of kingside attack? I'm dreaming of, dropping back the bishop from e4, making sure that's not going to be captured, and somehow trying to nag away at that h6 g5 pawn formation.
Yeah, that's a very interesting idea. And again, I just want to emphasize that h4 is a candidate move even in this position. Previously, we were worried about g4, but there's an insane idea that was put forward by the engine. So white can play g3 and freeze the pawn in place. And after rook fd8, there's this, for some reason, I saw this move bishop g5. I guess it's in a different position. It doesn't work here, but it's a very interesting idea. The point is to create this massive pawn phalanx and to go for the long-term attack. It doesn't work in this position because of the move rook d2, but there's stuff going on the king side, no question about it. And your proposal is to play a move like bishop f3 in order to cover the g4 square preemptively. The problem here, logistically, is that black is going to push the e4 pawn, e-pawn forward, and you can't really take it because of rook e8. And look at how well this queen is placed. It is preventing the f-pawn from advancing and reinforcing the bishop. So white loses a piece here, actually.
Yeah, so that's not the way to go. But we'll see. We'll see what, first of all, what Richard does and then how Yesipenko follows up. But in a comfortable position, I think, a comfortable position for the young Russian. I think let's update maybe one more game before we go on a short break. How about Vidit against Mamedyarov? See how Shach decided to capture. Well, he didn't. He decided not to capture at all. Let's go back a couple of moves.
Yeah, so he did indeed go for d5, which we had mentioned. And it's interesting, Vidit takes on d5. And right now he's been thinking for, I want to say, over 20 minutes on his next move. And to me, knight e4 looks very, very natural, right? Centralizing the knight and creating that threat of bishop takes h6. I guess that Vidit is kind of thinking about this position and asking himself, well, what do I do now? What exactly is the follow-up? Is it knight c5? Is it something else? And there must be another candidate move that is enticing him. And if I had to guess, that candidate move is probably knight b3, which also aims for the c5 square, but also has the additional bonus of threatening to trap the bishop with a5. And this essentially forces black to play a6 or a5 himself, which earns white another tempo, which white could use to complete his development with a move like bishop e2. The downside, of course, is that the knight on e4 is centralized, whereas here it's a little bit off to the side, although it could still aim for c5. So it's a very difficult decision to make, and Vidit is now down to 55 minutes. I'm anticipating a move pretty soon.
And today we've seen him show up every day in, a shirt and a suit, but today he is repping that Vidit merch.
Very nice. Always love to see that. And he must be feeling really relieved after yesterday's game.
For sure, 100%. Well, we'll see. Where does that knight go? Does it go forward to the center? Does it go to b3? We'll come back here and we'll come back to all the remaining games of this 12th round after a short break. So don't go anywhere and we'll see you then.
I think the first time I heard about the tournament here was probably sometime in 1999, but the first tournament that I actually followed was the one in 2000. So I would say that's my first firm memory of the tournament here. Probably my best memory from the village here was the year that I won, and people of Wijk sang a nice little song for me. I really appreciated that. I think there are people in my team who are better than me at working with engines. So I would say I'm not so good at finding ideas with it, so I generally prefer thinking on my own. Solving chess is way out there, and frankly, I hope that it won't be in a very long time. My goal for this tournament is to have 13 days of good preparation and a good mindset when coming to the board. Hopefully I can get back to my best after a couple of, let's say, frustrating performances the last couple of years.
Hello and welcome back to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Dania, we are going to jump back into our main game of the day, the clash between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen.
Indeed we shall, and they are currently on this position. Now, interestingly, Fabi decided against taking on d5, which we had been discussing, bishop d5, bishop f5, and I think this discouraged him from doing so, which is understandable. Instead, Fabi going rook ac1, defending the pawn on c3, and of course, allowing Magnus to eliminate this bishop. But that's bittersweet because, yes, on the one hand, that was an important bishop. On the other hand, White's pawn structure is now fully intact. So I'm not actually sure that Magnus wants to rush the move knight takes b3. And we might actually see him defending the d5 pawn instead with a move like bishop f5 or even perhaps bishop g4, although I think that he wants to keep his light squared bishop alive. I don't know. We'll see. It's an interesting decision to be made here for Magnus.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Magnus, still thinking, what is the move you expect?
I feel like, well, knight takes b3 is very concrete. It seems to be more in Magnus's style to keep the tension. My guess would be bishop f5 if I had to make a prediction. But I could see both. I wouldn't be too surprised if he took either.
We will come back. We'll leave the world champion to make his decision, and we'll bring back the overview to see what is happening elsewhere. And Dania, look at Sam against Karyakin. It's not the order we thought, but it is on the board. Let's go back there.
Amazing. And they actually, yeah, as you said, they did this in a different order. Sam, he decided to castle first. Now, the reason why I think Fiona is probably because he was discouraged by this line. And can you really blame him? I mean, understanding that king g3 is good for white and then just calculating this is incredibly difficult. And Sam deciding to castle first, which did give Sergey an extra option of not taking on b2, but instead going queen b4 or queen b3, in which case he's still worse. But I definitely think Sergey should have gone for this. Instead, he goes head first into this line, and Sam, to his credit, he takes on c4. He instantly goes king h1, and now Sergey has gone into the tank, and he is in huge trouble. In fact, Sergey has to go queen b4. He has no other choice. It's the only move.
He hasn't. He's gone queen b3.
Ooh. I guess he's made me eat my words. Oh, that was his idea. I guess queen takes b3, rook takes b3 hits the knight. But now Sam has the move queen c7. And he's hitting the pawn on e5. He's hitting g7. I guess Sergey can go queen b6. That's the engine line. Queen takes e5, check. King f7. And now knight d5, essentially trying to eliminate the king's only defender. I mean, this is incredibly scary for black because the bishop is, only held by the tenuous of links. The queen is not a good defender. And if knight takes d5 happens, then after queen takes d5, black is losing. Why is black losing? because of the line queen e5 check, king f7, and now Fiona, a very cold-blooded move. Rook ac1, activating the rook, and rook c7 is completely unstoppable here because if black goes rook c8, he's going to lose the rook at the end of the line, queen f5 check with the fork. This is not the easiest line to calculate, but what makes this easier for Sam is the fact that his moves are basically forced. He has to go queen c7. There's no other feasible move. I guess queen c6 check may look very tempting, but this is a trap. It may seem like white recovers the bishop, but after rook hc8, white loses the knight in the end, and white loses the game. So Sam is obviously not going to fall for that. I think we're going to see queen c7 on the board, and Sergey is in mortal danger of losing this game. Let me be very clear here. 20 moves in.
Yeah,
amazing.
Queen c7, and that is objectively, of course, as we've just seen, the lines are not easy, but objectively a winning position for white.
It should be, and really the key. I think we're going to see queen c7, queen b6 on the board, and really the question is, in this position, can Sam find knight d5? Again, there isn't anything else that even remotely appeals to me. Knight d5 makes sense from the perspective of eliminating the king's main defender. And what really kills Sergey here is the placement of the bishop on f2 is terrible. I mean, it totally saddles the queen, and if the queen moves, otherwise, if the bishop was anywhere but f2, black would simply have the move queen e6. Now, of course, this is out of the question because black will be 2 pawns down in the rook endgame.
And
Wow.
once again, I mean,
Amazing.
just tremendous opening preparation by Sam Shankland, and indeed in this infamous matchup, for now the momentum seems to continue to be on white's side even 6 months later.
This is classic Sam. I mean, he does this against anybody, and he finds a way to drag people into his neck of the woods. As Mikhail Tal said, you have to drag your opponent into a forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and there's only a path back for 1. And this is exactly what Sam has done here. All he needs now is to finish the job with a couple more accurate moves.
Very, very impressive stuff. We'll come back here, see if we do indeed go down this line. For now, let's bring back the overview as Karyakinin. He's already looking very, very concerned, probably realizing that he is in a world of hurt. Where would you like to go next?
Okay, well, let me maybe bring everyone up to speed on what's happened in all of the games so far, and then we can decide.
Sure.
So over on the top left, we have a Rosolimo, Sicilian, and Caruana Carlsen. Magnus has taken on b3 and followed up with a move queen b6, attacking the b3 pawn. In Yesipenko report was that very weird anti-Berlin. We think that Andre is slightly better. And by the way, rook d7 and a4, both of those moves we considered, and that has happened. He's got a very pleasant position. Vidit, after a tremendously long thing, has decided on the move pawn b3, which is not something that we thought about. And moving to the right, top right, we have Giri Grandelius, a solid advantage out of the opening for Anish. And I want to go to that game after I finish the summary, just because there's a really interesting tactical possibility there. Bottom left, we just looked at Sam against Sergey. If Sam finds queen c7, he will be in tremendous shape with great chances to win the game. And Jorden van Foreest is that anti-Moscow, where it appears that Jan is on his way to winning the c4 pawn. I think white's position is quite pleasant there, but Jorden is very comfortable in these kinds of Slav positions. So perhaps he will equalize with accurate play. But if you don't mind, let's hit the Giri Grandelius game for just a couple moments.
Absolutely.
Now, we had seen Niels play b5 on Anish took en passant, which is, of course, the best part of the game, bishop f4. And Niels chasing the queen around the board, bishop e6 and bishop f5. Obviously, Anish did not even think about repeating. I just wanted to show a really cool tactical idea. If white plays e4, which is incredibly tempting, right? I mean, just it asks to be played. You just attack the bishop, grab control of the center. Well, the move e4, the pawn on e2 was defending the queen, and that turns out to be important. If you notice this x-ray, that x-ray enables black to play knight c5 all of a sudden, and white simply loses the e4 pawn. So it just shows that even in these ostensibly quiet positions, you can always miss a tactic. And that's what makes chess so magical. Of course, Giri did not miss this. He played queen a6 instead. the queen is a pest. It's hard to kick away. Black is in trouble here. I really don't like Niels's position. I don't like his time situation.
I was gonna say.
And I mean, Anish just has a dream Slav setup here.
I mean, Black's position looks so cramped. Is there any way, do we have any breaks at our disposal or anything to sort of bring the position to life? Because it looks pretty depressing right now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can try b5, advance the pawn to b4, but Giri is almost definitely going to go knight e5 in response to most of Black's moves. And you have to take, because otherwise White's going to take c6. And, either bishop takes e5 or knight d takes e5, both of those look good. The Evalvar didn't like this move because of knight d5. That's weird. Bishop g7, king g7, knight d5, cd, queen b5. And I guess the point is that White is going to have a very hard time keeping the b2 pawn alive because this bishop on f5 is defending the b1 square. So it's never possible to defend that pawn with rook b1. That's one possibility. But it turns out that White can play d takes e5 with a really, really big initiative. I mean, the rook is coming to d1. The knight doesn't have any good squares. No, this does not solve any of Black's problems. And if Niels tries knight d5 in this position, then after knight takes d5 cd, it looks deceptively symmetrical, Fiona. But it's very clear that White is in the driver's seat, the rook coming to a7. And the structure might be symmetrical, but the piece placement is very far from symmetrical. Anish is much better.
Yeah, and Niels not having any fun here today at all. He, for now, just, it looks like has to sit passively, which he won't be enjoying. Anish could barely have wished for more out of the opening, an extra half hour on the clock and a very pleasant position. So let's come back here a bit later, bring back the overview for 1 second. We can see if Sam has made a move. Sam is still thinking.
He's going to play queen c7. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, which looks to be the logical move. We just came from there. So where would you like to go back to?
Yeah, it's a bit of a lull in the action. I mean, a lot of these games are going down the path that we had anticipated. You see Esipenko going bishop e3, chasing Report's queen. Richard probably going to go queen c7. I suppose we can have a look at the Vidit Mamedyarov game because Vidit has made a very interesting decision to play the move b3, which I'll be honest with you, Fiona, wasn't even on my radar.
I mean, not just that, but he also spent around 40, let me get the exact timestamp, 37 minutes on b3.
Whoa, that is crazy. I mean, that you enter legendary. A funny story I remember, I had this old book by Grandmaster Andy Soltis, who is a GM and a longtime chess reporter. It was a book of chess stories, and some of them were real, some of them were a little bit embellished. There's this one story about Soviet tournament. Back in those days, the time controls in the games was twice what it is here. Mm-hmm. And the Tata Steel time control is already very expansive for modern chess, but back then it was like 2 hours for 20 moves, then you got another hour, or you started with 2.5 hours. The story goes that Tal, I think it involves Mikhail Tal, he was playing somebody, I think it was Gipsless or some Soviet master, and he took an hour and a half on one move, and Tal went to see an opera performance, and by the time he came back, his opponent was still thinking. I think that's how the story goes. I don't know if I believe that, but 37 minutes, Fiona, is a crazy amount of time on the 14th move. And the product of it is the move b3, which is really interesting. And of course, I think Vidit is preparing to get this bishop hyper-fianchettoed on a3. And I still think that he's going to put his knight on a4, and he just has. He's played knight e4, and this is the position currently on the board.
And how does Black continue? I'm still a little bit concerned about the bishop on b6. I also like that bishop. It's putting pressure, of course, on d4. Do I have to make a move like a6 to guarantee the safety of that bishop, or are there no threats in that regard at the moment?
No, not yet. You don't have to play it, I think, until it becomes necessary. And I think a move like rook e8 makes a lot of sense here for Shak. Not only does this bring the rook into the game, but it takes a lot of the sting out of the move bishop a3. And this I think I'm beginning to understand why Vidit played b3, and it's not just to get this bishop to a3. In fact, he might even leave the bishop on c1 to aim at the h6 pawn. He wants to reinforce the c4 bishop. Why is that important? Well, it's important because Black has all of these annoying tactical ideas that are connected with the knight coming to c3 or e3. Let's imagine what would happen if the pawn was on b2. Well, for instance, knight e4, bishop e6. Let's make a random move for white for the sake of illustration. Black has the possibility of playing knight c3, essentially forcing a very desirable trade, getting the light squared bishop, and subsequently getting control of the light squares. So Vidit puts an end to all of those concerns, although, yeah, he does weaken the actual c3 square. So it's a very double-sided move, but he's put a tremendous amount of thought into it. So I have no doubt that he's very carefully factored in all of the pros and cons.
Yeah, he will have to make sure that this time investment doesn't come back to bite him. Shahryar is still an hour and a half almost on the clock. We're only on move 15. We'll come back here. I'm sure Mamedyarov, he will have been happy to at least see this time investment, and that's maybe something where he can put some pressure on the clock going forward. For now, let's bring back the bird's eye view one more time and see if we've had development. Sam is still thinking. Maybe we can go back to Fabiano and Magnus, or?
Yeah, we've had a couple of moves there. Let's have a look at this new structure. The structure keeps changing as Carlsen did indeed play knight takes b3, going for the more concrete approach. And following that move up with queen b6, this makes a lot of sense, attacking b3. Fabi defending that pawn with a very sleek-looking move, queen a2, simultaneously defending the pawn, Fiona, and also aiming at the a7 pawn.
So now that Magnus has taken on b3, Black has the bishop pair. In this case, I guess this isn't such a big advantage for Black.
Yeah, well, the bishop on g7, of course, is quite lame. It's staring at the pawn, biting on granite. And really the question for me is whether, and I think White does want to play the move c4 here and start expanding in the center. And if Magnus is not careful, if Magnus plays this in nonchalant fashion, he could end up just being clearly worse because, again, the bishop is bad. And Black certainly does not want to take. I mean, just look at White's pawns. White's ready to play d5. This is out of the question. So in response to c4, Magnus is most likely to defend the pawn with bishop c6. But now there's the very interesting idea of pushing the pawn through to c5, locking up the queen side, and then starting to attack on the king side and basically saying, hey, you've got a terrible bishop. Now your other bishop is bad. The position is closed up, and I'm the only one who's having any degree of fun on the king side. So Magnus has just gone a5, and I think this is a very, very good move. And I think that the reason is because c4 is going to be met with a4, a very important tactical idea.
Okay, so let's see, what are the different options now for White to meet a4 with?
So if b takes a4, then d takes c4. And the point is that rook takes rook c4 is possible. And now not bishop e6 looks like it wins the game, but it actually loses the game to d5. But that's not really the point. The point is that Black can kind of go for the positional sacrifice. Takes rook c8. Look, Black gets the c file. The queen can reposition to a5, putting pressure on the rook. And this a4 pawn is probably not going to be sustainable in the long run. White's going to lose it, and then Black's going to have an outside passer on b7. So I don't like this option for White. Now, c5 is also not very possible because of queen takes b3. The likeliest option here is probably the move rook b1 to keep the tension as much as possible. A takes b3. The point is you play rook takes b3 and you hit the queen.
Can we just
and then perhaps Magnus will move the queen.
Can we have a quick look at that line after c5, queen takes b3? What if Fabiano wins the pawn back, so rook b1, maybe followed by knight d2?
Yeah, you're right, actually. That I didn't notice the move knight d2, and he does win the pawn back. I guess Magnus can take this opportunity to try to open up his dark squared bishop, which Fabi could try to deny with the move f4. Yeah, I mean, maybe Magnus moves his rook to a8 and drops his bishop back to c6. This is the engine recommendation. And White might still be slightly better in this endgame. I don't rule that out. I mean, the knight coming to a5, that's a great idea, Fiona. It looks bad, but if you recover that pawn, again, you can claim Black has a terrible bishop. It's imprisoned really for the rest of the game, potentially. And White can start creating shenanigans down the b file, hitting that pawn on b7 eventually. So,
Yes.
man.
Plenty of things to consider for Fabiano. Does he have alternatives to not going alternatives to c4 here?
I mean, he can play it slow. He can play a move like h3, improving his position. He could even consider playing h4, which I had previously mentioned, and try to run this pawn up the board and create the preconditions on the king side for a potential later attack. And this is a move right up Fabiano's alley. He likes moves like h4, which keep the tension on the board. But I feel like you can see the wheels turning in his brain. He's definitely sitting there and calculating c4 right now. And if he determines that c4, a4 is in his favor, and if he can find a way to get a risk-free position, he's definitely going for that. And Fiona, your suggestion of c5, I think, is one of the likelier options. We might see this on the board. I think either he's going to go for this, or he's going to make a move like h4, or maybe bring the knight back to d2 for defensive purposes. We'll see. But this is right up Fabiano's alley. He likes these types of positions. I like what he's been doing so far.
Yeah, and I think it's funny, actually, I don't know if we can maximize the camera on Fabi, but I think it's clear indeed that he is not considering h4, because at least earlier when we were watching him, his gaze was really focused on the queen side, and you could sort of tell that.
Indeed. And I mean, Fabi, he has his chamomile tea next to him, and when I played him in 2017 in the US Championship, a game in which he crushed me in 25 moves, he managed to down 3 or 4 cups of tea, and it's always chamomile during the game. Like move 5 or 6, you would always hear the hot water boiler boiling in the St. Louis Chess Club. And after the round, you would look at all the tea bags, and there was black tea and there was herbal tea, but there were only 1 or 2 bags of chamomile tea left.
It is impressive. I mean, we never come to Fabiano's game and to see him without tea. So he does love his chamomile tea. There's the close-up. Enjoy. And yeah, well, plenty of things for Fabiano to consider. We expect c4, but we will come back here. Let's have another look at the overview, see if we've had developments elsewhere.
Let's do it. We take a look at our bird's eye view. Mamedyarov, I was going to say Magnus Sarov.
Oh, by the way, Dania, I see a question in the chat from Juho. But has Dania played Fabi recently?
I remember it's been a while since I've played him. Rumor has it I played him in the US Championship. Don't remember how that game went. It was a very forgettable experience. Yeah, it was not memorable at all. Well,
so sorry, you were saying what were you saying? Rapport?
No, Mr. Shankland also has gone queen c7 as we expected. And well, what else do we see? We have Rapport thinking in the position after bishop b3. Maybe we can go to his game and see what he's thinking about.
He's been thinking for a long time, no?
Where to put the queen, yeah? Big dilemma. He has decision to make. Queen a5 versus queen c7. I mean, to me, it's quite clear that those are the only 2 feasible candidate moves. You might ask, well, what about c5 here? Well, I feel like c5 is possible, but it creates a lot of weaknesses. It opens up the bishop's diagonal. It walks into a pin. It allows White to expand with tempo. I really don't see Richard playing c5. Now, let's try to weigh the pros and cons of these 2 moves. So queen a5 is the more active move. And what queen a5 does is it provokes White into playing b4, which I think Andre will play. And then the queen has to go back to c7. Now, who does this favor? Well, that's a hard question to answer, because on the one hand, the move b4 creates a backward pawn on c3. On the other hand, it's part of White's general strategy of queenside expansion. So does this play into White's hands or not? Very hard to say. It's a complex question to answer. My guess is that Richard, I would be leaning toward queen c7 here. I feel like allowing White to play b4 probably does more harm than good. And here Andre can return to f3 with his queen, reinforcing the bishop. And as we were discussing, he's got a pretty risk-free position. Right now, they're kind of playing for two results.
Yeah, and I keep looking at Richard's position, wondering how he is going to get, even in that line that we were just showing after the queen goes back to c7 and queen f3. How does Richard continue there?
Yeah, well, I mean, he might have to take the tempo. Yep, there he goes, queen c7. He might have to play a5, you know, just try to slow down White's queenside expansion, because you don't want to get, you know, rolled off the board with a5, a6. I mean, if you allow that pawn to go forward, if you fall asleep, let's just make a couple random moves. What happens if you fall asleep? Well, first of all, now White can take on a7. Earlier, of course, you could play b6 and trap the bishop, but now you can't. And the second problem is that White can throw in a6. And again, I want to keep reminding everybody that taking on e4 comes with a tremendous risk, because now you're allowing the incredibly nasty move h4 when, you know, Black has to bury his bishop with f6. This is the least desirable outcome for Mr. Report. So if I had to anticipate a course of action, I think Andre is likely to keep his bishop on e4. Now you might ask, well, why doesn't he move his bishop back? Well, this allows Black to go e4 and open up his position. It also kind of allows knight d5, knight f4. So if I had to guess, I think queen f3, a5 is a likely course of events here. And Richard just has to sit tight. I mean, he could go bishop f8 and try to improve his bishop. But by and large, Black just needs to be very careful and watch for h4 and keep making small improvements to his position and maybe maintain the fortress as long as he can.
But for now, Andrei Esipenko, the one having all the fun in this game. He's very focused right there, but he is clearly the one in charge, and Richard is going to have to dig deep to make something happen here. Let's bring back the overview once again as Andrei ponders his next move. And yeah, we see, as you mentioned already in the Shankland game, that the queen has gone to c7. Maybe we can update Duda against Van Foreest.
Let's do it. Let's switch over to that game. Yeah, it's been a while since we took a look here. And once again, things don't seem to be proceeding very impressively for JKD Fiona.
Oh, and Dania,
yeah, not at all.
Just before
we have news, I think.
Sorry. Just before we go to this game, breaking news: Arjun Erigaisi has drawn his game against Nguyen, and he is, with 1 round to spare, the winner of the challenges section. Was such an incredible performance by the young Indian player. He has 9.5 out of 12. He's won it with 1 round to spare, and he's qualified to next year's Master Group. Congratulations to Arjun.
Big round of applause. What an impressive performance by the Indian Grandmaster. And he is by now kind of a household name among chess enthusiasts. Everybody should be familiar with his incredible blitz skill. He's been a participant in many of the SCC tournaments, including the junior SCC. He is such an amazing universal player. He earned words of praise from Magnus Carlsen during one of the interviews. And let me just say, Magnus doesn't go around praising just anyone. Arjun has a very bright career ahead of him, a sparkling performance, and a very well-deserved ticket to next year's Masters section. He's already over 2,600, and my guess is that by next year's Tata Steel, he might even be closer to 2,700 than he is to 2,600.
Absolutely agreed. I think when Magnus has those kind of words to say about you, big things are very likely to be happening for you in the future. And yeah, just what a stellar performance. I'm sure maybe at some point we'll have an interview with Arjun as well. But for now, let's update this game here between Duda and Van Foreest.
Absolutely. So at first I thought that White was slightly better. I thought, okay, knight c4, and then White's going to take on e4, and, you know, White's going to get a clamp on the position. But now, you know, Jorden played this very concretely. He played e5, very important move, freeing everything in the center and leading to a series of mass exchanges, after which I think the position essentially becomes quite symmetrical and dry. Knight takes c4, knight c4, queen c4, ed. Jan taking the bishop out of the picture and going rook f2. I mean, the problem for White is not that he won't reclaim. White is going to reclaim the pawn. And Jorden correctly did not try to cling to the pawn. I mean, c5 is a terrible move because after rook to ac1, you can't play b6, and you're going to end up losing both the c5 and the d4 pawn. So Jorden going bishop e6, and in this position, Jan Christoph is thinking, I mean, after queen takes d4, you could basically offer a draw. And if anything, I think if I were to prefer either color, I would prefer black. Because I always like to talk about who's got the smaller pawn majority numerically, not literally, because both sides have a pawn majority of one pawn. But black has a 3 versus 2 majority on the queen side, whereas white has a 4 versus 3 majority on the king side. Sorry, I might have misspoken. And when you have a smaller pawn majority, it's easier to create a passed pawn. So black is having no problems here. My prediction is that this game might be our first result, and I think there might be a draw for impending from one of the players.
Yeah, and what if after bishop e6, can White somehow delay entering the endgame?
Yeah, probably he should. Queen a4 is maybe the best move because rook d8 would give up the a7 pawn, and here Jorden will castle. And yeah, Jan can take on d4 with the rook. He has successfully avoided the queen trade, but you know, a position like this is just so incredibly equal. The bishop on g2 is no longer any good. And one thing, well, the computer is giving an interesting repetition. Queen b6 threatening bishop b3, and getting the rook onto an awkward square, and then dropping the queen back to c7. Unless white wants to allow rook fd8, he has to keep going back to d4. I think we're going to see some, maybe not this exact repetition, but something of this nature.
Yeah, and I think once again, Jorden has just been quite impressive with the black pieces, with Duda never really getting much here today. So we'll come back, but I agree with you. Very likely this will fizzle out. What's happening?
We need to switch back to Sam's game because they are going down the exact line that we outlined. Sam is completely winning. If he finds 2 moves, he is going to win this game in 3 moves. He can beat Sergei Karyakin in under 20 moves, in under 30 moves, that is. Unbelievable. Now, what am I talking about? Well, he's gone knight d5, and Fiona, he saw this move with, you know, plenty of time. He's got over an hour on the clock, which is so important. He's got all of the time in the world to find the subsequent 2 or 3 moves that he needs in order to win this game. Knight d5 by Shanklin, takes. Sergei has gone king e7, and now this is a very obvious move. Queen e5 check. Okay, you're taking everything under control. If the black king goes to the 8th ring, whoop, rook takes f2, and you lose the game because the b8 rook is going to be lost. If you go king d8, same thing, rook takes f2. That leaves black with 3 other moves: queen e6, king d7, and king f7. Well, queen e6 is bad for many different reasons. The simplest is queen takes g7 check. And remember, that bishop on f2 is now without a defender. White is going to be 3 pawns up, and black can resign. King d7 accelerates black's defeat even further. And among the many things that white can do, white can simply play rook takes f2, and this is checkmate in 5 moves. Rook d1 check, queen f5 check, creating a diagonal check, rook d7 check, and wherever the king goes, he's going to be pursued. King a8, queen d5 check, king b6, a5 check, all hands on deck, and queen d5 is checkmate. This is far from the only win, but it's the nicest one. You could also give a check on d1 and win the game in simpler fashion as well. Fiona, that forces the move king f7, and now the absolute crucial move. We're going to see this on the board. Will Sam find the move rook ac1? Now, why is this move so overwhelming? And Sergei will resign the game if Sam plays this move. The reason this is so overwhelming is that the rook is coming to c7 with devastating effect. And if black defends from b7, then rook takes f2 happens, white picks up the rook and wins the game. If black defends from c8, which we've already talked about, this is even easier. Takes, queen f5 check, forking the king and the rook. Sam is 1 move away, let's say 2 moves away, from defeating Sergei Karyakin. Amazing.
He was about to make a move. The hand was coming out. And I think we're about to see it. I think we're about to see queen e5 be played. And I mean, really, you don't see, and there it is, queen e5 is on the board. Wow, what a game by Sam Shankland. And Karyakin
f7.
immediately going down the king f7 line.
Rook AC1 is extremely natural too. This is what kills Sergey here. It's really not a difficult move, Fiona. I mean, it's really the only move that you might even think of, because there's one piece that is not currently in the attack. That's the rook. Sam might be misled by rook AD1. I'm saying somebody might be misled by rook AD1, but Sam is not just somebody. First of all, he's got an hour. He can take as long as he needs, and he will. Rook AD1 is not as good. Okay, this is probably inaccurate, but rook AD1, the D7 square is much easier to defend for black than the C7 square. Sam is going to go rook AC1. It's only a question of when, and it's entirely possible that Sergey will simply resign when he does that.
I mean, this is really, really tremendously impressive by Sam, who, funnily enough, Sam, he took to Twitter as well yesterday after the draw against Duda, more or less apologizing to the fans, but there isn't really anything. I think when you're on
Sam
the black...
doesn't have anything to apologize for.
Yeah, exactly.
Sam did what he had to do. I mean, when Duda offers you a draw with the white pieces in the opening, you take it. And Duda is, yeah.
No,
Here he goes or no?
For sure. And well, the chat is asking, maybe we can try and figure out why exactly rook a to d1 isn't as powerful as rook a to c1.
Yeah, well, let's see. Rook a d1. Apparently there is rook hd8. Okay, so I was essentially right. Rook hd8 happens. The king now has an escape to g8. Now imagine if the rook was on c1 here. You would go rook c7 check, and that would be mate. Here, white has no tactics. And the problem is after rook takes d8, rook takes d8, again, compare this to the black rook on c8, you would have the fork on f5. This is what's lacking in this position. The queen actually simply defends the rook. There's no way Sam goes for this. This is not even... I mean, Sam could play queen f5 check, but he's also not going to go for this, because this gives black the extra option of tucking the king away on g8. And you might wonder, well, why hasn't Sam gone rook ac1 yet? Well, he knows that this is his chance to beat Sergey Karyakin, to score the first win of the tournament. And none of these players are impatient. All of them are disciplined. And Sam will triple, quadruple check it, but he will play rook ac1, guaranteed. And he is going to win this game. Amazing to beat Karyakin like this. Wow.
I mean, it's almost unheard of. Sergey, one of the strongest defensive players in the world. It's so seldom to see him being crushed like that. I mean, straight out of the opening. And once again, you can only applaud Sam's preparation. And he's about to make a move. Sorry, Dania, but go ahead.
No. Yeah, we're watching. We're keeping an eye on him. Let's wait until he makes a move. Beautiful camera work there. And for Sergey, uncharacteristic opening lapse. The fact that he apparently was not familiar with the position after the 15th move is very uncharacteristic for him. I mean, he is no slouch either in the realm of opening preparation. The guy has played a world championship match, and he goes for one of the sharpest lines of the same-ish variation. And he ran out of his prep a lot earlier than Sam. And this is not a position where you can afford to be out of prep. It's as simple as that. And
Sam punished him ruthlessly. This is about to be a crushing win. We were saying, Sam, of course, there was absolutely no need for him to apologize for the quick draw with the black pieces. But if he feels that way, well, today he certainly redeemed himself.
There he goes, rook ac1. The killer move has been played, I believe.
Yes.
It has.
It has. Rook a to c1 is on the board. And now we're looking at Karyakin, who I think he already knew for a couple of moves. This one was gone, but we've just gone through every single move. There's absolutely nothing he can do here.
There is only, I think, one move. If he doesn't resign,
and he resigns, Dania. You called it. You called it. Wow.
He resigned, and this is not a premature resignation. The game is over. There isn't even a way to force an end game. White is just winning the queen here. So this is an insane result. And if you told me, Fiona, that there would be a game over in an hour and 48 minutes, I would have never predicted it to be a decisive result. And I would have never predicted it to be a decisive result involving Sergey. This is unheard of.
An
amazing result by Sam.
I mean, 26 moves and an hour 48. Absolutely Stunning stuff. Dania, we're going to go on a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Also, if Sam shows up, we'll go straight to his interview, which I'm sure you don't want to miss. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Er leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
Hello and welcome back to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where Daniel, we just had our first decisive result of the game in under 2 hours of play, only 26 moves. Sam Shankland winning his game against Sergei Karyakin, and what a performance that was.
It was, I mean, Sergei walking into Sam's unbelievable preparation, but it wasn't just the preparation. After Sergei made that critical mistake, Sam had to figure out this idea of sacrificing a piece and understanding that the position is winning. Nonetheless, he played it perfectly. He played it confidently. He played it quickly, and he defeats Sergei Karyakin in under 2 hours. I don't know the last time this has been done, probably many, many years ago. And that's not an exaggeration.
Incredible stuff indeed. We are back in the bird's eye view. And, well, I see that Fabiano has just gone c4. Shall we start there and the game Caruana against Carlsen?
Indeed. Let's start with our most important game. That game is heating up. And this has the potential to be very, very spicy indeed. So after queen a2, a5, Fabi didn't go c4 immediately. He decided to begin by improving the position of his queen and pressuring the e7 pawn. Magnus defended it. And now we have the move c4. Now, previously, we were considering the move a4 in response to c4 on the previous move, but I think this is still very much possible. And all of the options that were available to Fabi with the queen on a2 are still available. I mean, he can still play c5. He can still play the move rook b1 to keep all of the tension on the board. And he can still play c takes d5, although this strikes me as quite dangerous on account of queen takes b3. And if you end up losing the d5 pawn, well, you're going to be in quite a bit of trouble. So all of this is possible. But for Magnus, Magnus can circumvent some of this by taking on c4 and then pushing his pawn to a4, where, yes, he gives away a massive pawn center, but on the other hand, he gets this protected passer on a4, which is a major boon in Black's position, but still it looks a little bit suspicious after d5. This is what Magnus is deciding between, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as Black, I wonder how you would feel. It just feels like visually, if you show me this position, I would think that's not something I ever want to allow as Black.
Yeah, I mean, I would be leaning toward a4 here. Just, again, visually, intuitively. But this is why Magnus is Magnus. I mean, he doesn't really, he's so deep in his approach to these positions that I could see him taking on c4 and putting a lot of stock into that passed pawn. He seemed to be on the verge of making a move. Now he's withdrawn his hand, continues to ponder his options.
And we see both players, very similar amount of time left, both around the 50-minute mark. We're on move 20. So nothing pressing there, but a big decision here for Magnus.
Indeed, and he really hasn't been getting into any time pressure throughout the tournament. That just isn't a problem for him, something that is, by the way, taken for granted. But Magnus has maybe the best time management of anybody at the highest level. One can't say that he plays quickly, but you almost never see him, making the 40th move with 30 seconds left on the clock. So he's amazing in that regard.
For sure, and he's been a big proponent of getting rid of increment, but Dania,
Yes.
before I'm so sorry. Before we move on, we have an interview ready with Arjun Erigaisi, the winner of the Challengers group, with 1 round to spare. So let's hear it from Arjun.
Arjun Erigaisi, you just played a quick draw and you secured yourself as the winner of the Challengers group. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very glad.
Like you had like an amazing run in the first 9 rounds, 8 out of 9. So close to the finish line. How were like the last 3 rounds where you were so close already to win the tournament?
Well, I think I got slightly lucky in the start. I was completely lost against Lucas in the very first round. And then with Wormadam, it was fortunate that he ran into my prep. And after that, I just picked up pace and everything started going well. Then I thought in the end, towards the end, I think being solid is fine, and I was just trying to be solid, and only if I get chances, I was trying to go for it.
You didn't want to take any risks?
Yeah, basically.
Did you already like think about like, wow, next year, Masters?
Not really. I'm just trying to give it all in this tournament, and I'll think about it later.
How would you rate this in your, not only your chess career, but like in your life, like this amazing thing of just like winning the Challengers?
Yeah, surely. This is probably the best classical tournament I have ever played, so I'm very glad. And Tata Steel has always been good. My best rapid event is Tata Steel India Rapid, and so yeah.
Yeah, you already told me you don't have any big plans for tournaments in the future, and how would you like to see your progress in chess? Like will you work hard to prepare for next year's tournament?
Yeah, I would like to keep it going, play some tournaments, and work hard and become better as a chess player in general, and get more opportunities and do well.
Magnus Carlsen, he thinks that you will be rated 2700 very soon.
Yeah, I'm glad to have received such words from the world champion himself. It's a very nice feeling, and it's surely a confidence booster for me.
Tomorrow, one more game.
Mm-hmm.
Will you take some risks, or just let it go?
I can just play freely, and whatever comes, I can happily take.
Okay, well, congratulations, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Arjun Erigaisi. Once again, hearty congratulations to him. What a performance, and what a humble winner he is, Dania.
Very humble indeed. Congratulations to Arjun, an amazing results. And yeah, you know, he was talking about his first round setting the tone. He was losing against Van Foreest, and it's funny how this happens like that. You know, the first round determines so much. You survive a bad position, and that gives you so much momentum. But obviously, this wasn't luck. This was skill, and I'm very excited already to see how Arjun is going to fare next year in the master section.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, let's return to the master section, and I think we're gonna dive into the Vidit Mamedyarov game with pieces all over the place and things heating up.
Yeah, and the first thing to mention is Vidit is now down to 27 minutes as he has just made a move. And we last saw the position after b3, bishop b6. Okay, so knight e4, centralizing the knight. All right, rook e8. Vidit actually deciding on bishop b2. I wasn't really expecting this, but he, I think, is essentially reinforcing the d4 pawn. And potentially when he plays knight c5, if there's a trade on c5, that bishop is going to come alive. So yeah, the bishop is staring at the pawn at the moment, but it's also doing a lot to solidify White's position. Shakhriyar playing an interesting but dubious move, knight a5. Vidit immediately seizes the opportunity to centralize his own knight. Shakhriyar reinforces the d5 knight with c6. And Vidit's starting to accumulate pieces on the king side. This looks very scary for black, and Shakhriyar going with a fearless f6.
F6. What would Ben say? And would Ben be correct, Dania?
Well, Ben was wrong in Shanklin's game, you know, so apparently anybody who plays f6 wins in under 2 hours. So maybe Shakir are taking some inspiration from Sam's game and reversing the colors. Now, it's interesting because there was an option to play knight g4, which looks like it blunders a piece, but there's an incredible tactic in this position that gives white a devastating attack. Now, what's important to notice here is the fact that the bishop on e6 is actually tremendously vulnerable. It's being x-rayed from two different sources, right? The bishop and the rook. White has the move knight e to f6 check. And if knight takes f6, boom, you take on e6. Now, this might still not look convincing, right? Okay, black plays rook takes e6. And when you play rook takes c6, black plays f takes g4, and guess what? Black has two pieces for the rook. But no, instead of rook takes c6, white has the brilliant intermezzo, knight takes h6 check. And this makes all the difference. This destroys the king's cover. This causes the knight on f6 to be undefended. And white is going to lap up the other pawns on the king side with a crushing attack. Whereas if black plays g takes f6, once again, the king side is destroyed. And here, white goes knight takes h6, and after king g7, another sacrifice, rook takes
oh my
e6,
goodness, this line
getting
is
the bishop
insane.
out of the way. Absolutely insane. But look at the knight and the queen. I mean, they're just going to eat the king alive. You can also involve the bishop via a3, then the queen via h5, and this is total and absolute devastation after queen f7 check. But can you blame Vidit for not spotting the move knight ef6 check? Absolutely not. And for that reason, he went back to d3, which is not as good as knight g4, but I still think that white has a great position here. I mean, this knight is going to c5. Black's king is now permanently weak. The only thing that concerns me about Vidit's position is his time situation.
I mean, I was just going to ask you about that. That black king on g8 looks so vulnerable with all the holes on the light squares. And if you're white, well, you've highlighted the knight wanting to jump to c5. How else do we proceed to maybe make use of those light square weaknesses?
Yeah, I mean, knight c5 is probably going to be the next move. Well, first of all, Shakir, a lot depends on what Mamedyarov does here. I don't think that he's going to take this bishop. I mean, that was Vidit's idea when he played b3. Now b takes c4 happens, dislodging the knight from its blockading square. No, this is completely unthinkable, and the knight is nowhere good to go. Now, Shakir, what occurs to me is the move bishop f7, just dropping the bishop back and, you know, eliminating any of the tactics associated with knight takes f6 check. And after knight dc5, well, it's not easy for black to find a move. Black is cramped, black is weak. And if you play a move like rook e7 to reinforce the b7 pawn, this bishop could always move from b2 to a3 and add further pressure to the position. Vidit has an amazing position here. And this is very uncomfortable for Shakir. He's made the decision to play quickly this game, and maybe that'll pay off as he has gone bishop f7. And I'm anticipating Vidit to play knight c5 pretty quickly. He can also, by the way, go knight g3 and swing this knight around to f5, going for the direct attack against the king. That's another enticing candidate move. We'll see.
As you're saying, a lot of tempting options for Vidit, who has to watch out for his clock time, 27 minutes. He's still got to make 21 moves. We'll come back here, but his position looks very, very promising. Let's go back to the overview, Daniel.
Let's do it. Okay, well, by the way, Magnus is still thinking after c4. It's very clear that it's a critical moment. He's deciding between d takes c4 and a4. That's over on your top left side of your screen. But a lot of transformations in the Yesipenko report game. Let's go to that one. And let's see who these transformations have benefited.
So a lot has happened. Let's go back a few moves.
So it's interesting. After queen c7, Andre, I was sort of anticipating queen f3, but he decided to defend the bishop from the other side. He plays queen c4, which I guess also makes sense. It's a very active move. Report going rook d6, kind of a neutral move. And here comes b4. Andre expanding on the queen side, b6 and b5. And at this point, Richard decides to finally pull the trigger on the exchange. And the reason he does that now is because the c3 pawn has ended up being a serious weakness, and Richard has captured it after the trade on b5. Now, rook takes a7 is probably going to happen, restoring material equality. Now, there's no question in my mind that Andre is still better. The question is how much better. Richard could try to go queen b3 here, and hunt for that b5 pawn. White has positional domination, but he might end up losing this b5 pawn. And, you know, White has to show something concretely. I mean, the move h4 comes to mind. Lots of, you know, promising options for White. You can't really go rook b1 here, though. I mean, you can, but that allows simplification. Queen takes b1 and rook d1 check. And if the queens go off the board, Fiona, I feel like the significance of White's positional domination diminishes very significantly, particularly because Black can play e4 and finally activate this bishop. And if you take on b6 here, Black wins the b5 pawn back. Rook b1, rook b5, rook a5, and now bishop c3. Get out of there. Rook a3, and now at the very least, rook takes b5. Again, that's a very long line. I don't think they're going to go down that line exactly, but it's somewhere between a big advantage and, you know, I don't think White is winning or anything of that sort, but it feels like Yasipenko's advantage has really not diminished in the last 5-10 moves.
Yeah, it feels like he needs to find a very precise continuation to keep the pressure up, because otherwise it could fizzle out very quickly if he doesn't find the most accurate moves.
For sure. I think if I had to predict right at the moment what the likeliest result is, I feel like a draw is probably likelier than a Yasipenko win, but this is not what Report was looking for when he played that knight e7 move in the opening.
Indeed, definitely not. And Yasipenko has handled that opening surprise very well. Before we move on, well, let's have a quick look at the standings. What would that mean? If Richard Report only draws, then Magnus Carlsen would be assured at least a playoff. In case he draws, in case he wins, he would be winning it outright, basically.
If he draws, he wins.
If Rapport draws, yeah, that's correct. I don't know, why do I keep getting it? So as long as Magnus goes into tomorrow with a half a point.
No, but you're right. If Magnus loses and Report draws, then Report can win tomorrow and catch them out. But who is Report playing tomorrow? That's the question I have.
Report is tomorrow playing, let us see very quickly.
I think a lot depends on his opponent, and Bick is getting that information for us.
He's playing with White against Anish Giri.
Oh, that's not a great pairing. I mean, Anish is so hard to beat. I mean, Jorden crushed him yesterday, but Report would much prefer somebody other than Anish in the last round of the tournament. So even with a loss, Magnus is most likely going to claim first place in this tournament. Not to suggest that he has any plans to lose, and not to suggest that Andrei Yasipenko cannot physically lose this position, but it's incredibly unlikely.
Absolutely. How are the ties handled? Well, this year, I'm seeing the question in the chat. This year we have playoffs. Last year it was just between the top two finishers with the best tiebreak. This year, all players theoretically would have been involved, but we already know if we have a playoff, it can only, although even that's not, no. Well, let's wait for Magnus's game today. If Magnus doesn't lose, then it can be 2 players maximum in the playoff. And before we return to Magnus's game, Dania, we have the interview with Sam Shankland ready. So let's hear what Sam had to say.
Sam Shankland, you just beat Sergei Karyakin in a record time, like 1 hour 40 or something.
Yeah, no, I mean, I got some nice preparation. I think he mishandled it later on, but I think White should be slightly better the way I played, but Queen b7, it's messy, and of course, but unless I miss something, I think it just works for White. I know the computer doesn't give Queen b7, but you know, there's lots of variations to calculate, so I'm not sure if I played it right, but I think it worked out okay.
Yeah, like I also just spoke briefly with Sergei off camera, like he missed Queen c7. Right,
yeah.
Or Queen b7?
I mean, I can play Queen c6 instead of Queen c7, and then it's probably okay for Black. I calculated some line, King f7, Rook a b1, and he goes, I think Queen a3 is best, and at the end of it, I'll have a rook and a pawn for 2 pieces that don't coordinate well. It's probably basically balanced, but no, Queen c7 is very strong, and there's a lot of details, but I think it works very nicely.
Yesterday, you had like this quick game with Duda. You were Black, and Duda offered to draw, and you made his apology on on Twitter. Today, I saw like a tweet by Jan Nepomniachtchi, where he said that like you were playing a line that's known to be drawish or drawn very soon, and he asked if you would make an apology for that.
I had some ideas. Of course, it's difficult to find you play against Carjac and just go prove an advantage with white. It's not easy. I mean, there's definitely some drawish lines in the F3 Nimzo. I did not come blank. I had ideas in them to put him under pressure. So, but my attitude towards this game was I have some new ideas, and if he finds all the moves, he can equalize, and otherwise no. So. But no, I really sort of felt lousy after what happened yesterday. I mean, I don't really think I did anything wrong playing black, and I'm lower rated and he's white, and if anybody's better, it's him. I would have continued the game if I had white, but well, I guess it motivated me to play a bit flashier today.
I think it's your first win in this tournament this year, right?
Yeah.
Like it must be a big relief for you.
It's been a rough event for sure, very frustrating. I mean, the game with Anish was really bad, and so now still on -1 is not great. But it's funny actually. And the last time I played, the only other time I played the Masters was 2019. And I had a lousy event overall, but I beat Nepomniachtchi and Kramnik in the last 2 rounds to finish with a good score, or with a fine score. So it's a long tournament, and just because it hasn't gone well in the beginning, it doesn't mean it has to continue along that trend. And I'm just glad I was able to play a good game in the penultimate round.
Yeah. So you said, okay, like you want to. The last 2 games of the previous tournament you played here in Wijk aan Zee. So is it good for you that the tournament is so long? Like, are you doing some advantage?
I mean, I'm not in as good physical condition as I used to be. I think I'm still very fit, certainly not like I was when I was younger, or right when the pandemic was ending and I had been at home working out for a year and a half. But I do think fitness helps a lot in these long events, and yeah, so I'm just sort of happy that I got to play a good game in the penultimate round. And ultimately, I think I've played really, really badly this tournament, and it says a lot about how far I've come that when I'm playing really badly, my performance rating is 27 something. So I'm happy with that.
Well, you're known for someone who knows a lot of theory and explores a lot of new openings. Which game for you stands out as like a brilliant new opening idea in this tournament?
Well, I think this one probably was the most notable in terms of what I played, because this line was supposed to just be fine for black, but I thought I had found some ideas to put him under pressure, and as you saw, all it took was one mistake and the position really fell apart. You mean other games of mine that were interesting? Or
in the tournament in general.
I mean, okay, Magnus is killing everybody in the Catalan with various pawn sacrifice, various bishop e3s that no one has seen before. He's certainly making the Catalan look really, really good. So
does it inspire you, because you play Catalan yourself?
Oh, I play everything. So, I mean, the way he crushed Mamedyarov, I thought maybe I can just do the same thing to him with the white pieces the next game. And let's just say I'm not Magnus. And Schock had prepared really well, and I didn't get very far. But no, I mean, there's certainly been a lot of ideas floating around. I sort of grabbed the bull by the horns against Osipenko, I remember, and played into this very sharp Taimanov, and basically claimed that black was okay in these complications, which he may or may not be. But yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Never a dull interview with Sam. Congratulations once again to him on his first win, and what a win it was against Sergei Karyakin and Dania. He is, as always, still critical, very critical on himself.
Sam is, and I've known him now for, and I don't like to say my age anymore, but I've known him for well over 15 years at this point. And from the very first time that we played together at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club in San Francisco, he's always been incredibly hard on himself. I mean, like, he can, even when he won the US championship, I mean, the next day he was busy analyzing his mistakes and, excoriating himself for various opening inaccuracies. And Sam is a consummate professional. This is what a professional does. A professional strives for perfection. And, when I think of a professional, I think of Sam, partially because by his own admission, Sam believes that he's not among the most talented players over 2,700. And yet he probably is the hardest worker. He works very diligently. He wrote his excellent book about pawn structures in about 2 months. And I can attest to the fact that he did not sacrifice on quality. One, that's just who Sam is, and it's good to see him succeeding at the highest level.
That's insane, and we see that with his win over Karyakin, he's almost courtside in the standings. Sam now on 5.5 out of 12, while For Sergey, he is back on 50%. Surely a disappointing result for him. But back to the bird's eye view. And Daniel, where shall we jump to?
Where shall we jump to? Well, let's go to the Magnus game and let's check in on the developments in that game, as both players taking a good amount of time to work through the complications in this early middle game. Now, what did Magnus decide after c4? Magnus, Fiona, did indeed decide to take on c4. Very combative move. I think Magnus wants to win this game and just end the tournament straight away. He is playing very uncompromising chess right now, and he goes queen a6, which I think is a lovely move. Now, what is the idea of this move? Well, on a basic level, he attacks the pawn on c4. Why is that a problem for white? Because if Fabiano defends it with the move knight d2, I think Magnus is planning the move b5, essentially forcing the trade of pawns, because if white goes c5, that gives black connected passers on the a and b files. And after c takes b5, queen takes b5, something interesting happens. So Fabi can take on c8. And it appears that Magnus has to take on c8 with the bishop in order to keep e7 protected. But that's a little bit awkward, right? I mean, that keeps the e8 rook out of the game. And after rook a1, you're going to have a hard time defending the a5 pawn. In fact, you can't defend that pawn. But I think, and during the same interview, I was exploring this line, rook takes c8 is a very interesting long-term pawn sacrifice. I mean, you just give up the pawn on e7. You say, congratulations, I'm giving you that pawn. But look at how active these three of my pieces are. The other bishop can come out into the game via f8. And I always hate playing against corner passers, even in the middle game. That pawn, especially in conjunction with bishop f8, which is going to take a3 under control, is just rumbling down the board so very quickly. And the engine also likes black's position. So I'm a little bit concerned here for Fabi, who might have to go for c5, but that gives up this incredibly juicy outpost on the d5 square. I think Magnus, from a practical standpoint, is maybe even for choice here.
I mean, very interesting approach by Magnus, and he has really, it seems, Dani, at every turn gone for the most combative line, shying away from any simplifications here. And I think I'm with you. I think Magnus, we've been talking about the different scenarios, who can catch him in which case. What is clear, if he wins today, nobody can catch him. And that's exactly, I think, what we think he's after. He wants the full point against Fabi here and go home to his hotel as the tournament winner.
Yeah, and once again, to clarify, if he draws the game today and Richard Report wins today and tomorrow, which would be obviously crazy, but possible, that is Report's path to catching Magnus at the top as we review the standings one more time. But Magnus has just proven once again why he is, why there is so much hype around him. He's not just the world champion. He is the slayer of these top tournaments, and he has been in phenomenal form.
For sure.
Really ever since the World Championship.
Yeah, and we also, we can maybe bring back the bird's eye view, because at the moment we don't think that Rapport is a favorite to win his game, as we've seen a couple of developments there.
Yeah, well, we can go to that game one more time because this game is absolutely crucial for the tournament standings. And indeed, Richard Report has gone, Fiona, queen b3, which we did anticipate. This hits the pawn on b5, and now a very big decision for Yesipenko. This is a critical moment. Now, we reviewed the move rook b1, suggesting that this essentially leads to a quick draw because it allows black to liquidate into an endgame and then pick up the b5 pawn. Okay, black is nominally worse because of black's bad bishop, but this is not, the secret sauce. This is not how mountains are moved. But if white doesn't go rook c1, then that probably means Yesipenko should just sacrifice the pawn on b5 and go for activity. What does it mean to go for activity here? Well, I like the move rook c1, aiming for c7 with my rook. The move h3 is so important here. The fact that Yesipenko has Luft means that he's essentially unafraid of a check on d1, which Report could deliver in this position. But what happens here, Fiona, is if black goes rook takes d1 and queen takes b5, white is the one who delivers checkmate, not black. Rook a8 check is completely devastating. King h7 gets checkmated. Oh, what a beautiful checkmate. f6 mate. And if bishop f8, there is a beautiful, beautiful tactical idea. Guess what the rook on d1 is? LPDO, loose pieces drop off. That rook is completely undefended. White sets up the combination with bishop takes g5. After h takes g5, the calm and cold-blooded fork, queen g4, ends the game simply because black has to defend the rook or move it. And whatever black does, queen takes g5 check, followed by rook takes f8, is unstoppable checkmate. Black can deliver a couple of spite checks, but not more than that. After f3, white comfortably defends, and mate is inevitable. I think rook c1 is the most testing continuation and one that puts Rapport in very serious danger.
That's such an incredible line. I really hope, for Yesipenko's sake, that rook c1 is played. Also for our sake, we'll get more action, while rook b1 seems to indeed, we could see things fizzle out. We'll see what he goes for. Is it going to be rook c1? Is it going to be rook b1? Is it going to be something else entirely? We'll find out. But for now, let's bring back the bird's eye view and update maybe one of the other 3 games as Niels, he is trying to free himself with a g5 push. Where would you like to go, Dania?
Let's look at Niels's game because he has taken action here, trying to change the course of the game, as he is in a very uncomfortable situation against Mr. Giri. Okay, well, we were watching, we saw this happen, bishop b6, bishop f5. We saw Anish putting his queen on a6, very aggressive continuation. And Niels did indeed go for knight d5, creating a more symmetrical pawn structure. Now the incredibly nasty move, queen b7 by Anish. Notice how the queen very nicely cooperates with the bishop. The bishop on f4 defends b8, making it virtually impossible for black to chase that queen out of b7. And I think, Fiona, this is why Niels played g5. He said, I'm sick and tired of this bishop on f4 controlling all of these important dark squares. Now, it goes without saying that the move g5 comes with tremendous positional and tactical risk. I mean, you're permanently weakening your king. You're leaving the f5 bishop totally unprotected. But the big question for Anish is, where does he want to put his dark squared bishop? There is the move bishop e5. This might be the most principled continuation, offering a trade. Or you could play bishop e3 or bishop d2. And I think these 2 moves are both enticing in their own way. Bishop d2 might be the best move because the bishop can reroute to b4 and potentially later pressure the pawn on e7.
And I
of
think
course,
Anish
here,
has
Giri,
just gone.
Yeah, he's gone bishop d2. Now, it's important to point out that Niels can't play rook c7 immediately because he drops the pawn on d5. So I'm expecting the move knight f6 by Niels, and finally he will be ready to get the queen to smoke it out of b7, either by offering a queen trade or by playing rook b8, because rook c7 is still going to be impossible. Now you're going to lose the b6 pawn. No question that white is better, but I actually like the move g5. I feel like this changes the course of the game just a little bit. This gives Niels a little bit more breathing room. But with the time situation as it is, I'm still a little bit pessimistic.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Niels is definitely trying his best to hold on here, and we'll see if his efforts are rewarded. Dania, we're gonna go on a very quick break before we come back with all the action here from round 12. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Two results so far. Sam Shankland with an incredible and incredibly fast victory over Sergei Karyakin. Daniil Dubov, same story as yesterday, unfortunately losing by forfeit because he tested positive. So we're wishing him all the very best. But Dania, we still have 5 interesting games going on elsewhere. Let's bring up the bird's eye view. Maybe you can give us a very brief overview of what's happening in each game, and then we can take a deeper dive.
Sure. Starting on the top left, Caruana Carlsen, Fabi deciding on c5, which weakens the d5 square, but I totally think that it's better than the alternative knight d2. We'll delve into that at some point, but Magnus creating exactly the kind of position I think that offers him at least some winning chances. It's a double-edged position, unclear who's better. We'll keep an eye on it. Moving to the right, Yesipenko going queen b7, not going for rook c1. He's in the driver's seat and report in a lot of danger as he's got weaknesses all over the board. He has to tread very carefully. We will delve further into the Vidit-Mamedyarov game in just a couple of moments, but Vidit seems to be in the driver's seat as well. The only concern for him really is his time situation. And Anish Giri continues the pressure against Niels Grandelius, who's in a very uncomfortable situation, and he's in time pressure. Of course, Sam has defeated Sergei Karyakin in exceptional fashion. Jorden van Foreest, Fiona, I think, is extremely balanced. That game has been heading for a draw, really for the past 10-15 moves. But we'll keep you updated on that one as well. But shall we have a look-see at the Vidit game?
Absolutely. Let's take a deeper dive there. As you mentioned, the first thing to note, Vidit under 19 minutes on the clock. We're on move 24. So 16 moves still to make, but we have been liking his position for a while, Daniel.
We have, and yeah, 18 minutes, wow. But Mamedyarov has decided on something interesting. He's lost his patience and he's taken on c4. He said, I'm tired of this bishop exerting this much pressure on my position. The downside of this is that the d5 knight has essentially met its demise and has to drop back to e7. But the reason he does this, I think, first of all, Vidit has to adapt to a completely new type of position with very little time on the clock. And of course, the d4 pawn is now hanging. It appears that White has the very strong move bishop f4 here. The point is that the trade is out of the question because the rook is simply trapped. And obviously, well, Black can't take on d4 because he drops the bishop. I think Vidit is going to do this. And man, oh man, is Shakriyar's position unpleasant here.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even meet bishop f4? What's the best? None of what we saw there looked too convincing.
Well, their Stockfish likes the move f5. I mean, it doesn't like the move f5, but this may be forced. And after bishop takes c7, queen takes c7, oh man, White has a very interesting idea. Knight e5, which is a straightforward move, right? I mean, you can't take on e4 because of queen takes f7. But the reason this looks like a blunder is rook takes e5, right? And okay, d5, f4, Black's got 2 pieces for a rook. But no, this game is so full of intermezzos. And here, once again, White gives up the other knight on his own terms. He says, I'll let you take it, but you got to completely destroy your own king position. And after d takes e5, that king position is massively concerning. I think Black is close to being lost in this position.
And Vidit, for him, the tournament has had plenty of ups and downs. He was one of the early tournament leaders. He got off to a fantastic start. Then, unfortunately, the last few rounds haven't gone his way so much, although yesterday he did a great job to hold on against Magnus Carlsen. And a win today, he's out of contention pretty much for first, but still a win today would be huge. And with the last game tomorrow, that could still see him finish at the top, near the top of the standings.
It has a lot of fans, and for very good reason. He has such an enterprising style. He plays to win every game, and he's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, just period. But definitely at 2,700 plus level, he's very modest. He lets his moves speak for themselves, and yeah, he's very easy to root for, as is Shakhriyar, of course. But Vidit now down to 15 and a half minutes, Fiona. He has to make a move pretty soon. He's basically has a minute per move, which is not a lot in a middle game of this complexity.
Yeah, that probably is the main problem he is facing today. The position, as we just went through, looks very promising. Bishop F4 is the move we're expecting, but he's going to have to make up his mind very soon indeed. For now, let's go back to the overview, and maybe we can take a closer dive at Fabiano's decision to go c5, or where would you like to start?
I like that idea. Let's do it. Well, and just to remind everybody of what Fabiano was deciding between the main alternative was to defend the c4 pawn, but allowing b5 and giving black this outside pass pawn with the c file wide open wasn't appealing to Fabiano, understandably so, as he goes c5. Now, another decision for Magnus. I think, Fiona, the obvious move is bishop d5, is bishop c6 and bishop d5. But the funny thing is, optically, it looks like black has total positional domination, but white has his share of assets as well. And after rook b1, Fabi could try to park this rook on b6. That's a very unpleasant square. And if you're Magnus, you want to be very careful to preserve this a5 pawn. If you end up losing that pawn, let's not forget that black's dark squared bishop is completely out of the game. And even if it were to move to f8, it would still bite on granite. And so for that reason, a very serious option here is to play b6, essentially the same type of idea as b5 against knight d2, offering a trade of pawns. Fabi, though, could play d5, advancing in the center even further. And this position is wild. I have no idea what's going on here. It's incredibly double-sided. I'll let the players figure this out.
D5
That's why they're in Tata Steel and I'm not.
D5 is incredible. What if instead Fabiano simply trades pawns?
Yeah, well, this is very similar to the position after knight d2 b5. In fact, Magnus could throw in rook takes c1 first if he doesn't want to give away e7. And I feel like Magnus would be very happy with a position like this. Again, he's going to play a4, anchor the pawn to the bishop. And in the long run, I feel like, practically speaking, this is quite unpleasant for Fabi. I think that if Magnus goes b6, we will see d5 on the board. I'm quite confident of it. Because, yeah, even here, Magnus could go a4, but at least white's got very serious asset in the form of these incredibly intimidating central pawns.
For sure, still so much life in this position. And also here, we have to keep an eye on the clock. It's not too dramatic yet, but both players around the half-hour mark. The position is so complex, and we're only on move 22, so another thing to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, all it would take is really just one more long think by one of them, and poof, they're in big time pressure. So
for sure. For now, let's bring back the overview as Magnus is still debating his next move. And
yeah, it seems like on the bottom right, perhaps we could check into Duda's game against Jorden, which I will, full disclosure, is the least interesting game of the round. Perhaps with the exception of Dubov against Prague. But I think it is the game likeliest to end within the next 15-20 minutes. But why do I say that? Well, we have a trade of rooks on deck here. This trade is going to happen. I think Duda is going to take on d8. And as I mentioned previously, generally speaking, in such positions, the 3-on-2 pawn majority is superior to the 4-on-3 pawn majority because it's easier to create a passed pawn. And Duda certainly does not want to trade queens for that reason. But perhaps he can play the move e5. And this does lead to a queen trade, but with one caveat. After e takes f6, queen takes f4, Duda can throw an f takes g7 check. And he gets himself actually 2 passed pawns on the f file. But Fiona, I still think this position is a dead draw because White simply cannot make progress. White cannot push the pawn past f5. And one way or another, I think this game is hurtling toward a peaceful conclusion.
I'm with you. I feel like the players are entering territory where they will both, there will be these looks at each other. And I think at some point we will see a simplification here and a peaceful outcome, which will be a great result for Jorden with the black pieces. He's only made 3 draws so far in this event, but it looks like a 4th could be on the cards today. And Dania, anything else about this game, or shall we move on?
We have a breaking news alert. Vidit has just made an incredible move. Let's fly on over to that game. He has just sacrificed a bishop.
Wow.
And he now has 12 minutes on the clock. Let's analyze what that's all about.
Bishop takes h7, h6. The last time we came from here, we had just seen some of the potential of all the tactics that are in the position, but this one had escaped our attention.
Bishop takes h6, and the only other instance where I thought this move was likely, if we rewind all the way back, remember when Vidit played b3, the move knight e4 created the threat of bishop takes h6. So this pawn is always a hook in these types of positions, but I was not expecting it here. Now, what is this all about? What happens if Mamedyarov takes? Well, taking is out of the question for Shakhriyar because after knight takes f6, black loses on the spot. If you move the king, then white recovers the piece with a devastating attack. And if you take the knight, well, here the attack is still completely devastating. So Shakhriyar will not take this bishop. What will he do? Well, one move that comes to mind is queen takes d4. And here I think Vidit probably should drop his bishop back, maybe to f4. And, much like the immediate bishop f4, this puts black in a very uncomfortable dilemma, Fiona, because if you take, you allow the d3 knight to jump into f4. And, well, if you don't take, your bishop is hanging. So what the heck do you do? The engine is suggesting the ridiculously cold-blooded knight g6. And the main line actually goes bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and now knight drops back to g3. Now, what is this? Well, the point is that you want this knight either on f5 or on h5. And if black takes on g3, then white doesn't take back on g3. No. White takes on e6. And white has very clear and massive compensation for the piece. White's already got 2 pawns. He's going to take a 3rd one, and black's king is, in the long run, very, very weak. I think this is a very interesting decision by Vidit. It's double-edged, but this is the kind of chess that we all love.
I mean, kudos to him. It takes a lot of guts to go for a move like bishop h6 with only 12 minutes on the clock. And, well, Shakhriyar, he's thinking, but this one, 12 minutes, Dania.
Yeah, I mean, 12 minutes for 15 moves or whatever. I mean, that is, I would be terrified here. And, Vidit has made that time investment, so presumably he's going to play quite quickly in the next couple of moves. And the encouraging thing for Vidit is that one way or another, the smoke is going to clear. I mean, whether Vidit sacrifices on g7 or whether he drops the bishop back to f4, I think he is going to have the potential of making a couple of moves quickly and building up a little bit more time, getting himself a little closer to move 40.
Which of the 2 lines we looked at did you prefer for black? Would you be more tempted by knight g6 or taking on d4?
I would be more tempted by knight g6. And I should just add that if white drops the bishop back to e3, white loses. Suddenly the knight jumps out to h4. This doesn't seem dangerous. White just plays queen g4, but whoop, in comes f5. And white's queen is actually basically trapped. On top of that, white loses the knight on e4. So that's out of the question. And unfortunately, and this is the secondary point of knight g6, bishop f4 doesn't come with the same effect because here black actually just can take both pieces on f4 and then take the pawn on d4. And knight takes f6 check, as enticing as this looks, it just doesn't do anything on account of queen takes f6.
Some crazy lines here. Knight g6, the move you're expecting. Shakhriyar, he still has plenty of time, 47 minutes on the clock. And I'm just seeing about the sound effects. The whoops, I
keep hearing a dog yelp.
I know.
No, I'm saying I'm very good at distinguishing between dogs and boars. So, you know, I know exactly what a dog sounds like. Sorry, go ahead. Very constructive comment by me.
It's a weird dog sound, but yeah, we know your definition of a dog, so we'll allow it. Let's go. Let's move on from here for now, but we'll keep a very close eye, especially with the time situation, and we'll keep you posted about any developments. Magnus's pawn.
Magnus's pawn
has
moved. It's moved to a4. And you know who's not a big fan of that? The pawn moved to a4? I think Fabiano.
Shall we very quickly see what that's about?
Yeah. So the pawn is moved to a4, where it's completely anchored by the bishop. So let's rewind just a second backward. Magnus not going b6, but instead going for that first option we analyzed, bishop c6, which I think is the more natural move. And after rook b1, notice that Fabi he's not afraid of bishop takes f3. And nor should he be. I mean, bishop takes f3 looks tempting, but it's not worth giving up that incredibly valuable light squared bishop for a superficial weakening of White's king, which Black can't even exploit because Black's way too cramped to exploit it. So Magnus going a4, and Fabi contemplating his course of action. I mean, he could go knight d2, potentially aiming to swing the knight to c4. The tempting move here is probably rook b6, and my guess is that Magnus has prepared the move queen c4 when the queen could actually swing to this amazing square on d5. That actually is the main idea of knight d2. You're preventing the black queen from migrating to the center. I actually think that queen c4 is a positional threat. What does that term mean? That means something that doesn't win material, but something that greatly improves the position of one's pieces. So I think Fabi shouldn't allow that.
I have a quick question in that line where the queen went to, so if we go rook b6, queen c4, I was wondering, is there any way we can somehow give up the exchange for the bishop and take the pawn on a4? But,
yeah, well, that's definitely an idea. And okay, knight d2, let's say queen d5. Unfortunately, rook takes c6 here doesn't really work because of queen takes c6. But if Black had been forced to take with a pawn, I still don't think this is great for White. But let me tell you under what circumstance I would consider. I would consider this if the White knight had already been on c4 here, because then the knight is aiming for b6. And I understand where you're coming from, because Black is now left with just a very, very lame bishop. The big issue for me here is the placement of Black's queen, which is just divine. So I feel like this would be risky, but definitely something that is on Fabi's radar, no question about it.
And, oh, sorry, I thought something was happening. Apparently we had a blunder in Vidit's
Oh my God,
game.
did he just miss f5? Did he just miss f5?
Oh,
or am I crazy?
God.
Oh my goodness, he's just blundered a piece and the game. He just blundered a 4.
Goodness.
He completely forgot. He completely forgot that the black queen will defend g7 after this. Oh my lands. What a devastating moment. The time pressure got to him, Fiona. The time pressure got to him.
Tragic for Vidit as we see the head disappear into the hands.
Yeah,
I wonder if he's already seeing it.
And Shakhriyar in disbelief. Shakhriyar is probably thinking, what am I missing here? Is this too good to be true? Vidit can simply resign after f5. The game ends immediately. White loses all of his pieces. I mean, not just the bishop. The knight is hanging. White has to go for the queen trade, because after queen g5, simply rook takes h6, queen takes e7, f takes e4, and Black takes more pieces than White. The knight on d3 also falls. This is unbelievable. And an absolutely tragic moment for Vidit. Shakhriyar is going to go f5.
Yeah, and did you see the look that Shakhriyar was throwing? He was looking straight at Vidit like, like, what? What is this? What are you doing? What am I missing? And he's going to come to the conclusion he's not missing anything. f5 accompanied by the stair. And that is game over.
What an unfortunate moment for Vidit. And let me guarantee you, Fiona, that it's not f5 that Vidit missed. I think Vidit completely hallucinated and forgot that now the queen defends g7. It's one of those things, right? Right now, g7 is undefended, and you think, well, I'm threatening checkmate. my opponent has to go knight g6, but that queen, that diagonal defense of a pawn can be easy to miss in time pressure. Of course, this is tremendously uncharacteristic for someone of Vidit's caliber, and we've had a couple of these types of blunders in this tournament. But let's also not forget, this is round 12. Vidit had a tremendously difficult game against Magnus, but all of that aside, he is going to be absolutely furious with himself, because had he played bishop f4, I believe that White has a huge advantage here and excellent chances to win the game.
Yeah, a tragic moment for Vidit. We see him in disbelief, shaking his head. Maybe he just didn't see it coming. I thought he might have seen it before Schach played. This sometimes happens, and I think, Dania, we've all been there. Sometimes we make a move and we immediately understand that move was a blunder, but in this case, it seemed like Vidit hadn't seen it until it appeared on the board, and we see him there sort of knocking his head and thinking, what was I doing? How did I miss this? And tough to watch, but Dani, as we said, chess is a cruel, cruel game, unforgiving, especially with someone like Shahriar Mamediyarov sitting opposite. And it's one of these blunders as well that there is not even any fight left. It's just too big a blunder, and yeah.
It's one of the most related. By the way, I just want to show one idea that someone in the chat proposed, which is the move knight f6 check attempts to intercept the queen on the g7 pawn, but it doesn't work because black simply takes on f6 with the queen. And after rook takes c6, you take back. And if white tries rook takes c6, well, obviously you don't take the rook. Instead, you take the queen, and then you take the rook, and the game is over. But this is one of the most universally relatable sensations. It doesn't matter if you're 2730 or 2250 or 600. The feeling of just having blundered and then realizing it as it dawns on you that you do not even have a single way to complicate the game. It's one of the most devastating feelings in all of chess. And you can just see it all over Vidit's face as he grabs his head this way and that way. And, you know, you feel for Vidit. It's a tremendously painful moment. But for Shahriar, I mean, he played in a very practical way. He played quickly. And once he realized that his position was bad, I think the fact that he kept the pace going really was disorienting for Vidit and caused Vidit to burn probably more time than he should have.
Yeah, and I've really never seen Vidit, I think, be so shook. Of course, for players of his level, it's tremendously rare to make a one-move blunder of that caliber, and unfortunately for him, he also only has less than 10 minutes to come to terms with what's happened here.
Well, he's very likely going to resign simply in this position. There's nothing that he can do. It's completely lost. And that's a little bit unlucky because, of course, black has all these undefended pieces. White's got the pressure down the e-file. In normal circumstances, White could have tried to move like queen takes g7 check and bishop takes g7. But after king takes g7, knight g5, this is a paper tiger. I mean, White doesn't even have any threats. And black can simply move the knight aside. He has a full extra piece in the endgame. There's nothing to play for.
And I think that's exactly when we look at Vidit now, what's happening in his mind first is the shock of how did I miss this, and then the realization I don't even have any way to fight on without being completely lost.
Yeah, he's I mean, this you phrased it in exactly the right way. The question you're always asking yourself is, how is it possible? How could I have possibly overlooked this move? You know, how could my brain, how could my neurons have misfired in this way? And it just shows that it can happen to anybody at any moment. I mean, no matter how experienced you are, no matter how good you are, once in a while, once every 100 games, you're going to have a moment like this. And it's always shocking when it happens, but it does happen.
And Shahriar, well, it looks like he's going to get the full point here. Reminder, he was 1 point behind Magnus Carlsen going into the round, so he will be needing Magnus to lose to have a chance to tie with him in case of another win. But either way, for Shahriar, with this gift from Vidit, he's had really a tremendous tournament. It's not over just yet, but the way he played, I think from a practical point of view, as you were saying, Daniel, quite impressive. He kept maximum pressure despite being on the back foot, and well, it's paid off now, as you see, Vidit down to 6 minutes, and just a tough watch.
His clock continues to tick, and again, the only real question now is whether he will resign here or whether he will make a couple more spite moves. But it's devastating, absolutely devastating. Nothing else to be said. It's just painful.
Yeah, for sure. And well, we'll see if this game goes on. For now, let's bring back the bird's eye view. I see Fabiano did not play knight d2. If there's nothing more pressing, maybe we can check in with them again, or what else?
Sure, we can review that because Magnus has also responded to that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of other interesting developments. In particular, Jorden van Foreest has sharpened up. But first, our top priority, of course, is to keep tabs on the biggest game of the tournament. And, you know, Fiona, I think Rook E1 has the exact same idea as knight d2. It prevents the queen from maneuvering to d5. And once again, White is never afraid of bishop takes f3. Magnus responds by improving the position of his own rook, rook c to d8. And now the move rook b6 is very, very tempting, and I think quite likely.
The rook b6. Okay, let's have a look. Where does the black queen go?
Well, there's a couple of choices. If you go queen e2, you could end up getting your queen trapped here, although I don't exactly see a way to do that. And in fact, a repetition would not be unlikely here. I would give about a 10% chance that the game ends in exactly this way. That would be funny, wouldn't it? But if Magnus wants to play in a more conservative style, he can play queen a8. And yeah, the queen looks very bad here, but let's not forget the queen can re-enter society through c8 and then potentially to g4. So Fabiano can't exactly fall asleep on that queen either. And here, there's a very interesting maneuver, knight e1, with the idea of going knight d3 and then knight b4, trying to get rid of this gnarly bishop on c6, which looks pretty tempting. Maybe Magnus will try f6 at some point to finally free up his bishop. It's hard to say. Here, Fabiano could go f4, but f4 always is an incredibly committal move. I mean, it weakens the king tremendously. And the question is, well, how badly does White want to keep this bishop out of the game?
Yeah, I think I'm with you. It's very likely Fabiano, maybe these other lines, as some of them are really quite crazy and hard to evaluate who is better. But I think if Fabiano doesn't feel like any of these other lines give him any serious chances, we could be very likely to see a repetition. The other question is, after rook b6, might Magnus play on and not go to e2?
Yeah, well, I guess there's two questions. The first is, does White have anything more dangerous than repeating? There is h3 is the engine move, but it really is an engine move. And Fiona, you kind of called it. The engine line is h3 now, f6, and here comes the exchange sacrifice. Rook takes c6 and queen takes a4. And this is the best version of it because c6 is hanging and the queen on e2 is suspended all of a sudden on a very disquieting square. It can't really go back without allowing... Oh, now there's queen a2 check and rook b1, and the queen keeps dangling around and stumbling around the board and keeps walking into various attacks. So that's one possibility, but h3, man, playing a move like h3 is, particularly when there's a repetition and you can just end the game and go home, is a difficult thing to do. And by the way, look at the clocks, 20 minutes now for Fabi. Yep. They are very, very quickly entering serious time pressure, a time pressure phase.
For sure, and well, it is pretty much a rapid. Apologies, it's getting colder here in Wijk. It's pretty much a rapid game now between these two, as we see Fabiano. I thought he was gonna make a move, but no. Let's bring back the overview. Our chat, they are cruel. They want to see the Vidit cam. Let's see, has Vidit made a move? No, he's probably very low. Let me quickly have a look.
Yeah, he must be down
under 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes. He's got 1:40, and yeah, I mean, resignation is essentially impending. And also, 16 moves in a minute and a half to Mamedyarev's 45. There's just not a single chance here.
Yeah, we'll just have to update. Yeah, there we go. The clock times are updated, and yeah, Vidit coming to terms. Chess is really, when I watch this, sometimes I think it's a good thing I don't play as much as I used to, because it's just tough to even watch it, but to experience it in the flesh, it's no fun.
Yeah, you just have this incredibly disgusted sensation, especially toward the end of a tournament. You never want to end. And of course, there's one more chance for Vidit tomorrow to redeem himself. But nonetheless, you end a tournament with one of these games, and that's just what sticks in your head. It's like, man, I blew such a good position. And 45 seconds now for Vidit. Let's see. He is about to make a decision. I think that maybe he'll play... I don't even know what it is he'll do. Maybe he'll play bishop takes g7 or queen takes g7.
30 seconds now, and
really?
I mean, you see the devastation of Vidit just not being able to find anything, because there isn't. He's been spending the last 10 minutes trying to find anything, even if it's bad, that will at least keep him in the game. But now, Dania, 15 seconds.
Right, and I just, there's a comment in the chat that I assume what the eval is. Well, they do know what the eval is. In this case, Vidit probably established that within the first 2 milliseconds of looking at the position. And he's taken on g7, which is a good try.
Yeah, probably one of the best tries. So queen takes is what we're expecting.
Yeah, and I mean, knight f6 check is possible here. Rook takes f6. Unfortunately, white has to trade queens. Now, this is completely lost as well. But the interesting thing is that black even can play the move queen takes d3. And, okay, so the queen is still attacked, so you don't have a discovery. After queen g5, the fearless f takes c4 simply wins the second piece. I don't think Shakir is going to go for this. This is a very gutsy decision, because if the bishop gives a check on f6, then the knight covers. If the bishop gives a check on e5, then the rook covers. After queen takes e7, the game-winning move is queen takes h3. But I don't see the point in going for something this concrete when you can just, when you can just take on g7 and literally just immediately force a queen trade.
Well, Shakir has plenty of time on the clock, so he might be considering it. We're gonna go on a actually, he's made a move, and he has. You are absolutely correct, Daniel. Simply taken on g7. Why complicate his life?
Yeah, and let's just see if Vidit resigns here. Will he play? No, he'll play another move. He'll take the queen, and then he'll probably go knight g5 and, make a couple more moves, do his best. He does have a 3-on-1 on the king side. Unfortunately, that pales in comparison to the extra piece, of course.
So yeah, knight g4 is on the board, and well, we might see him play until move 40. Sometimes I think when you're under a minute, you just play on up until you've made the time control, and you reconsider then.
Right. No, that's pretty likely, and inertia kind of keeps you going in these situations. You're still partially in disbelief of what's happened.
And Shach has just traded rooks on e2. I think he's gonna be playing relatively fast, not too fast to miss anything, but I think he now knows this one is in the bag, and a few more precise moves will lead to resignation.
Absolutely.
I think, Daniel, we are going, after all, to go on a quick break, but then we'll be back with all the action here from round 12 very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Magnus Carlsen, will he take his revenge? Well, he's certainly out for it. A win today would guarantee him outright first with a round to spare, since tomorrow he has a walkover win against Dubov. And Dania, things are happening, so let's dive straight back in.
Things are indeed happening. A big turn of events, as Magnus was the one who sacrificed the exchange. How did this happen? Well, rook e1, rook cd8 happened. Knight d2 in this position, we considered this on the previous move. Magnus did, in fact, play queen e2, infiltrating with his queen. Now, the engine was proposing actually the move knight back to f3, but Fabi playing pawn f3, trying to blunt the bishop. But this move came with a very serious drawback. This bishop on e3 turns out to be overloaded, and boom, rook takes d4, immediately played by Magnus. He sacrifices the exchange for a pawn. Why is the sacrifice good? And this seems to have been majorly underestimated by Fabi, if not outright missed. The problem is that White's position, well, it doesn't fully collapse, but the combination of the bad bishop on d4, the weak pawn on e5, and the fact that Black has this eternal pawn on a4, which is now completely impossible to ever dislodge, gives Black tremendous compensation for the exchange. Black is simply better here. Now, how is this likely to unfold? Well, if White plays queen c3, which to me looks very, very natural, Black could even consider trading queens. And the funny thing is that in this kind of endgame, Fiona, Black goes bishop h6, the bishop is infiltrating to e3. After rook e1, he can park the rook behind the pawn and just start pushing this pawn all the way to a2. So in return for the exchange, Black has a pawn and just massive positional domination. Black's bishops are worth their weight in gold. And if Fabi, instead of queen c3, goes rook d1 to chase Black's queen away, the queen will happily jump on over to f4 and increase the pressure on the e5 pawn. White should not have allowed this, and Magnus Carlsen is now firmly in the driver's seat. I wouldn't call this a blunder by Fabi. It's not nearly serious enough to call it a blunder, but what it is a serious mistake, and quite possibly it stems from a misevaluation of this position. What a turn of events, and a big chance for Magnus to end the tournament right here and right now.
Dania, a little bit of funny trivia, well, funny quote-unquote brackets. Today, Shankland's game ended on move 26. Bidet's blunder came on move 26, and 26 was also the move on which Fabiano played f3,
Whoa.
which led to rook takes d4. So today, that seems to be the move where everything happens.
That's actually pretty crazy. 3 separate games with the turning points all happening on move 26. My goodness, that's awesome.
Incredible stuff, and
it's also my age, so a lot of bad things happen in 26.
And Fabiano, yeah, well, we see him. What do you think? Do you think he just missed it or underestimated?
I don't think he missed it. In fact, maybe one day he will tell us. I'm 99% sure he saw it. It is a really simple idea.
Yeah.
I just think he didn't take it too seriously, right? Because, okay, he's up in exchange. It's not like Black has anything super concrete here. The reason Black is better, and let me be very clear about this, is not because of this specific tactic. It's just that, again, it's the combination of Black's incredibly active bishops and the fact that without the d4 pawn, White's position is, slowly kind of falling apart. Black's rook can come to d8, the bishop can come to h6. So all of this piece activity gives Black tremendous compensation. I think Fabiano just didn't evaluate it properly. Rook d1 has been played, by the way, and now a decision for Magnus, instantly queen f4.
And Magnus, he's also so good at these. He doesn't waste any time. It's not so easy, a move like rook takes d4. Magnus made it within seconds. So he had already probably seen this from a distance, but also he really trusts, I think, his instincts in such situations a lot, Dania.
He does, and this is the time management we talked about, right? Magnus rarely gets into time pressure, and this is the reason why. Even people at the very top, they tend to take, a couple of minutes just to double check everything. But Magnus, as you said, he trusts his instincts for very good reason, and these are the moments when he gets his opponents into massive time pressure. Now, he is attacking the e5 pawn, and he is threatening to take it, at which point he'll have 2 pawns for the exchange, and he'll actually be up material. Can Fabi defend that pawn? Well, he can with queen a1, but that's an incredibly awkward move.
Yeah, tough challenge now ahead of Fabiano. Also with the clock situation, 13 moves remaining only, still needs to make 12 moves. So it's roughly 1 minute per move, which is not a lot. And I think Magnus has just made another big step towards winning this event. We had a result actually in the game between Andrei Yasipenko and Richard Rapport, which is huge for the tournament standings. Dania, that game ended in a draw.
That game ended in a draw, which means that with a draw, Magnus Carlsen secures the win in the tournament. That doesn't necessarily mean that he will offer one straight away. We know that Magnus plays to win. But Andre not able to convert a very promising position due to Rapport's wonderful defense. And Fiona, I think this was the turning point.
Yeah, let's wait until we bring, let's pull up the big board. Yeah. So here we are.
So this was the turning point. We talked about the move rook c1, and I think that would have put black in very serious danger. Andre playing a similar move in spirit. He gets the queen to b7, but I think he forgot that move allows Richard to open up his bishop. e4 is a fantastic defensive resource. And if you go back to take this pawn, then black has the time to take b5. And this is a very significant improvement with the bishop finally getting opened up. Andre going king h2, Richard with another accurate move, rook f8, overprotecting the f7 pawn. And now we have a bailout. Takes, rook b1, and now a queen trade. And once the queens get off the board and the bishop is activated, black really has absolutely no problems here. And we have a trade of bishops, and a draw is agreed in a completely level rook endgame. A solid game by both players. And Richard, I mean, he'll be unhappy from the perspective that he didn't get to win, but man, beating Andre on demand with black is all but impossible. A good defensive effort by Richard and a solid result.
For sure. And as you said, well, now all eyes, even more so than before. It's always been our main game on Magnus Carlsen. Shall we very quickly, we have it on the camera. So we can very quickly see that his game is nearing the end.
It's nearing the end. Now, Vidit has done a very good job, actually, of challenging Mamedyarov, forcing him to continue playing accurately. Right now, Vidit has 2 pawns for the piece. But yeah, Mamedyarov has just captured one of them. They've liquidated into that endgame. This is completely losing. And yes, White has a passed pawn, technically speaking. But just look at Vidit's pieces. The knight is trapped on e1. If he goes king e2, Mamedyarov sends him back with rook d2 and then potentially goes after the a pawn. I think Vidit might resign right here, actually. I think this is the moment he might extend his hand.
And he still looks in disbelief, and it tells you something about just how rough a moment this is for him. This could very well be the worst blunder he's made in a really long time, and not easy to get over that. Hopefully he can bounce back for tomorrow, but really tough seeing Vidit like this.
It really is. And rook h4 allows a beautiful win, actually, Fiona. Oh my goodness. Mamedyarov can win the game with the move knight e3 check. And he's going to see this. After king e2, you take on e1, and then you win a second piece. And if f takes e3 happens, then the bishop swoops into g3, hitting the rook, hitting the knight, threatening checkmate, rook h7, check, king g6. And the game is over. King e2 is forced, and now black takes the knight and then the rook. That would be a very pretty way to cap off a nice effort. I think Shakhdar is going to see this. He is a tactical wizard, and this is beautiful, but not terribly difficult.
I agree with you. I think he's going for it. Knight e3, it's on the board already. There was the stare that was premonitious of knight e3 coming, and now, well, resignation really is probably the only option, because this is just the final nail in the coffin, and kudos to Shah. I mean, the speed at which he played this knight e3. But this is his bread and butter, really, these tactics, and Shah, he's had a brilliant tournament.
He really has, and he plays with tremendous confidence really at all times, and that's what makes him such a difficult opponent, practically speaking. He chooses practical continuations. He gets people in time pressure. It's not really a coincidence that Vidit was in such acute time pressure. Shakhriyar makes the kinds of decisions and steers the game usually into very complex territory. So, He's a tough opponent to face, and he's so experienced. A phenomenal performance by him as Vidit looks around.
Yeah, and there is the resignation. For Vidit, a very, very tough game. He was in the driver's seat, but one oversight, and Shach, of course, sized his chance immediately, never looked back. And we'll come back, we'll also, I'm sure, hear from Shachar, but I think we should go back to Magnus Carlsen as a Vidit. He is clearly in shock and just ran out of the playing hall. But I think we understand.
We completely understand, yeah. And that's, and a big result, of course. And that leaves us with 3 remaining games. One of them, of course, is Caruana's game against Carlsen. By the way, Fabiano is still thinking after Queen F4. He is down to 7 minutes
oh my goodness.
for well over 10 moves. Oh, my lands.
Fabiano, so as you say, 7 minutes. And what do we do as White?
Wait, Fiona, if I may, I feel like there's a massive moment in Duda against Van Foreest. If I'm not mistaken, can we just go to that one really fast? Because we haven't updated you in a while, and the position has heated up tremendously. We might have a result here soon. Now, objectively, it's still a draw, but Jan Christoph has to be really, really careful. So just in the interest of time, we won't go through what happened earlier. We'll just get to the present position. Jorden has just played G4, intercepting the bishop and hitting the rook with the queen. Now, the rook has 2 squares. It's got E3 and E1. If Duda goes to E3, then he loses the game on the spot. And the reason is Queen F1. You got to go back with your queen. And now the rook, actually, Queen takes H3 is just checkmate, followed by Rook D1. So Jan Christoph has to go Rook E1. That is crucial. And after Queen D2, he has to go Rook F1. The queen can keep pursuing the rook with Queen E2. And now, Fiona, it appears that only one move saves the game for White, and that is Queen E8, essentially setting up a perpetual check with Queen G6. Not the easiest move to find, but Duda has plenty of time on his clock, so he should be able to uncover this. And the king is unable to escape the perpetual. Queen takes F6, Rook G7, Queen takes H6, and the likeliest draw is Rook H7, Queen F6 check. If you go to G8, you give up your bishop with check. So we'll see if Duda can find all of this, but he is in
Daniel, let's
danger.
quickly go to an interview with Shachar Mamediarov.
Shachar Mamediarov, you just beat Vidit with the black pieces. Sack, and no mate.
Okay, it was good, great game, and I think I played a very strange move D5 in the opening. It looks okay, but it was maybe it was surprised for my opening. And after we played good game, and he think too much after my move D5, about 45 minutes, 50 minutes. And after the middle games, it looks so very strange. I think it was better for me, but I start to play very long. I mean, I did knight A5, C6, bishop C7, B6. I played very strange moves. Okay, I mean, finally he missed just F5. I don't know, inside Queen G4 it looks bishop F4 maybe. I think still black is okay, maybe it's better. I don't know, I was happy with my position. He just missed Queen G4, F5, it's very sad, but he just missed.
I saw Vidit was playing his Vidit shirt. It says Vidit. Did you notice that?
No.
No, I think it was his own merchandise.
No.
Shaq, I think you play a very good tournament here.
But still one more game, no?
One more game,
yeah. It is. It can change everything. I mean, when you play, every time you remember it's last game, and for this reason, tomorrow is one more important game, and against Caruana. Okay, we will see. I think till now, till after round 12, I am very happy with my results, and I am in group for leaders. I think I am share second place. We will see.
Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Shachar Mamediarov, he got a big win against Vidit, but he is not ready to rate his tournament performance just yet, as there is one last round coming up. He said himself he is playing Fabi, so that will be a big game. But he is currently indeed tied at the top in the live standings, even tied for first. But Magnus looking to get a head start. And here, Dania, we could be seeing this draw after Rook F1. Do you think we're going to go down this line?
Well, Jorden could also repeat moves, by the way. Black could go queen up back to d3, which essentially forces White to go back to e1, because if Rook g1 happens, Jorden can simply take the pawn on e4, and he stabilizes the situation with an extra pawn. So this game could end in a draw in several ways. I think this is going to be our next result. I have a feeling that one way or another, we're going to see a draw in this game.
I agree. Let's go back to Magnus Carlsen. He is playing on the black side against Fabiano. Remember, if he wins, that's it. He wraps up the tournament. No, not if he wins, sorry. If he draws, he only needs a draw to win the tournament with a round to spare. But, Dania, he is going for the win.
He is, and Fabi is down to 3.5 minutes, and he has played the move queen b4. Now, Magnus with a big choice. Now, he can take on e5 here. And it's clear that Black is better here, but there is an alternative, and Magnus doesn't have to rush with that move. He can also play Rook a8 and try to send this a-pawn down the board before Fabi can even blink. Both of these moves are enticing. I feel like Magnus is going to take on e5. That seems to be the less risky option. But considering Fabi's time pressure, I think Rook a8 also makes a great deal of sense. This is extremely concerning for Fabiano, who's got 3 minutes for over 10 moves and a bad position, where he has to watch all areas of the board, because the problems could come really in the center. They could come on the queen side if Magnus keeps pushing his pawn, and the king side is none too safe for White either.
Absolutely, Dania. Fabiano, trouble is brewing as Magnus. He is thinking which move to go for. We're going to take a very final quick break before the first time control, which is coming up in just half an hour, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where results have started coming in. We'll go there in a second and see how it happened, but Anish Giri's game against Niels Grandelius has ended in a draw. We had two decisive results elsewhere, Sam beating Caruana in an impressive fashion and Mamedyarov punishing a blunder by Vidit. Dania, maybe we can update what happened in the Anish game when there's a lull, or is... I think let's start with Magnus, maybe. Or
okay, let's start. Well, Magnus is still thinking in the position we checked it. So very, very quickly, without any... we'll just take 30 seconds. So Anish lost control of the game. After he dropped the bishop back, Niels going g4, a very interesting idea, very risky. Knight e1, e6, Anish occupying the f4 square. And after knight f6, rook a7, Niels going rook c4, activating his rook. Bishop f1, rook b4. This is a critical moment, and here Giri made a big mistake to play queen c6. Apparently, he had to go rook d to a1, Fiona, and threatened to go rook a8. Very, very dangerous, very dangerous situation here for black. However, Giri going queen back to c6, and after knight e4, all of a sudden it turns out the black has all this piece activity. And Anish accompanied the move knight c3 with a draw offer, which was accepted. It looks like after rook c4, queen b5, bishop takes d4, black is better, but the position is tremendously complex. And with 7 minutes on the clock, you can't really blame Niels for not declining that draw.
Yeah, for sure. This position, it is easy to be sitting at home, see the engine evaluation. In the end, there was some bishop h6 possibilities. So it makes sense for Niels, who had such a rough start to his event. And then he recuperated to accept a draw here. He was under pressure for most of the game. So that ended peacefully, leaving us with only 2 games. And well, one of them, of course, is where the tournament might be decided right here, right now. Let's go back to Fabiano Caruana against Magnus. Magnus, indeed, still thinking.
Yeah, still thinking. He's down to 13 minutes himself. And we might see a pretty scintillating time scramble in this game if Magnus takes another 5-6 minutes on this move. He is, of course, again, deciding, does he want to take the pawn on e5 and get 2 pawns for the exchange? Or does he want to keep the tension in one of several ways? We mentioned rook a8. There's also the move h5, trying to run the h-pawn down the board and create further massive weaknesses on White's king side. So a lot of enticing options, and Fabi senses that if he plays accurately here, he's going to have tremendous winning chances, without question.
For sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't take on e5 and tries to keep the pressure on in some way. I saw a question in the chat, what if Magnus loses? Even in case he loses, they will be tied at the top, himself, Rapport and Mamedyarov. And that would mean that both Mamedyarov and Schach would still have to win tomorrow to tie with Magnus, since he's going to get a free point. So even if he loses, he is guaranteed at least a place in the playoff.
Yeah, and the way that this game is looking, he's got more time. He's completely in control of the game. Look at that monster. I mean, the bishop on c6 is a total monster. Defending everything. a4, b7 is totally unassailable. And I don't see him losing this game at all. Although, of course, as we know by now, everything is possible.
Yeah, he really has been spending a lot of time here. This must be a crucial decision in his book. He hasn't taken on e5. It's also not been h5. What was it? E6.
E6. Okay. That's one of the possible ways to essentially keep the tension. And I think it's a very good practical decision, because with 3.5 minutes, Fabi has to be careful, because it is possible to do further damage to the position for White. So I'm curious to see how Fabi is going to handle this. The point of e6 is that it prevents White from going e6 in certain positions and essentially opening up the bishop. It entombs the bishop on d4, and I think it signals that Magnus is not interested in taking this pawn. He wants to keep his dark squared bishop, and I think his main idea is to go rook a8 and push that a pawn as far as it will go.
And now, well, now the ball is in Fabiano's court. And Dania, how do you decide here on, do you just have to stay passive? Is there anything active you can do?
Very little. I mean, I don't even see a tempting move for white. It's just nothing. Everything is stuck in molasses. I mean, you can try to bring your bishop back to c3 maybe, but then Magnus is going to trade queens. Now, we already talked about this. These endgames, although white is up in exchange, that doesn't matter. White's position collapses completely. I mean, if you go rook c4, this is a case in point. You lose another pawn, and if you lose this pawn, you essentially lose the game. So now Fabi, he's taken already another minute, Fiona. He's down to 2.5 minutes.
Oh my goodness. And as you were saying, it's such a tough spot. We're only on move 29, 11 moves still to go. But at every turn, Fabiano is going to have to think, what next? And he has gone bishop c3, offering this queen trade.
Yeah, well, I think Magnus is taking it and going bishop f8, and he's running with that. Now, the issue, of course, is Fabi can't really take on b4 with the bishop because he drops c5. And again, he'll take on b4 with the rook. Bishop f8 will happen. And it looks like bishop d4 is forced, but look at how tied down white is. Every piece is doing nothing. And now Magnus swings his rook to a8, closes his eyes, and just sends this pawn all the way down a2, where it can be anchored by a bishop on d5. Black is completely not risking in this endgame. And this is right up Magnus's alley. I think we're going to see a queen trade. And I have a feeling that Fabi won't be able to hold this together with this amount of time in such a dire position.
And what a statement that would be from the world champion. He came to the tournament and we see him there returning to the board. He mentioned in an interview not long ago, his next big goal is 2900 rating in classical chess. This tournament here, he's had a very solid showing, but I think in the books of Magnus Carlsen, he would have wanted even more. But today, with that win against Fabiano, if he can get it, it's still a while away, that would really be setting the tone and making a statement.
For sure. And I'll just mention that in this position, yeah, Magnus has a second option, which is to give a check on e3 and then to revert back to bishop takes e5, which he could have done before. But I feel like since Magnus played e6, he's kind of signaled that this is not the type of position he's too interested in. And I think he's taken the queen.
He has, indeed.
He has. And we will see rook takes before bishop f8. I'm almost certain of it. And this is big, big trouble here for Fabi, who is contemplating to take with the bishop. And maybe he's saying that it's worth giving up the e5 pawn. At least he'll prevent the a pawn from moving forward. But I don't think it is. I feel like if you give up another pawn, then black is going to be ahead in material. And it's all ugly. It's all bad. You just got to choose the lesser evil here for Fabi.
Yeah, and Fabiano, we can see that there is trouble from his body language. He has quite a good poker face, but I think, Dania, well, you know him quite well. We can tell that he's under tremendous pressure here.
Yep. And now he's down below 2 minutes, still 10 moves left to play in this incredibly difficult endgame. And this is just a model positional game so far. This shows how powerful these exchange sacrifices can be. And that's part of the magic of chess, that in any given position, a minor piece could and often is stronger than an entire rook.
And Fabiano is still thinking, I'd be really shocked if he ends up taking with the bishop, but the longer he thinks, do you think the more likely it becomes?
Yeah, it becomes more likely, and he's definitely contemplating it very, very seriously, but he's having a hard time deciding as he hits a minute on the clock. There he goes. Yeah, he's taken with the bishop, I believe. Yes, he has.
And Magnus now probably not going to spend too much time. He has already captured on e5. And I think you just said it a minute ago, this position is really absolute Magnus dreamland.
It really is. I mean, this is, you cannot think of a worse position to have against the world champion.
Bishop a3, and now the question, how do we make progress here as black?
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, Magnus could push that h pawn, and I at some point would play h5, h4, maybe even here. Why? Because if you can get white to play h3, and presumably white would have to do that because you can't really allow black's pawn to get to h3, then f3 topples over, then look at that g3 square. That could be occupied by black's bishop, and not only is the bishop very well placed, but anytime in the future that Black's rook gets active, you're going to have to contend with possibilities of back rank checkmate. So I'm anticipating h5 here. Magnus could also bring his king up to g7. He can play rook a8. So he's got a lot of small ways to improve his position. He's not going to win this game in the next 5 moves, but he might win it in the next 20.
For sure, and we see there Magnus and behind him Jorden van Foreest. Those are the only 2 games still remaining here. So it's quite early doors. You can see the local time there in the background, 17:40. So we're not even, haven't even reached the first time control. Jorden, shall we bring up the bird's eye view for 1 second? Maybe we don't have to go to his game. We were expecting a repetition, and are we going down? Not exactly this, but the white queen has found a way to e8.
Yeah, well, I think it's a very similar line. After bishop takes f1, I think we are going to see a repetition of moves with queen g6 and queen back to e8. Jorden is thinking, but he's got no choice but to take white's rook, and that is essentially a draw. For that game is going to end probably within the next 2-3 minutes, whenever Jorden decides to take on f1.
Very considerate, as we can go back to Fabiano against Magnus, very considerate of the other players to all end their games and just leave the stage to Fabiano and Magnus.
Absolutely, and I'll confirm here with the engine, but yes, bishop takes f1 in Jordan's game leads to an immediate draw by repetition. I'm just showing that on the small board, king h8. And if you're, Wijk can do this in a bunch of different ways. You could take the pawn and then go queen e6, or for the sake of simplicity, Duda is probably just going to go queen e8 check.
Yeah, so we'll probably see a handshake there momentarily. For now, let's go back to Fabiano and Magnus, and where Magnus is still thinking after bishop a3.
And Magnus has another idea. If you notice, he can push the f and e pawns forward and try to create another passed pawn along the e file. And he can do that by dropping this bishop away from e5 or playing the immediate f5. So a lot of enticing options.
I think bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Kind of a flexible move for now. It's hard to say what it is exactly he's planning. But again, it's so important to emphasize that in these positions, there is no big hurry. And the engine recommendation should be taken with a grain of salt, because Black is not trying to win this game in 2 moves. Black is trying to make a series of improvements, eventually aimed at kind of crushing the life out of White's pieces one way or another.
And Fabiano, he's also got to make some moves. I think the main concern on his mind right now will be to make the time controlled without giving up too much ground. So bringing the king makes sense. And Magnus, what do you think? Bishop f6 was a weird move, not really showing us his intentions. How will he continue from here?
Well, it's possible that he wants to push that e-pawn down the board, e5, e4. But my guess is that Magnus is eventually going to play h5, h4. He's going to throw this in, or even just h5. I think part of the reason he played bishop f6 is actually to cover the d8 square. Why is that important? Because White did have the idea of doubling rooks on the d file and potentially initiating a trade of rooks. So Magnus eliminating that possibility and putting himself in a position where now he can decide on a further course of action. But I'm also a little puzzled. Bishop f6 is a slightly weird move for sure.
And we see Magnus there looking very calm and collected. He senses that if he can play at his level, if he can play normal Magnus level, this should probably be a winning position. So he'll be looking to keep his cool. For those of you wondering which move are we at, we're on move 33. So Magnus just bringing the bishop round further to e7. So 7 moves to make for each player.
Yeah, and this opens up his options truly. I mean, now he can go e5 and f5. He's x-raying the bishop on a3, immobilizing him. The bishop on a3 is now kind of tied down to that square. And this is typical Magnus. I mean, he's not in any kind of rush. He's perhaps even going to make 7 more moves just to kind of test Fabi a little bit. Then once move 40 is reached and he has that extra time, perhaps only then will he actually embark on a substantive plan.
As we see Fabiano play the move rook to b6, But I guess there are never really any threats. I was wondering, is there any moment where we can give back the exchange and try and win the pawn on a4?
Yeah, I mean, rook d4 as a follow-up could be an option, but at a moment's notice, black can play rook a8 and eliminate that possibility. So, and I think this is part of the reason Magnus has positioned his bishop where he did. This pressure on c5 is so powerful that it essentially eliminates the possibility of white counter-sacrificing. And there's rook c8. Magnus sort of moving around, poking and prodding. Let's see what Fabi does. Will he play king e3? Not even easy for white to make a move here.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny, but it's not. I mean, maybe bishop d5 is a serious idea. It's possible that Magnus is aiming at the c5 pawn, or maybe he just wants to take it. Maybe he wants to win that pawn.
Which makes a lot of sense. I mean,
I've heard of dumber ideas.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, now that you've highlighted this, there's nothing white can really do about that, or is there?
Well, white can put the rook on c1, so it's, you know, in response to bishop d5, but that's incredibly passive. And Magnus could combine that with sort of the march of the kingside pawns, with the ultimate aim, of course, of creating either a passed pawn or inducing further weaknesses in white's territory. Fabi with 6 more moves to play.
1 minute.
And he's got a minute on the clock. Whoa.
Oh my goodness. 1 minute for Fabiano, still 6 moves to make. The position might just be objectively lost, but what a tough spot for him. As you were saying, not easy to even find a move. And in the background, they are still playing, but I think we're about to see a handshake there between Duda and Van Foreest as we see the queen come to g6.
From g6 to e8 it goes. Black's king toggling between g7 and h8. We will see a handshake right about now, and that will set the stage for just one more game remaining. What? This couldn't have, the cards couldn't have fallen in any way more fitting than the way they have.
Really, who scripted this?
Right,
so
exactly.
Well, probably Bigfoot's doing.
Oh, it always is. You know, he's always behind it. He's the master. He's the nefarious mastermind of this. He's the villain.
And well, we see that Magnus is the one thinking now after Fabiano's move, rook d2, while in the background we're still waiting for the handshake. Shouldn't be too far off. And then this is where the tournament very likely will be decided soon, Dania.
Yeah, and rook d2 is kind of a neutral waiting move. Fabi waiting for Magnus to demonstrate what his approach is. I keep thinking that Magnus is going to push a kingside pawn. I feel like that's so enticing. h5, g5 maybe. But maybe Magnus views this as a little bit too committal. He doesn't have a ton of time himself, of course. And Duda going queen e8 check, and a handshake with a draw in Duda's game against Van Foreest. Duda, definitely not the kind of event that he had envisioned in Jorden van Foreest. Holding Duda like this, I mean, effortlessly, or so it seemed out of the opening. Great stuff by Jorden van Foreest.
Absolutely, and yeah, we see Duda not looking too pleased with himself. It's not been his event, but his main focus of the year, of course, will be at the Candidates Tournament. Still 1 round to go for these players, but for now, everything is finished, Dania, except for the little matter of Caruana against Carlsen, which unless Magnus loses, Magnus will be the tournament winner at the end of this game.
I think if the position were a little bit more double-edged, Magnus would probably offer a draw. He is obviously aware of how the Rapport game finished. I mean, he's gotten up since that game had finished. But I think his logic here is that he's completely risk-free. I mean, there's really no way I can see Black losing this. And, you know, Magnus is not somebody who shies away from trying to convert winning endgames. He converts equal endgames. So he's going to try to convert this one as well. He's down to 5 minutes himself, though.
Yeah, and well, let's have a look. What if he removes the bishop from c6 and attacks the pawn on c5?
Well, that would entail the move bishop d5. And I think Fabi can drop the rook back to b5. And this is a pretty safe defensive construction. Because remember, you can never move the bishop away from the long diagonal. You don't want to give up that pawn. And there is no other way to chase the rook away other than to go back to c6 and close down the file for the c8 rook. So I think Fabi is, you know, this is not one of the biggest, most pressing issues that Fabi has to worry about. But in the long run, it's one of many things that Fabi has to keep track of. Magnus finally pushing a kingside pawn, going f6. This is a clear indication that he's going to bring the king up to f7, and he's going to push that e-pawn and start expanding in the center and on the king side with the ultimate aim of creating a second pass pawn.
Can White somehow try and use his own kingside pawns to at least try and create some weaknesses in Black's camp, or does White just have to wait passively? And f4, there he goes.
Well, f4, yeah, he goes for it, and Fabi will not go gentle into that good knight. The problem, Fiona, is that this actually helps Black create a pass pawn. Now, I'm not sure whether Magnus wants to play e5 here. A very Magnus move here would be to play king f7, maybe even h6 and g5 just to chip further away at White's kingside structure. I feel like Magnus is going to go king f7 here. That's just a move in his style, maximally torturing Fabi here, forcing him to continually find these semi-waiting moves.
Yeah, and reminder of the move number, this was move 36, so for Fabiano, 4 moves to make. For Magnus, 5 moves and just under 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, king f7, h6, or the immediate e5 are all options that that Magnus can consider here. The plus of going e5 is that Fabi still hasn't made the time control, and this poses very concrete problems and forces White into a specific decision. You know, does White take on e5? Does White support the pawn with g3? So I think both options make sense. Black can stay flexible, or he can go for e5 straight away. Let's see what Magnus decides.
What do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be king f7, but probably he's going to hear me say that and then go e5. And then if I had said e5, he would have changed his mind and gone king f7.
Yeah, I think if Magnus had very little time on the clock, if it was a bullet game, I think king f7 would already have been played. But yeah, as you mentioned, with Fabiano under a minute, e5, wow.
Oh, I see, I actually predicted it. I said he would hear me say king f7, and then he would play e5. So that's exactly what I said, actually. I'm correct.
I think you are correct, technically, yes. So e5 is on the board. How is Fabiano going to react?
Rook e2 is an interesting move here, pinning the bishop. And then potentially after bishop d8, White could actually leave the rook on b6 and trade on e5, getting an opposite colored bishop position where Black is only up 1 pawn. So that's one possible defense. The other question for Fabi is, does he take on e5 as he gets down to 20 seconds? Taking on e5, Fiona, opens up the f-file, and it's not out of the question that the king gets subjected to an endgame attack. I think he's taken the pawn.
Captured. Magnus immediately recapturing. Immediately. And that white king, as you're just saying, suddenly with the black bishops both coming to life.
Bishop can come to g5. Rook e2 by Fabi. And I guess e4 will be played. Just throw in a check on f8 first.
Yeah, if you throw in a check on f8, where do you think the white king should go? Towards the center?
Well, before I talk about that, if Magnus plays e4 here, Fabi has a really interesting possibility. And again, you called the sacking back the exchange. And this time, you're going to collect the pawn on a4. So you're going to get this endgame, which is probably like a 50-50 endgame. I really don't know how to evaluate it. But Magnus might not want to allow this amount of simplification. And if he doesn't want to allow it, then he has to find a different way of defending that pawn. And there is a different way. You could go rook f8 check and then rook f5. You could also throw in bishop h4 check on top of that in order to induce the weakening move g3. Let's see what Magnus chooses here.
Yeah, so many enticing options for him to choose from. He still has 3 minutes 40 and 3 moves to go, and he has just thrown in that check on f8.
Yes, he has.
Throwing the ball back into Fabiano's court.
Indeed. Fabi has to decide where to go with his king. King e1, I think, is what we're going to see. King g1 would kind of enter a self-made prison. The king wants to stay toward the center. And I think he has gone king e1. Indeed. One more move to be made for Fabi. 2 more for Magnus until time control is reached. And there's rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5, defending the pawn on e5. And this is now Fabiano's last move. So this was move 39. 1 move to make for each player. Fabiano has 1 minute to consider what his last move will be.
Indeed, and Magnus's last move is probably going to be e4, Fiona, and that's why the rook on f5 is so well placed. It may seem like it's just tied down to the pawn, but no, after e4, the rook is going to pressure that c5 pawn from the side, which is the perfect spot to do it from. I mean, this is just such a difficult position to defend for move after move. 30 seconds for Fabi to make the last time control move here.
And from the moment Magnus sacrificed the exchange, he has just been playing some clinically clean chess. And I think, yeah, whether it was overlooked by Fabiano or underestimated, but as soon as Magnus was presented with this chance, he pounced, and he is very, very close here, not just to winning this game, but also the 2022 Tata Steel Chess Tournament.
Indeed, and Fabi just in time, 3 seconds on the clock, playing rook back to b1. Okay, and that's the time control move. Now I'm anticipating e4 here by Magnus.
e4 attacking the pawn on c5. How would White defend?
Well, I mean, I would imagine rook c1. This isn't exactly the image of perfection or pleasure that anybody had in mind when Fabi started this game. And Magnus could casually walk his king up toward the center. And, you know, Fiona, the problem here is just look at the amount of passed pawns. They're both perfectly protected by this bishop. I just don't see Fabi surviving this for more than another 10 moves. I mean, one way or another, Black is going to keep expanding. Magnus is going to find a way to push this pawn to e3. And ultimately, White's resources are going to be exhausted. White is too tied down. He's too passive, and he has absolutely no counterplay and no targets. I think we're going to see e4 within 30 seconds from Magnus.
Yeah, this time I'll take the other side of the bet. I think Magnus has 3.5 minutes on the clock for the last move. I think he'll invest a little bit more than that. So I'll say he'll take at least
Magnus.
2 minutes.
15 more seconds. Come on, go e4. Yeah, you know you want to. You know you want that extra 3 minutes because 53 minutes is completely different than 50 minutes. You're right. Yeah.
Magnus taking his sweet time. He doesn't seem to be ready just yet. I agree with you that I think e4 will appear, but I think he will be down to around a minute when it does come.
No, that's completely reasonable take. Yeah.
And we see that Magnus now is all alone in the playing hall. For him, remember, this is his last game of the event, since tomorrow he'll get a walkover point against Daniil Dubov. So those are his last moments or last hours. I don't know how long this will go in this playing hall.
Yeah, it really depends on, you know, how the game continues. How long can Fabi withstand this devastating situation? And Magnus just so patient as always, so accurate. Doesn't matter what kind of position. He's played an excellent game. And for Fabiano, Fiona, he might be losing his third game with the white pieces in the same tournament. And I don't know if he's probably has not ever had that since he became 2700. That would be my hypothesis. That's crazy.
That really is crazy. I mean, Fabiano, not just one of the best players in the world, but also one of the most solid. Like, it's really unheard of that he loses so many games at all, but especially with the white pieces.
Yeah, and has he even lost a game with the black pieces? I don't think he's lost any games with black. And you were right on the money. He played e4 with 1.5 minutes on the clock. And 50 minutes have been added to both players' clocks. A deep breath can be taken, but not really by Fabi. He can't really breathe here.
And yeah, Fabiano, he's lost those 2 white games previously, and all his wins have come with the black pieces. Crazy. Danya, now that the time control has been reached, I think we can take a quick breather. We'll go on a short break, and then we'll return in a couple of minutes with the conclusion of this Caruana Carlsen game. So we'll see you then.
I was watching this tournament when I was a kid, when I wasn't a strong player, and I was just watching all the best players in the world come here. And I remember the first time I played here. Back then there were 3 groups, along with the open section, and I was playing in the C group. That was in 2008. But I was already watching this tournament many years before that. Usually there's a huge amount of people who love to play and to watch chess here. Now it's of course a bit different. Times have changed a bit, but hopefully someday we'll go back to that. Yeah, I grew up analyzing with a board, but things are very different now. Most of the analysis is done on the computer, but still it's nice to go back to that sometimes, and I think it's also useful to analyze over the board because it helps your understanding of the position. Even if you have the best analysis in the world, it might not help you over the board if you don't fully understand exactly what's going on. And it also helps your memorization if you see it over the board rather than seeing it on the computer. So I think it's still very helpful to work over the board. So it's also up to the guys who have been there a bit longer to adapt because all the younger players are improving so quickly. Yeah, my goal is to win the tournament.
Hello and welcome back to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. As the last remaining game of this Masters section, Dania is very likely to give us our tournament winner. Lots of weird stuff indeed elsewhere. Yesipenko against Rapport ended peacefully. If anything, Yesipenko, he was the one in control. Anish might also be regretting some missed chances, but if anything, in the end, it was Niels who had the chance to play on. And then Duda against Van Foreest, an interesting battle between 2 very fighting players, but ending in a draw. Eventually, and for Magnus, if you're just tuning in now, can't hear. Dania is muted.
Yeah, well, I'm not muted on my end. Bick.
No, you weren't. Otherwise, I couldn't have heard you. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good now.
Is it good now?
Yeah, I think they can.
All right. Yep, I think I'm fine now. Apologies for that. But I was just saying that there were 2 pretty incredible things that happened today. Sam's win over Karyakin and Vidit's blunder against Shakhriyar. You can tell that the tournament is nearing its conclusion. Fatigue is playing a role, and really an incredible game today by Sam. And Magnus actually responded very, very quickly to Fabiano's Rook C1 with a check on H4, Fiona. And the idea is very simple. He wants Fabi to go G3, which he is. And the move G3 creates a massive hole on the F3 square that can be occupied by the rook. It's very clear that Magnus is making very quick and efficient strides toward pushing Fabi off the board here.
And you were just saying during the break, I mean, we wouldn't be shocked if Fabiano just resigned soon. He knows Magnus probably better as a chess player than anyone else in this field. Mm-hmm. And he is not going to need Magnus to show him how it's all done. I don't think he'll resign immediately, but Magnus very clearly, he's taking very big steps towards wrapping up his tournament in style.
Yeah, it really depends, on how he feels, but he knows how this game is going to end. And just to show what could happen in the event that Fabi goes G3, Magnus is going to swing the bishop all the way back to D8, where it can reroute to A5. That's going to be another potentially devastating check. And as I mentioned, the rook is coming into F3. The pawn could then advance to E3. And it's just one of those things where the threats are coming from all different sides of the board. And we haven't even talked about the role of the A pawn, which can also move forward in case the bishop moves on to B4 to cover the check on A5. Too many threats. White is too passive. And, it's just difficult to hold out for more than a couple of moves here.
For sure. And Dania, just before we come back to this game, very quickly, there has been some news around circulating on social media with Daniil Dubov. So here is the official statement from the Tata Steel Chess account. Daniil Dubov tested positive for COVID-19 on Thursday. A second test requested by Dubov himself showed a negative result. The Dutch health authorities stipulated in these circumstances the positive test result stands and supersedes the negative outcome. So I know there's been a lot of speculation on social media, but it for sure Daniil will not be returning to the tournament.
He does go by Dania, by the way.
Tomorrow, huh?
He does go by Dania, by the way. That's just basically like Danny in Russian. So in Russian broadcast, they call him Dania.
Yeah, so Dania, well, one Dania will be returning tomorrow, at least, so I hope. The other won't.
I hope so too. And Magnus actually not going bishop d8. I was wrong. But going bishop g5, hitting the rook.
So bishop g5, and well, what could be the idea here? And also, first of all, where does the white rook go?
I think I see a beautiful idea. If Fabi goes rook c3, the other bishop comes out to b5. And if Fabi covers this with rook f2, the fastest win is a brilliant check on d2. What a tactic.
Wow.
And after rook takes c2, you got checkmated. And if you take with the king, you drop the rook on f2 and everything else collapses. Oh, there's a filigree precision. Now, it appears that Fabi has to go rook c4. And that's the only way to stay
rook c4
in the game,
and
at
walk
least for the
into
next couple of
the
moves.
skewer.
Walk into the skewer, yeah, voluntarily. But if you get skewered, then after rook c takes c4, I don't actually think Magnus is going to go for this, because if you just kind of mindlessly grab the material, then you're going to lose the pawn on a4, and all of a sudden this is a draw. So rook c4 is an excellent practical chance. I mean, it has to be played by Fabi. Rook c3 loses on the spot to bishop b5. I think Fabi recognizes that, and I think he's going to find it.
The rook c4, is that, I guess it's the only move. We have to stay on the c file.
Yeah, and the thing is, if black plays e3, which my guess is that Magnus will play, I thought that Fabi's idea might be to play h4, but the bishop could just drop back to h6. And if you try to go g4, in order to shut the bishop out with g5, the rook slides over to f3 just in time and takes the sting out of the move g5. Now the bishop can just move back to g7, and the rook maneuvers to the first rank decisively. And let's not forget that bishop b5 still is a devastating threat. So this doesn't save white, but it definitely prolongs the game.
The best chance, as Fabiano now, plenty of time on the clock. Rook c4, not an easy move to make for starters, especially not when you understand that it still probably isn't enough, but Fabiano will try his best, of course, to make all the moves that at least keep a fighting chance.
Indeed. He is down to 40 minutes. You can see how dejected he is. This is just not a game that there is no game that you are planning to lose, but the third loss of the white pieces is just a massive blow as the tournament comes to an end. A forgettable event for sure for Fabiano.
And I'm curious, when was Magnus's last classical win? These two have played so many draws, especially with the black pieces. I'd be very, very curious. Maybe I'll look it up. We're hoping, if Magnus doesn't lose, which at this point looks very unlikely, we'll hopefully have him here in the studio with us. So I'll look up some of these stats, and we're looking forward to having Magnus. But he's not thinking about those incoming interviews. He's focused on one thing and one thing only. As Fabiano, by the way, has played rook b1 while I was rambling.
Yeah, rook b1 it's a possible move. You're stopping bishop b5. What this allows, though, is a rook f3, and I think rook f3 is going to be devastating. This attacks the bishop. Fabi will probably move the bishop back to c1. Now, Magnus can go e3 here. That's winning. Another winning move is to slide the bishop back to e7 and hit the pawn on c5. And after bishop e3, well, there's many things that black can do. a3 is a possibility. You could now play bishop f6 in order to cover the a1 square. so that a3 comes with even greater effect. Just look at how tied down white is. I mean, every single piece is completely, tied down. And for example, after king d2, a3, the pawn is simply unstoppable. White's probably going to lose the bishop. I'm anticipating rook f3 by Magnus, tightening the screws as he inexorably moves closer and closer to victory.
And I see a question in the chat. It's gone now, but the question was, where did Fabiano go wrong in this game? And what do you think, Tanya?
Well, clearly I think the decisive mistake was to allow that exchange sacrifice. Maybe not totally decisive. It's entirely possible that he could have defended more resiliently there. But from a practical standpoint, that put him in a position which was incredibly difficult to defend. I feel like where he started to go wrong was when he combined the moves rook c1 and knight d2. I felt like he should have done one or the other, either knight d2 or rook c1.
And Magnus, sorry, Daniel, I'll let you continue, but he's played rook f3. Yeah.
Indeed. And I was almost done. I was just going to say that had Fabi gone rook c1, remember I showed that repetition with queen e2 and then queen back to a6. I think it's quite likely that that's how the game would have concluded. And, Fabi's going to be kicking himself for that as he goes
bishop
c1 indeed. Yep. And we're expecting bishop e7 or even bishop f6 is another possibility here straight away. I mean, it really doesn't matter. Everything is winning.
Yeah, we see Magnus about to make a quick move. Bishop f6 is what he's decided on.
Yep. Bishop f6, and he is basically ready to push one pawn, maybe even both of these pawns. And this bishop from c6 could reposition to d5. And look at how the bishops slice through white's position, covering both of the pawns' subsequent squares. All three of them, actually. The rook covering a3 and the bishops team up to cover a3, a2, and a1. Never has a pawn gotten such amazing treatment from all of the pieces.
Indeed.
And this is all over.
And I mean, it's just when you watch Magnus at his best, and I think today really was a tremendous effort by him, the way he uses his pieces, I mean, it's just a sight to behold.
It really is. And, just like a legend on the soccer field, such as Messi, makes it seem that one team has more than 11 players on the field, it always seems like Magnus has more pieces than his opponent, even when he's down in material technically, even after he sacked the exchange. And that's just a product of, as you said, his confidence and his wizardry with every piece on the board and in every type of position.
And Fabiano, he has that face of like, I don't know if it means resignation, could be close, but he knows.
Yes. He's got the pre-resign face.
And yeah, it's, I mean, as you said, it's really not been his tournament, but similarly to Duda, his focus will be going towards later this year when they will be playing in the candidates tournament. For Fabi, the good news, I don't know how superstitious he is, but that year he won the candidates tournament so convincingly in 2018. He had actually come off a terrible performance in Wijk. I think he finished on 5 out of 13 or something that year. So for the superstitious ones out there, it might not be such a bad sign.
Yeah, and I think Fabi can definitely be very, very streaky. And, in the last couple of tournaments, he's had, I think, a little bit of trouble getting the kinds of positions that he likes out of the opening. If you remember his Singfield Cup performance, an important component of that was excellent opening preparation and novelties. And it just seems like in this tournament in particular, he was getting dragged into a lot of unfamiliar territory and territory that he doesn't necessarily, positions that he doesn't necessarily prefer. So as he continues to ponder this position, Magnus, you can see, kind of anticipating resignation.
Yeah, not going too far away from the board. Actually, now you could almost argue he's standing a bit too close, piling up the pressure.
Well, he's putting more pressure, and I think he is thinking just resign already. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting, but Fabi you got to admire his patience. Fabi in a position where a lot of people would just start playing instantly, doing his absolute best to dig up resources. Unfortunately, there are none.
Yeah, and it's really a situation where maybe against other players, even then, there wouldn't be much to hope for, but Magnus in those spots, he's so clinical. He knows it's over. He's standing behind the board. He's ready to call it a day. Remember, he won't be playing tomorrow, where he'll get a forfeit win against Dubov, and he is about to be crowned the 2022 Tata Steel champion.
A dominant wire-to-wire performance by Magnus, who scored so many amazing games. I mean, you think about it, he beat Giri in that Catalan. That was the same tournament. He won so many sparkling games. He beat Mahmed Yarov. He won 2 Catalan games, as Sam Shankland referenced. And, you know, every one of his tournaments is just exquisite. I mean, he plays, usually even players at this level, they might play one really masterful game per tournament. And Magnus regularly plays 3 or 4 games that could enter his best games collection. Ugh,
and even here, I'm not sure. It's been a long tournament, Dania.
It has.
And even Magnus, he's looking a little tight, but this is, for him, it really is the last moments. He's not going to have to show up tomorrow. All he'll have to do is to show up in the evening and collect what will be his 8th trophy. 8 Tata Steel Chess trophy, and absolute furthering his record of most wins here.
That's crazy. 8? Oh my goodness. That just tells you all you need to know. And someone wins Tata Steel / Wijk 8 times, you really don't need to share any other statistics other than that one.
Absolutely true. And as Fabiano, he is still thinking, but there just isn't. If we go back to the game, how do you even proceed as white? How do you try and fight against the a-pawn?
I mean, I was contemplating briefly bishop b2, but this loses on the spot to rook b3, pinning b1, and then following up with a3, locking in the w there. And okay, I mean, bishop b3 is another attempt to lock down the rook, but anything wins. I mean, a3, maybe a3 is inaccurate due to rook b3, actually. And the one thing that black has to be careful about in a position like this is to allow an exchange sacrifice in an opposite colored bishop endgame. Fabi going rook b6. That's a good move. And he is eyeing the possibility of taking on c6 and then taking on e4. In certain situations, that could be a very resilient attempt. I like the move rook b6. I think that is definitely the best move in the position.
If you are black, do you want to try and avoid that? And if so, how do we defend the pawn on e4? Do we counterattack the pawn on c5? How do we meet this?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple possibilities here. The bishop d4 would be a mistake, that's for sure, because then it walks right into this idea, and you basically have to give up the a4 pawn, which is the worst thing that black can do. You could give a check on c3, and after bishop d2, well, the engine suggests the very cold-blooded move king f7, just get the king involved, and white is so tied down that he doesn't have any moves. The human approach, I think, is to go a3 in this position and just keep pushing. And the problem is that white will have to take on c3 in order for the rook to defend the a2 square. And after rook takes c3, black collects yet another pawn. And once c5 falls, there's just too many pawns.
So bishop c3, we're thinking likely the best move here for Magnus on the board.
Yeah, likely bishop c3 check. What else can we propose? I mean, you could move the rook somewhere. Maybe rook can slide on over to d3. And again, I wouldn't want to go for, I wouldn't even want to calculate this option, even though I'm sure in this particular version, black is winning. And that's why I think I like bishop c3 check, because that essentially disallows any rook takes c6 shenanigans.
It seems to be, funnily enough, the only move that disallows the shenanigans, because what I had suggested of defending the pawn on e4 is just not possible. There's no way we can defend that.
Yeah, and I think Magnus is going to play it. This is, what he does. Bishop c3 check. Of course, king d1 is also a possibility. And now there's a really interesting tactical idea, e3. And if you play rook takes c3, it's anticlimactic, but very powerful. Black just trades and goes a3 and promotes the pawn. Total domination over the rook on b6. And if white plays bishop takes e3, then here as well, a3 is devastating because there are mate threats with bishop a4 and rook f1, along with the threat of promoting the pawn. So I'm anticipating bishop c3
Bishop
check.
c3, and Magnus, he looks like he's just double checking. It kind of looks like he's maybe made up his mind already.
Yes.
He also doesn't have
really
this intense thinking process, and I think Magnus knows, Fabiano knows, both of them know the position is winning. It's just a matter of keeping your cool until the very end, especially here in this spot where there could be some tricks of giving the exchange back on the horizon. But Magnus, I mean, he has so much experience, so much time on the clock, so I don't think he's going to rush this one.
Yeah, the time control is massive in this tournament. 50 minutes is a huge addition on move 40, and Magnus has not spent really almost any of it because of how confident he is in the technique. And this is one of those positions where, I mean, it's easy to identify all of the sources of counterplay because there is just one. The only thing that could go wrong is you allow rook takes c6, and the only other thing that could go wrong is you can push this pawn prematurely. So if you go a3 here, that would be an example of the second, because you allow rook a2, and all of a sudden you have a hard time defending this pawn. But obviously, Magnus is just not going to do that.
Yeah, and we see Fabiano getting up for a little stroll. There's still, I guess, some games going on in the challenger section as Magnus, considering how he's going to be putting the finishing touches on this. I expect bishop c3 quite soon, and Dania, for him, really, I mean, to beat Fabiano in a classical game with the black pieces must be an extra nice feeling to wrap up the tournament in this way.
Yeah, and don't quote me on this. I mean, I'll look this up at some point, but I feel like after their World Championship match, there was a swing in their results. I feel like Fabi really had his number, you know, around 2014, 2015. Fabi beat Magnus with black at that famous Singfield Cup, you know, the immortal Singfield Cup performance. And Fabi has definitely defeated Magnus on other occasions as well. But as of late, it just seems like Magnus, I mean, he is absolutely unbeatable this tournament. You know, you really do see the difference between him and all of the other players. I get asked this question a lot on my stream, you know, what is it that really separates Magnus from other top players? And that question is impossible to answer in one sentence, obviously. But I think that you can just see it in his play. You can see it in his confidence, and you can see it in the way that he wins games. He makes it look easy. He puts these people to bed in 25, 30 moves, such as Mamedyarov. Who else can do that? Nobody.
Nobody really. And I mean, also Magnus's pure will to win and his determination, and I think it's something we talked about the other day as well. I think he's been such a positive influence in terms of not just taking a draw when the position looks equalish. And do you also feel that way, that he's really had an effect not just on his willingness to play on, but on other top players?
Well, I would be quoting Veselin Topalov. I remember when I was commentating the World Cup with Veselin, I asked him this question. I asked him, well, what is your perspective on how Magnus has changed the game? And I asked this to Vichy and I asked this to Veselin, and they both said exactly the same thing. They said that one of the clearest influences that Magnus has had is people have stopped offering draws in many different types of positions where 10, 15 years ago, you know, they would have shaken hands and gone home a long time ago. Magnus has shown that even in the driest looking positions, even situations that are equal objectively, there's plenty of life and you can squeeze many, many points out of those positions if you have the right skill set. And now it's not just Magnus who does that. Even younger grandmasters and even players who are not at the very top, I think, have sort of inhabited that, inherited that spirit of resilience and fight in good positions and in bad positions. Magnus has just proven what is possible when you have this will to win, as you said.
Yeah, and Magnus, well, many people call him the GOAT already, or he's up there for sure. I think Magnus himself always a bit reluctant to talk about these topics. Is he the greatest? Was it Kasparov? Was it Fischer? Was it someone else? And I think absolutely he's right in saying maybe we can talk about that once my career is over, but it's very far from over, with Magnus himself stating recently that his next goal is 2,900. I'm very quickly going to bring up what was his rating. So he was losing 1 rating point before today, but if he can get the win, he will be walking away from Wijk with at least a small rating plus.
Which is saying a lot, that he can dominate a tournament like this and be still essentially losing rating. But I just wanted to add that, you know, every time Magnus wins a tournament like this, he really silences the growing chorus of people who seem to jump to conclusions every time he doesn't win a tournament. And he really shows that he's got so much juice left in the tank. He's got many tournament victories ahead of him, and anybody who claims that Magnus is somehow on the decline or experiencing a slump of any kind is deluded. Magnus is in some ways playing the best chess of his career, and he's proven that again this tournament.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a stellar performance. He went unbeaten last year. We all remembered he had that 1 loss against Yasipenko. Now I'm not sure that he had another, but that was the one that stood out. But this year, I mean, in the early stages, he was a bit slower than, let's say, Vidit, who started with a few early wins. Magnus had a quieter start, but then he turned up the turbo and never looked back.
Yeah, and he is taking a pretty significant think here. I thought he would play Bishop C3 a while ago, but this is really the first moment in the endgame where he has to be precise. And this is yet another one of his infinitely many great qualities. He just senses critical moments so well. He knows when to think. And that's something that's not often talked about. It's not only what do you think about, you have to know when to think and when to play quickly. And we've discussed it before. He plays quickly when he senses that the move is quite obvious and that there is a good amount of margin for error. And then he has this magical sense, okay, this critical moment, I need to take 20 minutes here. And he does.
And Dania, what would you say to the viewers who are watching us if they ask you for advice for how can we sense what is a critical position? When should we invest more clock time? What would you say?
A lot of it is being aware of sources of danger. And that doesn't just mean asking yourself what the threat is, because technically in this position, white has no threat. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, if you play a move like King F7, which, by the way, is the computer's top recommendation, Rook takes C6 is not serious here, because after Rook takes C4, there's this move Rook B3, which is a very powerful counter blow. Rook takes A4, Rook B1, and the bishop is going to be lost. King D2, there's bishop G5 check. But Rook takes A6, Rook takes C6 is nonetheless a source of danger, and in a different set of circumstances, it's actually a very strong defensive resource. So the moment Magnus senses that anything like that is on the horizon, he says, okay, I need to be very precise. I need to make sure that I'm factoring this in. And, he has that very, very acute sense of danger, where danger doesn't just mean danger of being attacked or danger of getting checkmated, but danger of in any way losing the threat of the game or losing the advantage.
For sure, and we see him there really buckle down. Magnus is deep focus there. He, especially I think after the lesson from yesterday against Vidit, maybe there was one move at D7 which was played a little too quickly, quite uncharacteristic of Magnus. So today he is definitely not going to repeat that same mistake.
It's the exception, and maybe Magnus a little bit frustrated here that in his eyes, maybe he allowed Rook B6. I feel like it might have been a little bit more expeditious to go Bishop E7. And this would have accelerated the process just a tad, forcing Bishop B3 and then returning to F6 so that, white is saddled with yet another weakness, and the rook isn't making contact with e4. But yesterday is the exception that proves the rule. The fact that we were, surprised that Magnus rushed d7. The reason we were surprised is because it's so rare for him to commit such an error, even in the most complicated endgames.
And we see that Fabiano, he is just walking around the playing hall there, waiting for Magnus to make a move. For Fabiano, I mean, you've got to be happy. At least you have some kind of threat, some kind of hope that Magnus might go wrong here.
Yeah, you do. And Magnus has already taken, 15 minutes or so?
He is taking his sweet time, that's for sure. He's not rushing his decision. King f2, now that we've looked at this position for a while, Daniel, would you go for king f7 or bishop c3?
Well, I'd go bishop c3 check. King f7 is not an easy move. And it's actually not the easiest thing to correctly evaluate this endgame. Because if you play a3, which is really the human move, that's a mistake. And the reason that's a mistake is because after rook a4, it may seem like bishop b2 is a winning move, but it's not. Bishop takes b2, a takes b2, and simply rook b4 picks off the pawn with excellent drawing chances. It does look like Magnus is about to make a move, by the way. I'm keeping an eye on that. But that's, I mentioned previously there's this move rook b3, but man, that's a difficult move to come up with. I'm anticipating bishop c3 check.
And Magnus is still thinking, I don't know if now is maybe a good time for us to take a quick break while Magnus makes up his mind, and we'll return to this in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to round 12 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where Magnus has finally made a move.
Yeah, and it's neither bishop c3 check nor king f7. It is rook up to f5, hunting for that pawn on c5. And, you know, I have to emphasize that it's one of those positions where there are multiple possible moves as long as you stay the course. And he did rook f5 is a completely viable option, and it preserves a completely winning position because Fabio has no good way to defend the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, what are the ways? Rook c2 is one option.
Yeah, there's three ways. There's rook c2, there's bishop e3, and then there's bishop a3. All of them are viable. Bishop a3 plus bishop a3 allows bishop d4 though, and the pawn is lost. So I think this is the quickest demise. Bishop e3, I don't think Fabio is going to play because it leaves the a pawn unattended. Although on the other hand, a3 is not necessary. A3 could be hasty due to rook b3. We've already talked about this trap.
Yeah.
And rook c2 is also possible. I really don't know which of the three moves he's going to make. It's going to be one of the three. But here again, bishop d4 looks incredibly strong.
Yeah,
okay, looks like he's about to make a move.
Yeah, he was reaching out with the hand. None of the three options are particularly tempting, but of course, as you said many moons ago, as soon as the c5 pawn drops, that's the end. So he will have to try and hold on to that.
Yeah, and I would say that I could see him resigning here. Like, it wouldn't be shocking, but I don't think that he plays bishop a3, but I understand why he's playing. I mean, there are tricks that Magnus has to avoid here. So I would really call it admirable that Fabi continues to play as objectively as he can.
Yeah. So bishop a3 dealing with that pawn for now. What are the options now for Magnus?
Well, bishop d4 is the obvious move, but once again, you have to reckon with rook takes c6, bc6, and rook takes c4. And there is a winning move here, and that move is rook d5. It forces the trade, but this has to be calculated because white is heading for b4. And if you look at this, king f7, king d3, king e6, king c4, it may look like white is holding on, but in fact he isn't. Black has several winning approaches. One is to just head for the other side of the board. The other approach is to play king d5, king takes a4, and just bishop d4, pick up the c5. The rest is very, very easy, but he's going to have to calculate that. And if we go all the way back, after bishop d4, Fabi, for that reason, probably just has to part ways with the c5 pawn and go king d2, for instance. And the simplest approach is to take on c5. And this is still not winning on the spot. I mean, Magnus is going to have to work for it and probably bring his king up and then maybe go rook a5 and ultimately dislodge the rook for b6. So this is still winning, but some finesse is nonetheless required even here.
Yeah, Fabiano, he is going to make this as hard for Magnus as he can. Magnus is still thinking, other than bishop d4, are there other moves that might be tempting for black?
Well, the other move is the computer always likes king f7 here. This is a very enginey way to play, though, just like not forcing anything, just making an improvement to the position. But I could totally see Magnus doing that because white is almost in Zugzwang. White just has no healthy moves. And again, it's important to point out this idea of rook e5. And I think this is part of the reason that Magnus played rook f5 is to prevent the sacrifice on c6 so that he doesn't have to worry about it, at least until Fabi's king moves away from e1.
Yeah, king f7 could be a Magnus move. Bishop d4, what is it going to be? Magnus once again investing some time here. He's about to drop under Fabiano's time, but he is not worried about that at all, as we see the view into the playing hall where just these two remain. How do you, if you have two candidate moves like king f7 and bishop d4, how do you proceed from there to decide which one to make?
Well, you just need to try to evaluate which technical, because you probably know, Magnus knows that he's going to be winning objectively after both of these moves. He realizes that. But he has to decide which option allows less counterplay, and which option presents the clearest path forward and the clearest way to make progress. But every player has a different way of converting advantages. Magnus is one of the best advantage converter, in the history of chess, I think. And his approach is generally to err on the side of making improving moves and not forcing things until he's improved his position to the maximum. That's why I say that King F7 is a Magnus type move.
King F7. Magnus looks like he's getting close, but with him I find it harder to read. I feel there's some players you think, okay, we know he's about to make a move, but he is just picking his lip for now. The hand comes down, but I don't think it's gone to any piece.
Yeah, I agree. I think definitely with some players, when they like raise their hand up at all, you just know they're about to make a move. With Magnus, he goes through so many different positions, thinking positions in every move, that you just never know. But if he takes another 15 minutes, I mean, I think the last thing he wants to do is get himself into time pressure.
Yeah, so we're on move 46. Magnus still 15 moves to make. Final reminder, it's been a while, so you're probably all aware by now, but one of the longest time controls on the tour, 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, 50 minutes for the next 20, and then finally on move 60 an extra 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course there's also a 30-second increment per move from move 1.
Yeah, this is probably the longest time control on the tour by far, right? And especially that final 15 minutes. I mean, that is just, I don't know. It's a long time control.
It is indeed. But Magnus, well, he might be happy to be getting that extra 15 minutes. Although, what do you think, Daniel? Most likely this will end before move 60?
I mean, the way it's going, I don't know. I'm not expecting Fabi to resign until it's... I think if Fabi wanted to resign, he would have already resigned. It's sort of the decision make, okay, you know, if he thought that Magnus... if he wanted to resign, he would have done so on move 40 or 41. He has basically decided to take the approach of trying to play objectively best moves and hoping for a miracle, which is very admirable in the way that one should play. So I don't think he's resigning until one of several things happens, until like you get into a pawn endgame or a bishop endgame that's completely lost, or until Magnus finds a way to set one of his pawns in motion, and you know, until the domination has reached a clear moment when one of the pawns is promoting.
You're just highlighting there one of the errors. What actually happens if black goes back to f3? We're just repeating.
Well, the rook just came from there. Yeah, repeating. I mean, Fabi has to go back to c1. Yeah. So maybe Magnus will do that. I mean, it's possible that Magnus will not particularly like anything in this position and revert back to, you know, the idea of bishop c3 check. But I find that to be pretty unlikely given how much time he's already invested in that position, and now in this position he's again taking a very, very long thing.
And we see Fabiano. It's a tough spot for Fabiano as well, because you know the game is lost and you're just sitting there hoping you will get a chance. You know, especially when it's Magnus, most likely you won't. But Fabiano, he's not gonna let his emotions get the better of him. I mean, he's so impressive, and that's how you save games as well. Like, you just have to keep asking questions, and Fabiano is trying his best. He's finding the most tricky resources, and that's also why Magnus is investing that time, because Fabiano is not making it easy for him.
No, and that's the thing with miracles. You know, you don't think that's by definition, you don't think they're possible until they happen. And I think people sometimes forget about that. They think, well, it's quite clear that that Fabi can't save the game. Well, every time you thought that, as Magnus like King F7, if every time you thought that you resigned, well, there'd be no swindles in chess. And King F7 has been played by Magnus. Just such a nasty move. And Fabi kind of runs out of helpful moves here. He just has to go probably bishop b4, just a waiting move.
Is there anything is there anything to say for trying to bring the king closer?
Yeah, there is. King d2 is possible. But now rook f3 is probably very strong, because this move walks right into, you know, all sorts of ideas. And if you try to repeat the position, now a3 is totally devastating, because, you know, obviously this sacrifice is no longer possible. The pawn is way too close to promotion. So.
King f7, Magnus has gotten off the board. And well, let's see the other move you were talking about, bishop b4.
Yeah, well, the engine likes rook f3 here as well. Again, it makes sense because the bishop has stepped away from the a3 square, and black now threatens to keep pushing this pawn. And finally, I mean, I think the likeliest move is probably bishop b2. If I had to guess what Fabi would play, I would guess bishop b2, because at the very least, this invites Magnus to get this position, which is completely losing. But at the very least, Fabi doesn't have to worry about two bishops. He only has to worry about one. And, you know, he can still make a couple of moves here, rook a2. Magnus's plan, though, is among many possible plans. He can just get the king, well, not to e6. That blunders, rook takes it forward. See, there we go. That could happen one time out of a million. But he can go king e7, king d7, king c7, kick the rook out of b6, and then start pushing the b pawn, and the connected passers decide the game.
I think in this position, as soon as the black king reaches c7 without stepping onto these danger squares along the 6th, I think there we would see a resignation. But we're still far away from that, as Fabi, he is still considering what's it going to be, bishop b2, bishop b4.
Yeah, Fabi is obviously suffering here. And again, I think Magnus has partially had this effect on modern chess, as well as other top GMs. I think this would have been resigned if we were commentating the 1963 candidates tournament in Curacao, for example. You know, even somebody like Fischer or Tal would have been likely to resign this endgame, and not because they weren't resilient or they were bad. It's just that, you know, with the advent of computers, we have realized how many chances there are, even in positions that look completely lost. I think that is largely thanks to computers appearing on the scene. Imagine having this position against Stockfish. I wouldn't be confident that you know, that even Magnus would win this 100 times out of 100. And that is an important thing that, you know, that must be mentioned when talking about computers and their influence.
For sure, and well, computers in chess has been one of the main topics here this year. During the tournament, we had this conference about AI with Peter Heine-Nielsen attending, Natasha Regan. So let me ask you, Dania, maybe how do you work with computers? How do you use them in your work?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty one-dimensional. I mostly use Stockfish. I don't really use Leela and other engines. But every player, you know, has to decide, and mostly, of course, you use computers for opening preparation. I use computers to analyze games and to select material for students. But in terms of working on my own game, it's, you know, 90% you use computers for opening. And every player has his or her own style of working with the computer. First of all, in terms of quantity, some players turn on the computer more. Some players try to analyze by themselves a lot of the time and only verify their conclusions with the computer, although that's becoming a lot more rare. For most GMs, the engine is running continuously when you're studying an opening because it's simply impossible. You cannot rely on yourself for anything. You have to check everything with an engine. So it doesn't really make sense anymore to analyze on your own. But why are players like Dubov so impressive? Because they have managed to keep their style. As Fabi goes rook f2, but just to complete the thought, and then we'll get to his move, they've managed to keep their style and make incredibly creative moves that the computer initially disapproves of. So they found a way to, in many positions, think even more deeply than the computer, and they use the computer very selectively to make sure that their moves aren't blunders. But sometimes they'll make the move that the computer disapproves of initially, but because they've analyzed it so deeply, they've understood that from a human perspective, the move is very difficult to face. So no, computers are not killing the game of chess. And yes, there is still a lot of room for human creativity and for humans to add beauty to chess.
Some very interesting thoughts there indeed. And as Fabiano offers a rook trade with rook f2.
Yeah, rook f3 here seems to be the winning move because it poses a deadly ultimatum. If Fabi takes it, this is too much to deal with, this beast on f3. And if Fabi doesn't take it, if he moves his bishop back, well, now the bishop check on c3 is extremely strong, forcing the king up, and the king advances to d5.
Rook f3 has been played.
And I think Fabi's going to take that rook and resign in 3 or 4 moves from now.
So Magnus taking his time, but really finding all the moves, and rook f3. Really, maybe we can have one more look, Dania. Really, there is nothing that Fabiano can do here. Everything is forced.
Well, there's too many passed pawns, and the bishop comes into d4. So, for instance, bishop b2 can be tried, and Magnus doesn't even have to trade. In fact, bishop d8 wins the rook. I mean, it wins the exchange. Rook b4 gets skewered on a5.
Crazy.
And this is obviously, even though it's an opposite colored bishop endgame, it is completely lost because the pawns are way too far apart, and Black's king just comes into b3 and promotes the a pawn. But I mean, if not bishop b2, then bishop d4 followed by f2 is winning, because the other bishop is going to basically come into d3 and dislodge the king as Caruana takes the rook. And my guess is that bishop b2, bishop d8 is going to happen, and then Caruana is going to resign.
Yeah, we saw the look while you were talking us through the lines. Fabiano was looking at his score sheet even before making the move, which again is often a sign that resignation might happen soon, with the players looking at the score sheet, thinking, where did it all go wrong? And bishop d4
is going to be played. I'm giving it a 99% chance. Although with Magnus, you never truly know. Bishop d4, there's one more trick to avoid. Fabi can make the devilish move rook b4. Oh, he blunders the pawn with a skewer. White's winning up to rook f4 check. This just shows that you can never relax, and those words aren't just a meaningless cliche. They're true. But in this position, bishop e3 results in complete domination. Look at how the bishop and the pawn dominate the king, and now Black can win in one of several ways. The easiest is actually just to bring the king up to d5, and only then to capture the pawn on c5. But Magnus has to find the move bishop e3 in response to rook b4. Okay, here he goes.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to make a move. I think bishop d4 about, and look at the intense focus on Magnus's face as bishop d4 appears on the board.
Yep, and Fabi is definitely going to go rook b4. I can almost guarantee it. And after bishop e3, I think he's going to resign. Amended prediction.
And yeah, you can see from Fabi's face, actually, the resignation happening right there. And we have a new champion. Magnus Carlsen is the winner of this 2022 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Congratulations to the world champion. And what a performance it has been throughout the tournament, but culminating in this huge Black win against Fabiano Caruana.
Domination. I mean, that's the word that comes to mind when you think of the current state of chess. Magnus is on a completely different level. He kicked it into gear with that round two. He kicked it into Giri with that round two victory over Anish, and he never looked back. He didn't lose a single game. He was never even close to losing a single game. And this final win over Caruana with the black pieces, just the cherry on top. So many exquisite games. A well-deserved victory by the world champion.
And we see Magnus there just folding the score sheet neatly as Fabiano Caruana is discussing with our main arbiter, Arno Elians. Magnus Carlsen, he will be coming out. I think we're going to stick around and wait for him. His first stop will be the interview with Leonard, which will play here live for you. Then he has a few press commitments, and then hopefully he will be joining me here in the studio very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be hearing plenty from Magnus in a second. And really, Danny, I mean, as you were saying, he was never in trouble in this tournament. What do you think was his favorite games? Which game of Magnus did you like the most?
Well, he was never in trouble. He was never in time pressure. Really, this game was one of the candidates, but I was particularly impressed with his win over Shakhriyar. And the reason I was so impressed with it is because Shakhriyar was in phenomenal form. He beat Vidit today, and Carlsen always makes it look easy against everybody. Doesn't matter who it is. He wins in less than 30 moves. And really, the way he handled the Catalan and his 2 Catalan wins have been really unbelievable. So I'd have to single that one out. But really, all of his wins this tournament have been excellent.
And I mean, he's on what I was just looking there on the side. He's now on 8.5 out of 12. He will get 1 point more against Dubov. without playing. But the reason I'm saying Vidit, he could even have gotten potentially one more win yesterday. But I think all in all, Magnus has got to be very happy with his performance as we look at the results here of round 12.
Indeed, as he breaks free, he's got a lead of 1 point over Schalkeriar and Rapport, and just total domination. What else is there to be said? An incredible
Let's go to
performance.
Magnus. Sorry, Dania.
Magnus Carlsen, you just won the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022, and what a way to clinch it in a black game against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy, of course, with the result in total, and also today. I was, draw was very good for me, but I was feeling a bit bolder than normal. I kind of wanted to play. He clearly wanted to play as well, so we got a good fight. But I think he went astray there. I went for a somewhat risky plan with all of this a4, rook d8, and so on, because I would have to spend some time at least with queen a8, queen c8, later getting the bishop back in the game, and it's a question whether he can use that time. And then I think he went for the wrong plan with knight d2 and then f3, and I felt that the exchange attack was just screaming to be played. After that,
how did you evaluate that?
Oh, I thought I was better, probably not much, but I think he immediately went for completely the wrong plan with queen b4 and bishop c3. I think it's very much in my interest to exchange queens there. Might seem a bit I cannot find the paradoxical that I should exchange queens while an exchange down, but I think my bishops are so strong in the end game that he just has no chance. So I think he needed to do something else there. Maybe queen b2 was a choice, and then try to play queen e2 maybe later if rook d8, bishop c3. Thought that was the only way to kind of stay afloat for him. And I feel like the end game was just winning pretty much from the get-go, and he found some nice resources, but I think eventually it's always going to win.
How would you sum up your tournament? Are you satisfied with your play?
I think there have been a lot of very good moments here in this tournament. I think I've had 9 winning positions, and I converted 5 of them, which is probably 1 or 2 too little, considering what I had. But there are a lot of positives, especially compared to the last couple of years where I didn't play well and frankly didn't get many chances. So the huge amount of chances that I got, it's of course partly due to my opponents playing a bit weaker than usual, but I think I also managed to create more of them than normal. And obviously the total score +5 is great and more than enough for tournament victory. But there's always this thought that it could have been even better. But that will have to be another time. But I'm really satisfied in general.
It's your 8th win here in the Masters. This is a nice collection of trophies. The 10 trophies are inside now.
Oh yes, for sure. As I said, I'm very happy to get back to winning ways here, and I also now got back to winning more than 50% of my A groups here, which is something that I've been kind of thinking of a bit the last year. I didn't want to dip below, so if I do this the same thing next few years, then I have great chances.
And tomorrow is going to be a very odd day because like you don't have to play, so you will have like some mini holidays in Wijk aan Zee tomorrow. Do you have any plans?
Yeah, practically it will be my 5th free day. I don't have any particular plans. We'll see how I feel and go from there. But as I said yesterday, obviously you want things to be decided at the board.
But I'm really,
You did today.
I'm really, really happy. Yeah, that I got this win now, and then it doesn't really matter. I guess if I had lost and Schach had won tomorrow, then we could have been tied, but wouldn't have been very likely.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and
Thank you.
Enjoy your victory.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen, clearly very happy with tournament victory. Hopefully we'll have him in the studio here as well and we can pick his brains a little more. But Dania, first
it is time for your round 12 rapid recap. And although Magnus won the tournament today, really the game of the day, an amazing display, was played between Sam Shankland, who had the white pieces, and Sergei Karyakin, who had the black pieces. Let's delve into this very exciting game, Fiona. It started off as a Nimzo Indian, and Sam straight away on move 4 signaling his very sharp intentions.
F3 leading to some of the sharper lines in the Nimzo Indian indeed, and Karyakin also responding in slightly offbeat fashion.
Yeah, c5 and b5, kind of a Benko style idea. Now, white generally doesn't want to take on b5 in these positions because the pawn on d5 becomes incredibly weak. I mean, here, it's just a terrible idea to take. So Sam, following the main line, reinforcing his center with e4, continuing his development. And for a while, they were following relatively well-known line, a4 by Sam, trying to get Sergei to remove this pawn from b5. And he does. Sergei takes on c4. Sam recaptures, and Fiona, at this point, they were following a very high-level game from a recent tournament where the player playing black was international master Alina Kashlinskaya, who is a noted Nimzo expert, but Sam just knew this more than Sergei did.
It was really impressive preparation from Sam. As we can see in this spot, Sam was still up time from the starting clock time, and he just rattled down this line. Now Sergei playing knight e5. The bishops were exchanged on c8 and bishop f4. Sergei deciding he needs to push those pawns and try and get this knight d3 check in.
Yeah, and black has sacrificed the pawn. The compensation is clear. Black's got an initiative, but Sam eliminating the knight. They're still following that game. And after the move knight h3, the idea of which is to castle short and also to tuck the knight back on f2 in case black gets control of this diagonal. That game continued queen c5, and we thought that queen c5 was the best move. But Sergei, after a long think, and it's possible that he was out of theory at this point, he decided on bishop c5. That's still decent. Sam going queen e2 and preparing once again to play knight f2, Sergei responding with rook b8. And after knight f2, this is where Sergei committed a critical error. He probably should have castled and sacrificed the second pawn in this way, because after king h8, white cannot castle on account of bishop takes f2 check. But Fiona, he was enticed by an admittedly tempting option that ended up causing his downfall.
For sure, queen b7, it looks like what could be wrong with that move? We are attacking the pawn on b2. How could that be a mistake? But things got really crazy here. Sam actually castled, but he could have taken on c4 immediately, and we saw some crazy lines there.
Yeah, I mean, the reason he probably didn't take, queen takes b2 transposes into the game. We'll take a look at that through the game text. But after bishop takes f2 and queen takes b2, Sam essentially has to go king g3, knight h5, king h4. The engine indicates that white is totally fine. No worse for wear, but from a human perspective, this is not the easiest position to go to. Sam castled short, which did give Sergei a chance to veer off the deadly path and play a move such as queen b4 when he has insufficient compensation, but at least he gets a chance to castle and the game would have went on. But Sergei going head first for the complications and taking on b2, and this is where Sam did something quite amazing, Fiona.
Indeed, this is the line that we were saying we were going to come back to. Queen takes c4. It looks like a crazy move at first, because you wonder, isn't that just losing a piece after bishop f2 check? That bishop cannot be captured because the rook on a1 is hanging. But no, Sam's instant response, king h1, white just gives up the piece. And the problem is, look at that black king on e8. It cannot castle, and it's about to find itself in a world of pain.
Exactly, and there's two other problems along with the king. The first is that white threatens a skew, or rook a b1 wins the rook on b8. The third problem is that the bishop on f2 is tremendously vulnerable. It's defended only by the queen, and again, because of the threat of rook a b1, black doesn't have time to pull it back away from f2. So Sergei, he makes a very tricky move, queen b3. Obviously, he hopes for queen takes b3 when the knight is going to be hanging and black emerges up a piece. But Sam, making another incredibly accurate move, doesn't give the check on c6 with rook takes f2, which Sergei was also hoping for. After rook hc8, black simply wins the knight on c3 and wins the game. But Fiona, Sam going queen c7, which is an incredibly powerful, and this is essentially the game-winning move, hitting the e5 pawn, hitting g7, and forcing Sergei to go down a fatal path.
Queen c7, probably the move that Sergei missed. He tried his best to hold on, but after queen b6, first e5 falls, and now in comes the knight with devastating power.
Indeed, removing the final defender of the king, and now the king is wide open. You can't cover with the queen because you're going to lose the bishop. Sergei going king e7, another check on e5, sending the king back to f7, and the game-winning move. The final piece emerges. The rook is aiming for c7, and there's nothing that black can do to stop him. Sergei resigned in this position, and it was not a premature resignation. Just a couple of lines. Rook bc8 doesn't help. White trades and picks off the rook with queen f5. And if black tries to defend it from the other side after rook b7, the easiest win is rook takes f2 and yet another fork, queen d5 check. White's 2 pawns up and is delivering checkmate. Sergei decided that further resistance was futile.
An absolutely stunning game by Sam Shankland, inflicting a loss on Karakin in only 26 moves. This is almost unheard of. Kudos to Sam. Hope you enjoyed this game. This was your rapid recap. And Dania, well, we are going to go on a quick break as we set up for Magnus Carlsen to join us in the studio shortly. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Bobby?
Yeah, Robert?
Can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. No, we gotta get up. it was you. Like I was gonna do it, but then you said, yeah.
I would be like, yeah, please, please, Dvoretsky one more time.
You ready?
Please put that away.
That's what I said. I told you. Let's do it. All right. Woo. You know what they say, though? What happens in Salt Lake stays in Salt Lake.
Yeah, that's
exactly
not what they say.
Cheers to my Super GM friends. It's been good. The World Championship on chess.com. Let's do this.
That was perfect. I think we got it.
Let's chug that whole beer.
That was impressive.
Woo. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm great. Round 2.
Bobby?
Yes, Robert?
Can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. You guys have to go with it.
I can't do it. Do that.
Okay. I just actually didn't expect you to do it that time, which made it funnier. Like I thought you was a one-time thing.
To be like, yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm just trying to ad-lib with what feels natural.
Yeah, no, of course it feels natural.
Wait, so we should expect that next
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just so I'm mentally prepared.
Yeah.
Okay. What is this?
It's eggs.
I want an omelet with brie.
Just fucking eat it.
You eat it.
Wasn't expecting that.
That wasn't either. I was like, what?
We could turn a little bit on the shoulder there. The MasterCard and Unibrow.
I just want to thank my sponsors very much for all they do to promote chess.
Sounds like a great future credit card, but faster card.
Yeah.
Wasn't it faster hard?
Wait, what did it say?
No. It said card. Y'all are respecting the wood a little too much.
It's not faster hard, Bobby.
Oh boy, I can't be with you two anymore.
Unibrow. Oh, okay. It was. I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Dang, that's the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. I guess that's it. All right, that's it. That was great, by the way.
Keep it rolling.
Okay.
Same thing.
I love that. Stupid shit I've ever seen in my life.
If you can do like a 2-shot of them.
Yeah.
And we are.
Danny, who is that guy?
Who's that?
He didn't come in with you guys?
No.
We're going to be right back.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just can't.
It's so funny. Okay.
Isn't it cool when I predict the moves you're going to say? Because we all see things in the same way and the same speed on this show. Isn't that cool when we do that?
It doesn't make me very happy.
And let's bring up the analysis board as we do that, so Yvonne can give us her thoughts on the Petrov. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a very good question because I was firstly trying to.
Fabi,
Yeah, Danny?
my throat's still dry.
What was
You're like, you've had 5 glasses of water.
Okay.
You remember what happened last time? My throat's still dry.
You've already had 5 glasses of water, and you remember what happened last time.
It was an accident.
You peed your bed.
You're looking fresh, man.
All 6 of them?
Again, dude, your haircut just looks great.
Wait, did we start the bit?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed.
You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that if we start the bit.
If Black's a6 pawn was transported, let's say... Good night, guys.
Good night, Dad. I'm Fabi.
Fabi.
Do that one more time. Maybe just one of you guys say the good night.
That's what I said. I said it. Should I not said it? I think it's funny if we both say good night, Dad. I mean, Fabi.
But we need to be in sync. That's all.
Welcome to the World Rapid Championships from Warsaw, Poland. We're about to get going. Magnus now forcing the king closer. Yeah, this is very, very tricky for the Georgian player. No, and he blunders his rook.
Oh my gosh.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh.
He blunders his rook.
Why?
And Magnus wins the game. And that was a lesson in just pressure, pressure, pressure. Duda, he has 3 pawns more than his opponent. Duda has won 3 in a row. He's getting off to a fantastic start. Gunina and Kostenjuk, 2 players with a perfect score. They're going to be facing each other. Kostenjuk once again has turned it around. And for the first time in the game, Gunina is down on the clock. Gunina is going to have to resign what initially looked like an amazing game from her. Magnus still has the threat on the pawn. There's the threat of rook f2. Magnus was actually very clever in how he just avoided the trade. And Shiro has lost on time.
So we have 3 players in first place right now in the open section.
This round, it's Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen.
I think Magnus is going to wrap this up really quickly.
The king moves away from the check. Magnus maneuvering his knight to a superior position. And Alireza resigns the game. The number 1 and number 2 players in the world right now. And Magnus Carlsen coming out there victorious, needing a win here if he is to have a sole lead. Magnus just simply retreating the king 1 step back. There's no stopping him from getting a queen on the next move. He's gonna win it. and he's gonna take the lead in this tournament. Carlsen playing against the youngster from Uzbekistan.
Abdusatorov has beaten some really strong players in this tournament, and that makes me kind of optimistic about his chances against Magnus here.
And Magnus now is going to give up another pawn. Wow, look at this. For the second time, Magnus is giving up pawns in order to just get rid of them. There's a check coming in here from Abdusatorov, and Magnus resigns. Abdusatorov takes the lead after a win against the reigning champion. Carlsen will have the opportunity to strike back with the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi.
Magnus is probably regretting this knight cd5. Now he's definitely forced to be playing for the draw.
He's not going to be catching Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That was surely a very disappointing game with the white pieces.
It's the big matchup of this round. If Kostyanyuk makes a draw with the black pieces, she will be crowned world champion.
I would have to give the edge to white in this position because of the permanent nature.
Welcome back, and we are joined by the tournament winner Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, congratulations. And my first question to you has to be a record 8 victory here in Wijk aan Zee. What does it mean to you?
I obviously had the previous record as well, so but overall now I've kept my record of winning the tournament more times than not, which was something that I was aiming for this year. But first of all, I'm just very happy to have been able to play the tournament and to perform very, very well.
And while you're talking about those 8 victories, is there any of them that stands out more than others, or are they all equally special?
I do feel that most of my wins were pretty good and pretty clean. But I did enjoy the game against Mamedyarov a lot. I thought that was probably my best game. And obviously the game today was nice, but he clearly was not Fabi at his best. And the conditions were sort of pretty easy after a while, since I felt that the exchange stack was pretty obvious. I did find some good moves after that, but I don't think I did anything particularly difficult. No.
The circumstances of the game were, of course, different with you knowing you would get the free point against Daniil tomorrow. How did that impact your preparation? Did you feel it gave you more freedom, more liberties to maybe play for more?
Yes, knowing that this would be my last game, I had some hopes that I could perhaps play for more indeed today, especially after yesterday was a pretty disappointing performance. I really wanted to end on a high note today. It was not like I was setting out to take massive risks, but I at least kind of wanted to play a little bit, and he wanted to play obviously as well, but sometimes when you're a bit out of shape, this can lead to pretty bad results, and that's what happened for him.
You singled out the win against Mamedyarov. I guess there was another win that surely is quite dear to you. It was the one that started your winning wins against Anish Giri. It was your first classical win against him here in Wijk aan Zee. Was that a special moment for you as well?
Sure, there have been some near misses against him ever since I lost that infamous game back in 2011, but I obviously with him starting to win a few games after a while, that was pretty crucial. But then again, I didn't feel that I did anything special in that game. But I did set him some problems that he failed to cope with in the opening. But But yeah, as I said, I felt overall most of my wins were pretty good.
A couple of those that we just talked about came from the Catalan, an opening which lately in your hands seems to have become a deadly weapon. Can you tell us a little bit about what's your inspiration behind that and your feeling towards the Catalan opening?
Yeah, so one of the main points of my preparation for the match against the Pomnishi was to feel comfortable sacrificing a pawn in the Catalan, because that's something that I always kind of struggled with. Obviously I was helped by Dubov there, since that is his specialty, and I feel like I'm already improving there. For instance, against Mamedyarov, I sacrificed a pawn there for not too obvious compensation, and I was just feeling good, like it was normal. So I'm definitely getting the taste for the opening.
Do you think that's also going to be shaping the near future? Do you feel like you're a trailblazer in that sense? It's always been quite popular, but do you feel you're breathing new life into the opening?
No, Catalan is one of the top openings by neural networks, so it's not going to be a surprise to anybody.
Well, we're looking at your coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, who's standing in the corner, but I'm sure he has something to do with it. Magnus, let's briefly talk about Wijk and Zee. You've played here 18 times. A lot of your life time spent here in this coastal village. What is it that makes you enjoy being here so much?
Well, there are a few things. Obviously, there's tradition, which helps. But I think most of all, the format, playing so many different players is unique, and playing against kind of a varied field. That's something that is unique to this tournament. You don't get that really anywhere else. I don't know. The tradition part again, I always feel good coming here. It's always it's always welcome. I'm always kind of able to focus here. This time, even though there was COVID, which is of course unfortunate, so that nobody can really come and watch, it didn't really affect my preparation and everything that much. My daily routine was pretty much the same probably as it would have been, even with a lot of people here, and I think I just managed to focus really well.
It's interesting what you're saying, and of course we hope that next year we'll be able to have the amateur players and the spectators back. Is it something that you miss? Do you like in general playing in front of many fans?
I think as a chess player, you obviously enjoy people being there to sort of appreciate what you're doing, but clearly for me there are some benefits as well, since I can be sort of a little more free, but yeah, I hope that people will be back next year.
Absolutely. Just a last couple of questions. Recently you stated that your next big goal is to work your way up to 2900 rating in classical. What's your approach to how to get there? Are you planning to play a lot, or what's the game strategy?
I'm not necessarily planning to play a lot of tournaments. What I will say is, and what I kind of emphasized when I set myself that goal, is that I have to be on top every time that I play, fully focused, and to always be at my best. And this, I think I managed very well here. It's not like I had a huge surplus of energy. I don't think anybody does at this point. But I think I really made
the most of it. I was really disciplined throughout the whole tournament, and I think that really is the key to have any chance of attaining that goal. How often I play, that we'll see. I don't have anything particular planned before Norway Chess at the end of May, but really just being full of focus each time that I play, that's the only thing that can give me a chance of attaining that goal.
Very well. We wish you best of luck with that quest. Before I let you go, Magnus, there's one final question from a fan of yours, Rebecca Harris. She is wondering, now that Tata is over, might there be some more bullet matches on the horizon for her?
We'll see.
We'll see. Magnus, I'll let you go off. Do you have any plans for tonight or tomorrow? Will there be any celebrations?
I don't know. I'm just really happy with the way things ended. Getting this last win in a good game makes all the difference in the world for me. There'll be due time to celebrate, if it's now or when I get home. So that part I'm not worried about.
Great. Well, Magnus, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on a brilliant performance, your 8th title here in Tata. Thanks for joining us. And for now, back to you, Dania.
What an incredible interview. Thank you. Thank you, Fiona. And thank you to Magnus. That was great insights upon a stunning tournament. And Magnus really singling out his game against Mamedyarov, but you can't really blame him for liking all of his wins, because this is what he does. It seems like every time he wins a game, it never seems to be in doubt. He's winning basically from the opening. And Magnus also hinting that the Catalan is the choice of these new neural network entrants like AlphaZero. So Magnus using all tools at his disposal to optimize his chances of success. And a wonderful interview indeed. I enjoyed listening to that tremendously. So Fiona, thank you to you as well.
Yeah, so great to see Magnus in high spirits here after what has been really an incredible performance. He sets the bar so high from himself, but it's good to see him satisfied with his performance, in a great mood. And once again, we see the results here. Huge win for Magnus with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana to wrap up a record 8 victory here in Wijk aan Zee. He has the point clear. He is going to get 1 point tomorrow against Dubov. That game won't be played. And Mamedyarov and Rapport, they will be battling it out, as well as Giri, for the remaining podium places.
Indeed, and trust me, they will not let up. Second place, third place in Tata Steel. It's not the same as first place, but it's incredibly prestigious. So there will be a lot of effort expended in the last round tomorrow. I do not anticipate a lot of quick draws. And yeah, it's unfortunate that Magnus doesn't play tomorrow, but such is life, and we will have plenty of entertaining games to round off this year's edition of Tata Steel.
Yeah, one of them I'm looking forward to is Mamedyarov against Caruana. How will Fabiano bounce back? Shahriar, he is on a roll. Plenty more other games we'll have to look forward to. But for now, remember, we'll bring up the schedule. Tomorrow we start 2 hours early at noon. Dania, for you, it's bad news. Hopefully
6
you will make it.
Start time. I will make it. I will absolutely make it. I've made it so far, and there's nothing like the atmosphere of the last round. So I'm sure that'll wake me up, together with the copious amount of coffee that I'll have. But this round's games definitely woke me up. Yet another amazing effort by Fabiano. And Fiona, it was a pleasure once again. This was a magical round, a great atmosphere. And a lot of it is thanks to you. And of course, thanks to all of the thousands and thousands of fans as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dania. It's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations to our 2 winners here, Magnus Carlsen in the Masters, Arjun Erigaisi in the Challengers. And as you said, Dania, thank you so much to everyone who's been watching us. We will be back tomorrow, 2 hours earlier than usual. But for now, we'll let you go. Have a good day or night, depending on where in the world you are, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I think the first time I heard about the tournament here was probably sometime in 1999, but the first tournament that I actually followed was the one in 2000. So I would say that's my first firm memory of the tournament here. Probably my best memory from the village here was the year that I won, and people of Wijk sang a nice little song for me. I really appreciated that. I think there are people in my team who are better than me at working with engines. So I would say I'm not so good at finding ideas with it. So I generally prefer thinking on my own. Solving chess is way, way out there, and frankly, I hope that it won't be in a very, very long time. My goal for this tournament is to have 13 days of good preparation and a good mindset when coming to the board. Hopefully, I can get back to my best after a couple of, let's say, frustrating performances the last couple of years.